Welcome back, everyone. 皆さん、おかえりなさい。今日は83日目です。It is 83, day 83. Oh, there's Cape. Welcome back, Parthy. Let's see. So, okay, so we kind of sort of timed out. There were 5 things from yesterday, so let's go over those. And a little bit more, right? If I recall. Let's write these down over here. So Kumal was there. Actually, yeah, that's fine. Right. Well, there was a pause on shoot sha. They're currently on 150 to 200. Nice. Of no Duolingo. You just started volleyball. Neat. How's volleyball going? Or you mean on Duolingo or no Duolingo? Let's see. We also had Yaku. Was this Yaku? Yeah, Yaku. No Duolingo at all? I see. Nice. So what are you doing in volleyball? Yaku. And then Uchi. Yeah. The mother synonym, right? And then this one was personal ad from yesterday. Is that so soon, right? In a few days. You did some basic bumping and setting drills, then did scrimmage. Are you doing like intramural? How are you going about volleyball? Friends, family, local community. And this was Keenan, recent years. I think that's all of them from yesterday. So today is our pre-peak, right? So tomorrow is level up day. Pretty sure tomorrow is level up day, provided I don't drop the ball. Okay. So let's get into our review for today. Ato de. Aru. A not peaceful. Okay. Gaijin.
不安
Do I still go with time or interval of time?
後で
後で
間
時間
時間間もなく間もなくnot spaced out not long grass land梅
不明
梅direction what are we using for this? We have kata. Kata is not the one we're looking for. Right. Hole. Probably what we're looking for. And another question. Are you saying like 200 days, like 150 days cents, or you're intentionally taking 50 days away for volleyball?
Ryosha.
Yosha. Were you different? Tachi. That sounds okay.
草地
Tachi.
まもなく
Amonaku.
明るい
Akari. Okay. Heck.
Bungaku
Bungaku. East. Oops. Dose.
土星
Dose. Dose. To stop something? Ooh, we haven't covered this retroactively yet. So probably to stop something. Tomeru, right? What else do we have that is like this? We have tomaru. So this still checks out with the me, right? These are me and ma. I'm not sure if I have tomaru to check. Stop something. Straightforward. I think. Stop things with a toe, right? And it was our coon read as well. She is the onion.
止める
Tomeru. Watched this earlier. Oh, I typed the wrong thing. Well, that's bound to happen sometime. That was a typo. Outside. Standalone. Okay, gotta write this down. So outside, and I guess I'm looking for a coon here. The heck is outside? Soto. I mean, soto because it's useful position, like soto, ue. I don't remember what it is though.
外
Soto. What do you got? Salt? Okay. Yashi.
Higashi
Tohoku.
Tohoku
空間
Ukan. That's such a silly typo.
間
Aida. Yo. Oh. This one's a little shaky. So, let's see. Both plus direction. I'm definitely locking in yo, but then kata versus hall. We could go with hall, which would make it onyomi, which is more likely to happen. Kata, the kata comes up a lot at the end. We're gonna go with hall.
両方
Yo hall. That's kind of a shaky. Ryote, right? Ryote,
両手
because of body parts. Ningen,
人間
fix, choku. Itsu,
質
aha, sushi. I knew this was gonna be a problem. I wanted to test it. That's a synonym botch right there. A bit, skosh. That's being incomplete right there. Checked out on HanziHero as well. It just went with a few and then added a bit. North direction. Northward? Oh, whoops, east. Eastward. My bad. Wasn't paying attention. Hey,
海外
I got
町民
Domin the Sushi. Oh no. Not Scotia. Oh yeah. Wait. Why does that look weird? Eh? Uh. Huh. No, Scotia. Write this down. What? Few plus E. There's supposed to be a few or a little. I disagree with not including bit. In fact, skosh, the mnemonic for skosh is even closer to a bit. That looks a little
少し
squishy. Huh. Got
しか
this was human error. Both days. Ryojitsu.
両日
Zu.
ず
く。
引く
I refuse. We're normalizing that. Wait. Toho, right?
東方
Toho. That was unfortunate. That one's unfortunate.
視点
Sten.
南
Minami. Konbanwa, Yako-san. I'm doing pretty alright. There's been some here and there, some really, really fun evening coffee talk lately. How are you doing? We talked about French yesterday quite a bit. With SD. Port.
支える
Asaeru.
「外国人
Gaikokujin.
後ろ
Shiro. This is different. I should write this one down. So what do we have? It could be because it switches do for to. Tochi. Tochi. That sounds about right. Oh, what was it? It was a dirt plus earth. And then we have double on. In this case, I'm thinking it's special to plus chi, which is normal. Let's write this down. Doing good. What would be the highlight of the week in terms of interesting conversation? How to navigate relational drama, potential relational miscommunication, or maybe lack of empathy, or maybe how to address imposter syndrome between two people without using explicit dialogue or communication. That was yesterday's thing. Another one would be the nerfing of food as a vehicle for universal happiness. That sounds a little bombastic. It's not that colorful or fruitful, but that was just from yesterday. I'm basically predicating on recency largely because it's very difficult to recall the other ones at the moment. Inspiration and clairvoyance. I used to cut these out all the time. I used to make a separate series called Deep Digressions, and it just took a very long time, and diminished return and stuff. So it's in the videos, but I used to cut out long digressions. Back in the day, I thought maybe I'll commit an hour or two to do some of those segments in the middle of all the sessions, and yeah, there's like hundreds of those. But the nerfing in the context, well, so there are a lot of things that take up R&D, right? R&D, and we humans bicker and have opinions and different resources, disagreements. However, imagine a world where, obviously in a parallel universe, where certain obstacles occur in different order, and one of the obstacles was lifted. It's kind of like a Black Mirror synopsis, I suppose. What if the drawbacks of consuming foods in excess, like the things we like to eat and horrendously engorge and gluttonous, what if those nerfs or balance patches were lifted? How would society change in their R&D prospects? Like, for example, there are a lot of competing things for human gluttony, pleasure, entertainment, and over the years, in my opinion, maybe like 5 or 6 years now, food have seen a resurgence. But I think the reality of the nature is the younger you get, the less and less food is a form of catharsis and incentive for doing things. And like, case in point, what would you do? Would you want to slam back 3 zero sugar energy drinks in order to play more video games, or take a diminished return and take 30 minutes of that day to enjoy and explore eating? And lately it's been on the uptrend again, but generally I think it plays second fiddle to a lot of things, largely because food is sort of balanced in its nature. So it would be interesting if something perpetuated a investment in food R&D without the balance patch and the nerfs. So for example, even to this day, it's fantastic that we have zero sugar substitutes, but even they are being nerfed and balanced by like excessive consumption, right? Like the context, the thing that triggered this was Sub-Zero was sharing with me his I'm a little envious momentarily, his delightful discovery of edamame pasta with a side of pesto. And I'm like, yes, I want some of that. And then the moment I thought about pesto, it's like, man, you can just it's a wonderful shelf life, it has wonderful properties, but you can't consume too much of it. It's incredibly calorie dense. Healthy foods, and then it led into healthy foods aren't necessarily calorie scarce or efficient. Often healthy foods tend to be calorie dense too. So like you have things that when people say, oh yeah, this is healthy, but even if it's healthy, if you eat a lot of it, you're going to risk gaining lots of unhealthy weight. So that kind of thing was what I was talking about. Like, imagine not having enough food versus, I don't know, doom scrolling, or not having interesting food because doom scrolling, that kind of thing. Like, if I had to choose, like, would I fly to Norway, sit down and share a cold one with Sub-Zero? I would absolutely do that. If I was in a neighborhood, I would share a cold one, then doom scroll over like something and some consumable, right? But then again, even if you want to do that all the time, you got to find other ways, because food must be moderated, right? Like, we were talking about like guilty pleasures and like places where you find, and the reason why I landed on food is, if I had to like make a tier list or something that has the more lean, positive lean universally, it would be the food experience. It is cross-modal. It's one of the visceral things that experience takes front stage. Like, yeah, sure, you can describe how food tastes to other people, between people, but they all want to be part. You want to be part of that experience too. Video games is not the same. Intellectual things are not the same. Like, for now, you know, I've been language learning for over a year now. It's not like people care. They don't have to. The experience can be vicariously felt by an end process, you know, an end goal, that you don't really need to feel or empathize with the process itself. Like, you can choose to do so, obviously, but it's not inherently necessary. But food is. Money is not, right? How many discussions do you have? It's like, oh yeah, but my money is hard earned. Your money is easy come, right? And then you start racking up all the trends on the internet. What other foundational things that human needs? One most empathetically universal is consumption, food. And then you have like possibly music, but even music has, well, I think that's boring. Well, I think that's exciting. Yeah. When it comes to healthy behavior, including food consumption, I'm all about moderation. Of course, sometimes this moderation requires a conscious effort, which I'm guilty of not always making. Well, yeah, the moderation, well, I'm giving you the context of the nerfing. Food consumption requires moderation. It's a balance patch. The question is, it would be interesting to see how society change if one of the, this is the chicken or the egg. In my opinion, I would argue that your healthy behavior is a consequence of food moderation, not the other way around. As in, your behavior, I would argue that it would be an interesting social experiment or science fiction show or something to entertain ideas like, what if that moderation is not conditioned? Food consumption being moderated is, in my opinion, a consequence of biological moderation. And much like you said, it requires a conscious effort when you're one that you're guilty of not always making. So that was kind of the fun topic that we spent like 4 or 5 hours talking about, or celebrating, or something like that. And obviously it does seem to come more naturally to some people than others, requiring less conscious effort than for some other people. That I chalked it up to coincidence as opposed to a person's natural inclination. So like, what I mean is, I don't think evolutionarily or like biologically that is some form. I think it's coincidental. There isn't like a necessary property like it actually, I would think it would be more likely. So I don't feel like it's natural at all. I think it's unnatural for someone to coincidentally require less conscious effort because of, you know, what the internet, doom scrolling, and all that has revealed, right? If you want more of something, you want more of it. So I feel like it's more coincidental. maybe perhaps environment and culture and whatnot. I don't think it's natural. Which is impressive. Very impressive. As in, I think it's culturally and environmentally conditioned, as opposed to something that I would consider natural, as in like some natural, because human consumes lots of carbs. Carbs are carbs. Energy monsters. What's natural is to feed your cellular respiration. It kind of, that's an opinion, of course. It kind of speaks volumes when you spend a lot of conscious efforts reducing the overconsumption. Tochi. So I gotta remember this.
土地
Tochi. Say next time. Yeah. Jikai.
次回
Alright. That's it for today. This is the day before level up. Tomorrow is level up day. What time is it? Oh, we got 7 minutes to pick up 11. Yeah, I guess we'll get to that. Okay. And here, I'd like to propose another thing. People that are naturally or take less conscious effort, one anecdotal argument would be that that person hasn't encountered something that they would consume in over excess. Aren't there biological factors as well when it comes to food absorption and metabolism? There is. And yet, despite those regulatory absorptions and whatnot, those autonomic like positions are overpowered by a tendency to overconsume. So when you're talking about the natural state of things, I think just because there are factors that tries to retain the homeostasis, the natural course of the human condition is that there's overconsumption, and it takes discipline. I consider something that's natural to be able to naturally sustain itself without any outside interference. So would you have a better chance at arguing that humans naturally moderate or humans don't naturally moderate? These are, I don't know, obviously, the answer to that. As far as I'm aware, when it comes to observing human civilization and all of its conveniences, I think the natural state of human consumption is to tend to, even despite biological factors, they don't naturally not exceed those circumstances. We don't have to cite special things like or like negative things. We can think about attention, physical performance and whatnot. So it's kind of tough. Here's another conversation that I've had before. Is what is conceivable by the human mind considered natural or not? So some people say no, obviously, and I think not even some people, I think the vast majority of people use the word natural as in something non-conscious, right? Because consciousness then violates all natural order or something like that. And I kind of like that. It's a clear cut between the two. So if we were going to take that, right? If we were going to take that as the natural side of things, then yes, I would argue that it is natural for people to be moderated. And then when we take population statistics and all the problems or the things we address all the time, I feel the thing that happens more often is considered the natural course of things, which does involve human consciousness. So it is up to what we're discussing is considered natural. Since you made the natural comment in relation to conscious effort, then I would probably agree that you're part of the situation where you're talking about if someone unconsciously do everything and what they're built. And I think there are checks and balances, yeah. In your body to do that. You gain weight because, and then that weight leads to problems. And those are the factors that should be telling you to moderate. In the case of the context of my, your response about when it comes to healthy behavior, including food consumption, you're all about moderation. I think that's a conscious effort, not necessarily an unconscious one. The reason why I say that is if, say, an animal is presented with excess resources, they would have to make a conscious effort to moderate, not an unconscious one. So it's interesting. I think there's a incredibly provocative and convincing argument for all sides of this. I wonder about it all the time, right? I believe human condition is a natural part. Understanding the human condition is a natural part of the biological factors. But then again, I feel like it's interconnected, so you can't mutually segregate them. Which makes having clear, persuasive arguments or debates very difficult. It's nice to entertain the thought experiment. Like, do I have a natural, healthy behavior due to moderation? Or did the moderation condition me to have the conscious effort? It's interesting. I would say most of my things that I do now that are responsible for a significant amount of my healthy behavior in life was due to becoming aware that those things are to be moderated instead of having like a natural inclination or something like that. Mnemonics. Okay, so hook, snake, cloud. I might be underestimating because I think it's also a paradox, right? There is a paradox of awareness. What you're not aware of, you might not even know. So it's very difficult to quantify something that I'm not aware of. It would take someone else's awareness. In your case, it's absolutely a conscious effort to aim for moderation, not always successfully. I feel like unhealthy food consumption, quantity, and type can be an addiction, not unlike alcoholism. That is true. And the hypothetical conversation that we were having is, what happens when it's not? And we're not talking about from a naturalistic standpoint. We're not talking about evolution or some sort of genetic modification to the humans. We're talking about retroactively producing the qualities and catharsis of food without the drawbacks of overconsumption. So there are many human technologies that have led to some of these finer points. However, it turns out even overconsumption of those things led to overconsumption. So Sub-Zero specifically mentioned, and I was alluding to the same thing, of the zero sugar zero sugar energy drinks, for example. Right, human R&D goes a long way to compensating for our stuff. I was curious what a world would be like. I mean, it could be negligibly different. I would love to hear thought experiments of this, where like, since there's a breakthrough in food production, right? Food production, like a food consumption, like food understanding, food chemistry. They alleviated things like, for example, you can have pesto every single day, minus the calories. Like what? Here's my thought. It's a Star Trek thing. Imagine having a particle creator, a photon creating materializer or something, and they create food that stimulates the experience, right? But moderated to all your moderation needs. So like a pizza can taste like a pizza, but they provide the exact nutrients for your individualized moderation. So you capture the experience, but the moderation is compensated by technology. And we're kind of heading towards that. Now the question is, what would happen if, say, weapons R&D, business R&D, R&D in doom scrolling and social media were to be rechanneled into the fundamentals of food? Where would R&D be now? And I would like to see a Black Mirror episode of that. Like, Black Mirror tends to be dystopian, so I have a very rosy rose-colored goggles type of opinion and perspective. I tend to lean towards that. So I would love to see a more cynical or more counter argument against, and what that would look like. A very well thought out proposition, like, oh, it wouldn't change at all. Now food just happens to be the thing we fight over and whatnot. But it would be countered by the idea that, well, what if the invention alleviated food production due to R&D? So you're focusing on one of the essential experiences of human that's universal, right? Oftentimes fighting and bickering and war deals with thinking that thought process and experiences that are an impasse. You know, you can't, like, one spiritualism and another spiritualism are not universally felt, right? But food is, or food is arguably one of the more universally felt thing. So if that happened to become the center, and I wouldn't say you can't take one from history. You know, back in the day, while modern technology could not alleviate this, humans became more peaceful and settled down and less nomadic when technology finally addressed some of the food situations, right? But what if that persisted into modern world that was not hampered by other things? Like, what if food came first? The food revolution continued as opposed to a sidestep to, I don't know, electricity, fossil fuels, money, weapons of mass destruction, equity. Like, it's such an interesting thought, because I was being very rosy yesterday. I tend to be quite rosy. Like, I'm the guy who says, how do I show a stranger that I like them without ever, like, I care about the stranger without ever using language, right? Since we're doing language, money, even feelings. I would give them food. The best food I can possibly make, and ironically even afford, to that person. And that's kind of sweet. Like, you might be thinking, oh no, but it's definitely love first, right? Like hugging and touching. Like, well, growing up with Chinese parents and diaspora, Food still exceeded that. It transcends language barriers, right? It tackles all the senses, and it's prone to addiction, as you mentioned, because of its very potent effect. And that's kind of neat. Now I need, like, the writers at Black Mirror. I really like the show because it challenges my rosy perspective. Like, oh, you're right. I haven't even considered that. That's a good point. So I love doing these thought experiments. And usually the person I'm talking to is... This isn't a competition. It's not necessarily a reflection on the people I talk to. But generally speaking, the person I'm talking to are help balance my more optimistic lean sometimes with technology. So without being around the bush, the other person I usually talk to is far more cynical than I am, and that makes for a great conversation. And Sub-Zero was at the other end. So that's why it's definitely a fun idea to entertain. I must say I tend to be very cynical myself, although I try to work on it. Unless talking about fiction, I have a hard time envisioning a bright future brought about by technology in your lifetime anyway. I agree. It's so tough. Like, I can tell you, I say rosy things, but that's a conscious effort, right? I'm making a conscious effort that... Why do I make a conscious effort? That's a question I want to answer right now. Is because if I am around someone younger, I want to change that. I want to be the beginning of someone's ability to paint a brighter future. Because as I'm growing older, my future gets shorter and shorter. But I want to be someone who is less cynical. I think of cynical things. By no means am I not free of my cynicism. But when I'm around other people, and I like being around younger people or impressionable people, right? And I like being a teacher. So oftentimes, I know some people argue, well, then you're going to set them up for failure, right? Because they might not know the reality of the things. Like, well, there's ways to talk about acceptance while painting a hopeful, proactive way of not... Well, the options here, if we were to compare being cynical about a future technology versus optimistic, I think there are plenty of people out there who present cynical perspectives, and I like to be the counterforce, the one that presents a brighter future brought by technology. I wouldn't have the privilege of doing this right now without the bright future brought by technology, along with the cynical side of technology, right? It's and I'm not gonna say that my bright futures are void of cynicism. However, I take the Star Trek approach a lot of times, and Star Trek is why I like Star Trek. Because Star Trek is one of the few shows, I might have already mentioned this a couple of times, it takes the perspective of finding solutions, exploration, because the groundworks of the characters is from the perspective of technology bringing a utopia, not catastrophic, self-destructive nature. It had become ways to remediate and mitigate and even moderate, right? Whatever it is that we do that makes us cynical and cyclically self-destructive. Interesting. I like it. I certainly rely on food quite a lot. It's like, you seem, like, I can't tell you whenever I see someone sad, and hear me out, it deals with human consumption moderation. It saddens me that you can't see someone who's sad, or maybe super excited, or maybe even super depressed, like super low energy, and you're like, oh, I want to give this guy their favorite food. But then you start thinking, your cynical side start thinking, oh, but what if they're on a diet? Or, oh man, what if they have diabetes? Or like, what if they have what if they're diabetic? Oh man, what if they're allergic? And oh, maybe they don't like it. That's the type of thought that really disheartens me, because I think if I still have to take the gamble, I would still give them a cookie. Now, you might be thinking, well, not everyone likes cookies. It's like, yes. And I would argue, if you poll why people don't like specific foods, especially foods that are high and calorie dense and have properties that are universally loved, it usually has something to do with a conscious effort of understanding the nerfs on food, the balance checks on food. So I would say cookies and desserts and stuff like that would explode in more popularity as a use for like a replacement for alcohol, for example, or doom scrolling or something, if it didn't come with the caveat of this is unhealthy for you most of the time. Right? So what do you give the person as a universal panacea to cheer them up? It's certainly not ice cream, because now because of the hyper awareness of caloric dense things and balanced things, some people choose to despise food despite liking the foods they like, largely because they understand their conscious ability to lose control. As a father, it's a tough balance to find, and I feel it will become more difficult as your daughter grows up and her view of the world expands and get more complex. I can't even imagine what that's like, right? Okay, I can imagine to some extent, like watching a high school student finally graduate from college, right? But that's so tangential compared to how intimate it is with one's own child, and that it's like 3 times, like exponential, unfathomably more complex. And that's, I kind of want that experience at some time, hopefully before I die, but we'll see. Both the anxiety, the difficulties, I personally like the idea of stepping up. You've been on strict diets in the past, but I would never have been held it against to someone who doesn't know it to offer you a cookie. I know. But these days, even like, you take the cookie, right? And then you think it's a great thing. But my thought is, man, but there are times when even if you offer it, someone say like, oh, I would love to, but I can't. That is the context I'm talking about, right? Like, when Sub-Zero and Sub-Zero has celiac, so whenever I'm like, oh yeah, pasta, like I haven't had pasta in a long time, it's like, oh no, not wheat pasta, I can't have wheat pasta because of celiac. And I'm like, dang, that sucks. Or like, that sucks as in I want him to experience pasta with me, but that sucks because we can't, or not as great, right? That kind of thing. And it would be it's not that far of a stretch with, oh yeah, I'm gonna go grab a bubble tea, and then my friend would be like, no, sorry, like I'm already over my calories today, and I already had like a sugary coffee. It's like, oh, that's a shame. Like, nah, forget it. Let's just go and do something else, right? That kind of thing. Ooh, that's kind of, maybe I'm being a little overly angry at biology. Like, here's another one which can lead to problems, of course, right? Hey, you want to share a cold one with me? It's like, oh, sorry, like I don't drink that stuff, right? Now, and now I could see a Black Mirror episode where they would show overconsumption exceeds and becomes a dystopian on its own. Like, for example, you could make an argument: food shortage skyrockets, right? And productivity plummets because all of humanity has become overconsumers because they remove the overconsumption limit on food or something. You know, you could see that. Like, for example, I'm going to use a medical example or like a biological example. If you lift the checks and balances on growth on cells, you get cancer. So would humans just consume and sap all the resources even more? A realistic portrayal would be no, then they would have checks and balances. So what would that look like? So in the future, could a society built around food have policies only dealing with food because food has overshadowed all the importances of other things, right? Humans tend to find things they specialize in. Right now, it's doom scrolling. Right? They go through trends until moderation hits. So I would have loved to see a fictional world where food had the overpowering effect. So you have societies or theoretical societies built over moderating food in a different way. And then you would have people like, hey, yeah, I just got home. You wanna come over? You wanna come over and like make lunch? And then humans would just like spend 3 hours making lunch. If you know what I mean. Like it would be different. Like, think about a conversation where, oh yeah, sorry, I was like doom scrolling for an hour. And instead of doom scrolling for an hour, I was like, hey, my bad. I just got back from spending an hour making lunch, but it was fantastic. Like, it was so worth. Versus, yeah, I was doom scrolling for an hour. That was so worth. Yeah, that's a fair point. As much as I can watch out for calorie count sometimes, I can still technically eat anything you want. Yeah, sort of, me too. Short of, drinking steamed hot whole milk kind of deal. It's different for people with allergies or intolerance, so something to be grateful for. There are some extenuating circumstances, like the perception of taste is different. I think it's beautiful, but at the same time, it's also gee, that kind of stinks. Like, I love cilantro, but if you're one of those people, which you probably will know, it tastes like soap to some people. So there's also non-allergy and non-intolerance things that are like, gee, darn it. Maybe we can make cilantro taste like something you like to taste, but then it'd be a different experience, but it'd be interesting. Even like food technology. And I already said this yesterday with Sub-Zero. It's not like food technology is not happening, right? I don't know if you heard about people making salmon. I'm talking about salmon because it's come up with me and Sub-Zero. He's Norwegian, so he obviously he had brought up the whole idea of salmon because of Norway. There are people who print, quote unquote, print salmon for sashimi quality salmon. That's something to think about. They printed it. You're firmly the love cilantro group as well. Oh yeah, I absolutely love cilantro. Whatever you want to call it, coriander, I don't know, basil, Chinese basil, cilantro. Just hit me up with that. You also heard that it's very divisive. Yeah, it's very divisive, and it has a biological component, a very consistent biological component to it that causes the cilantro's divisiveness. Yeah. Anyways, thanks for asking. What Have you had any deep discussions lately, Gecko? Can you recall any interesting conversations that brought up some deep thinking? All right, as I complete this, compare, net, sickle, horse, easy, suit, age, cape, reads. Reads. So, let's go. Ji, chi, chi, ju, yo, i, kun, ai, yoku, yaku, o, etsu, kyu, ne, shin, ja, ken, ba, mori, jo, asa, ban, kota, e, ha, do, an, kumo, su, raku, wa, den, sho, an. Oops. Alright, and then we have a few here today. Typo on ku. Kukan. Oh, kukan. Oops. And I misread the direction, which happens from time to time. This eastward. This was synonym, English synonym. What's up with me in this like stroke here? So skoshi. I wrote a bit, but we added it a little, a few. And then I have a few others here. We have outside, soto. Soto. Oh, it was salt was the key word. Both directions. Both and direction. So, ryoho. How do I... Wait. Why did I have problems with... Oh, it's because of ho. We gotta hang up. It ends up being traditional ho or on. I don't know why I'm writing it that way. So ho. We have few plus she. Oh, we just went that squishy. And then dirt and earth. Wait, yes. And that is the to. special. That's it. You were talking politics with some of your colleagues this week. Oh, that's interesting. The interesting part was not the talk per se, but when we started talking about how we and most people live in a social bubble. I see. The idea that it is incredibly difficult for people to witness proper representation in their lives on any topic, I guess. Intriguing. So, did you have was there any talk about microcosms and echo chambers, or in-group versus out-group kind of thing? Because nowadays it's incredibly difficult for people to witness proper representation, largely because proper representation has a larger scope now, right? Especially with the internet. All right. Before then, hold on to that thought. Like, just a thought. You can go on as you're typing your thoughts out. This is the end of our WaniKani session, our Japanese session. If you're gonna watch this later, arigatou gozaimasu. Right. So for those who are only interested in Japanese or WaniKani, again, you're always feel free to follow along or come around with our hot takes every once in a while. I would love to discuss those things. Obviously, they would be very deep discussions. You're always welcome. And for those who are only interested in that, minasan, mata ne. I'm gonna quickly get up to take a bathroom break, stretch a little bit, and then come back for HanziHero. Thank you. Welcome back, everyone. 欢迎大家回来。今天是第 76天. It is day 76. Welcome. Yes, absolutely. And then the idea that 5 or 6 college-educated professionals in the IT sector talking around a table all know a very small bubble. That's fair. Although, one could kind of make an argument that because of technology and education, the 5 or 6 of those college-educated professionals represent a larger representation than they have ever represented before, but with also the propensity of representing even less, largely due to internet echo chambers, right? So here's what I'm thinking, right? Since the post-internet era, and you also wrote that it's good to remember when sometimes we do not understand why some things are happening. Sometimes prior to the internet and the information highway, we also are not aware of things that a substantial exponential number of, or have the capacity to have access to the awareness, or even choose to be aware of things around us, right? So even not considering what we don't understand, we can't even witness most of those things back then. And I like to think of it like this way. Now to capture a bigger picture, right? So like awareness. Let's just put like awareness and let's say information, which information can be like somewhat in proportional to representation, like intellectual representation. So we'll pick like a big thing, pre and post internet, right? I like to think of it like humans have observed a specific distribution of it. We'll arbitrarily call this the point of reference, right? And now in the post-internet years, I think intellectuals feel like largely they still have the representation, but what they observe in the range of the entire population is like that. And this bottom one would be an echo chamber, oftentimes, and self-selection. So that creates that cynicism from an intellectual perspective. And then this is exceptional. So extraordinary. I can't spell extraordinary. Extraordinary. And what was it? Idealism. And conceptual. So prior to the internet and then the post-internet, there has been, I would say, I should move this box slightly higher and wider. So I would say, in a general sense, the average or like the large distribution has uplifted due to the information, right? The average or larger distribution and overall top shift. However, like most things when it comes to knowledge and human awareness and intellectual, with an explosion of information, the range gets even farther exaggerated, and it can lead to a feeling of, oh man, it is so much more difficult. Meanwhile, though, if we think about the old concept beforehand, it was less difficult because there was also less knowledge and less awareness accessible to begin with, and the range was tighter, right? Those who knew a lot of things and are aware of a lot of things and deficiency of representation are at the top, but they're not as different as the normal distribution, or like the vast majority of distribution. And at the bottom, the ignorance does not appear as ignorant because there are a lot of things that the top are not ignorant of yet. So now with like a renaissance in information, in my opinion, now intellectuals can see the bottom, like even further bottom, which is exaggerated by very particular behavior due to that information, because now there's a push for clarity, which clarity is not up here. This is dissatisfaction. Dissatisfaction, incomplete feeling, right? So when you look at the top, it's like, wow, it is so complicated. Like conceptually, it's even like unreachable and unattainable. And with more knowledge, that peak continues to be upper reaching. Meanwhile, though, there might have, I would argue, there's an uplift in most people's awareness, the most, but it doesn't remove humans' ability to see the dramatic range, like the bottom and the top. And the bottom is bigger now. It's bigger than it's ever been. And the top is also bigger than it's ever been. With new knowledge comes expanded perspective. So, and you like, hear me out. This is comparing cross-sectionally, right? Or this is my bad. This is comparing longitudinally, which is having an event and following those people across. Now, what is also longitudinal is aging. So aging, discussions follow this specific trend because age and wisdom, with the increase of wisdom, also follows this trend in any microcosm. So like, say a group was cut off from the internet, so now we're removing the internet aspect. As a group ages, it will have this distribution in one's mind as well. You have more experiences, you are more likely to expand your perspective, but with that expansion of your perspective, the bottom becomes longer, the top, the idealism becomes bigger, and you have more things to consider, so it's difficult to always, it feels even more difficult to get a representation of what you know, right? And that to me is the human condition, right? One of the fundamental human conditions. So as one grows older, you are more, in my opinion, more and more likely to feel more and more cynical, right? And cynical not necessarily in a malicious way, but more of a protective way against all the new incoming experiences and knowledge over your years. But you can also see this in a cross-sectional way across population when you're thinking about pre-internet and post-internet. It's kind of an elegant thing. And now the punchline, my punchline, and I don't blame you and your colleagues to even remotely come to this conclusion, because now you're combining age plus post-internet. Because you and I have lived past the original indoctrination of internet habits. So now not only is the internet growing in that way, our age is growing. So yeah, coffee table talk, I'm certainly not surprised with the feelings involved of like, yeah, there's just, I gotta take it with a grain of salt. knowledge is amazing, and it comes with the baggage of this. That's my rudimentary way of trying to capture more in a graph, in a depiction of a graph, than trying to like write words. But yeah, I thought about that quite a bit as I'm getting older and older. The way I feel about the juxtaposition between pre-internet and or age is I try my best to spend a substantial amount of my time talking to younger people, because it helps ground my thing. If I'm around my colleagues, like my best friends and stuff, that's probably on board. It's incredibly difficult. It just feels like we don't have enough of everything, and like information of everything, or appreciation of everything. How do we do it? Like, well, it's bigger than us, right? Humans, there are a lot of them. Just say as a understatement. This is what you're here for. Welcome. Yeah, so that's probably how I would describe totally like what you mean when you're saying very small bubble. But it's also good to remember when sometimes we do not understand why some things are happening. I think being mortal, being of one mind. You have some pretty young colleagues, not teenagers of course, but like 23 years old, and I'm pleasantly surprised given the stereotype around young people these days. We'll see if it still holds up in 10 years. Yeah. I'm not sure, Gecko. I mean, like, based on our ages, right? We might be able to, fingers crossed, live healthily and consciously, like intellectually active for another 2 generations, right? Another 40 years, let's say. Another 40 years, 2020. I'm just rounding 20, but another 2 more adult cycles of adolescence. And I would love to witness and experience possibly a paradigm shift in the cycle of human aging and whatnot, right? Like, Gen Beta, I don't know. Oh, that would be a terrible name for the next, like Gen Alpha is the current thing. Calling the following generation Gen Beta, that might be, maybe Gen Kappa. Oh no, that's gonna be kind of weird too. Let's say Gen Delta, right? When Gen Delta rolls along, and in another 13 years, so I'll be like approaching my into my 50s then. It would be interesting to see like, oh man, these guys are substantially different. They don't go through the cycle of self-awareness, and like their awareness is so peak or something dramatically happens because of the internet or overcompensating stuff. But so far, at least over my lifetime's generation, and understanding loosely the historical aspects of Gen X and possibly a little bit of the baby boomer generation, at least in the prospect of the United States, this cycle has held true. As in, generally speaking, knowledge has become that thing where with more knowledge comes dissatisfaction and an air of cynicism over one's life, one's aging life. And being human means that any one person cannot be satisfactorily omniscient or clairvoyant after acquiring sufficient knowledge. The knowledge far tends to exceed the human conditions, like satisfactory with how much they know or want to know, right? And it occurs to the detriment of the host or not. Some people accept that, which intellectuals tend to have an acceptance of this, the whole valley of despair or enlightenment. And then there are individuals who prefer to retreat and ignore that out of ignorant bliss, right? That's also a fair way, and echo chambers present that. It presents a solution to that feeling. How can you remove this unbelievable uncapped feeling of cloudiness and insignificance and worldly perspective that you have to combat every day because we're one person? We're of individual mind, not a hive mind, right? We cannot be unified together and become one, a singularity, if you will. So oftentimes, in order to get a semblance of that singularity or unification, you self-select yourself into echo chambers on the internet to compensate, which then ultimately caps your exposure. So that's why usually the further down you go in that range, is where the cap happens. While those who continue to accept that inevitably they cannot have a feeling of contentment with representation, due to the consistent acquisition of new knowledge and new perspectives, others can cap themselves artificially, and they are more likely to drag down the distribution of knowledge in that bell chart. So, right, like the idea is this range continues to get exacerbated because of the availability of echo chambers. And it's not deliberate. Like algorithm, for example, algorithm-driven stuff was not deliberate in creating these echo chambers. They weren't designed like, oh yeah, we're going to make echo chambers so that people can live in a tighter social bubble to have clarity, right? Clarity and in feeling and commitment, right? But the internet led to that. It's kind of a great place to be if you refuse to accept the reality of knowledge and the human condition. The more you know, the more nihilistic you become, or you tend to get nihilistic, and nihilistic with a sprinkle of cynicism. And it's often about one's own cynicism, like cynical about one's own imposter syndrome, right? Like the more you know, the less you think you know overall. You know something, you gain something, but you come out knowing that you don't know a lot, even more than that. And that continues. So as a refusal of this, you can collect down here, extend the population range by participating in echo chamber and self-selection. And that's a very comfortable place to be, like your paradise. Go out into the woods and get off the grid, right? Go out into the woods, get off the grid, grow a wonderful garden, eat sustainable, self-sustainability, live in that social bubble, right? That is a way that's a human condition to defend yourself. And I think that's why I chose this representation of a distribution of that feeling of awareness, right? And you could chalk it up to natural, maybe there's some tolerance underneath to that. There are people who obviously have a much healthier relationship with the idea that I want to learn a lot of things, but I also know the more I learn, the more the world seems like it sucks. And not sucks in a bad way, but sucks that you can't understand it. Like more knowledge, more learning equals more and more apprehension about how little you know. And you start thinking about existential crises, about like, oh man, I wish I could live long enough to experience all of these things. Well, I can't experience that anymore because I experienced this. That is the bane of now, I think, the human condition when it comes to knowledge. You can remove those feelings, anxieties, and stuff by creating your social bubble and participate in echo chambers. A great example would be like subreddits, right? Subreddits, VR chat communities, Discord communities, any niche thread, hobby groups. There are ways to not necessarily close yourself off entirely, but it allows you to go back and forth. So some days, like, oh man, I can't, like, there's just so many things going on in the world. I really need something. So you channel it into a project, right? Hank does this. He does projects, right? Like projects for like complexly. John recently released his book on tuberculosis, right? That's a self-selection. That's a selection. You niche language learning micro communities? Yes. Actually, I'm not even sure if you need micro communities. Anki themselves has a macro community that's composed of micro communities, right? So you have the macro community. Because I'm on the outside, I can only see the macro community. But on the inside, if you ask different Anki users, they will be broken up into micro communities. Like, oh, I like these 3 decks. I think these 3 decks are goated. And they might be mutually exclusive of each other. Because all of them, if they're mutually exclusive, they like Anki as a macro group. As a micro group, they like mutually distinctive decks, for example, right? It's nice. I think for me, I bounce back and forth. What is a community that I resonate with as a social bubble that I'm guilty of? I like narrative-driven games. They are mechanically essential to the appreciation for video games. That is a micro community of gaming. It's far in the minority than someone who weighs mechanical inputs for entertainment, right? Storytelling is not a mechanic of the gaming. That would be an example. So when I go into this community, everyone's like, oh yeah, instead of paying attention to mechanics, right? Like, I don't know, dodge windows and stuff. We talk about stories. We celebrate stories, you know? You're talking about the platform we're exchanging on right now, aka your channel. I came back here because I like following your progress and having interest talks, but it is also a bubble, of course. Yes, it is a bubble, yeah. Like, absolutely. Absolutely. And supposedly Gen Beta has started for babies born in 2025. Oh, really? So they are pulling through with Gen Beta? Oof, that's gonna be... I wonder what kind of parents Gen Z will be too. Me too. Me too. I mean, I've had wonderful pleasures of meeting people who are representatives of Gen Z, right? But you know what's scary about that? The vast majority... And this is a pre-selection problem. Because the people who I talk to or who I attract will naturally never think about having children. They usually don't. And you might be thinking, well, that could be a coincidence. It's like, I want to say it's a coincidence, but there are there are enough converging evidence, at least anecdotally speaking, that would suggest that a particular type of mindset and the type of people that the people you kind of relate to, and at the same time, I already mentioned that by coincidence, this is a coincidence, that my upbringing as a millennial in the United States circa the 2000s, right, as an adolescent, like an adult adolescence, parallels a lot of the things that are created by technology, in my opinion, in Gen Z. And if you look at the representation of the people that are like me, almost all of us, a lot of those individuals, they're actually still the minority in millennials, but most of them choose not to have children because of the pragmatic hyper objectivity that requires and surrounds having children. They stop taking chances. Experiencing things that they have no control over, you know, nihilistic things with the explosion of information. Gen Z is the consequence, can be the consequence of constantly raising the bar on awareness. Being incredibly self-aware requires an equally as guarantee of self-control, right? Control of the situation. So having a child is like asking someone to relinquish almost all of your control, right? And that's scary. And sure enough, I don't have any friends, like ones that are closest to me, even considered, or like all of them are childless. Like they don't want to do that. So yeah, and Gecko, you were gonna say if Gen Z even has babies. Yeah, it's kind of a tough one. Recently, not that this is a bad or a place of, I'm not trying to like garner pity or anything, but there has been a new title being shared around about Gen Z. Gen Z is the loneliest generation. Not lonely in the sense that they don't socialize with each other. Lonely as in they seem to, there's a higher propensity, a statistically significant higher propensity to be content alone. Not in the sense of they don't feel loneliness or they don't desire companionship, that they're far more content because the trade-offs with whatever the summation of all the behavioral contributing factors is that they end up being alone. So not even getting to the point of saying, should we start a family with babies, but even the tackling of having long-term companionship. And that's kind of what I want to address a lot of times. So I sound like a broken record because it's, I guess I'm older. It feels like, regardless of how benevolent this might sound or righteous or self-morally importance, but I feel like there's some onerous on millennials to try to encourage Gen Z to experience some of the most beautiful things life has to offer. And that is probably to find your significant other and also maybe consider being a wonderful pair of parents who are brave, intellectually inclined to have children. I would say generally the more intellectually well educated, there has plenty of correlation data that suggests the higher your education is, the more like academically successful it comes off as a trade-off of ever considering starting a family. And we're not saying, quote unquote, I feel like this was taken out of context before, where like, oh, does that mean stupid people have children and smart people don't? No, it's the willingness to be educated and the willingness to be acceptant of not the consequences of becoming educated. So when education and knowledge comes through, you're juggling more and more things that could convince you not to have a family. However, when one takes chances, it's at a paradox with people who want knowledge. So if you're very intellectually inclined, you are less inclined to do things that are unpredictable and uncontrolled. You have more things to work through. So the incentives become lower. So one would say not smart and dumb, or educated, uneducated, or like stupid, like incapable of learning. It takes a bit of ignorance, some bliss, and some trust to execute on trying to have children. Children are unpredictable. It's far more unpredictable than choosing a partner, but having a partner is also unpredictable compared to the self, right? So the more knowledge you have about what humans are capable of and whatnot, there are more factors in play. So when that whole error, that feeling of trusting someone unconditionally, that becomes harder and harder as one becomes more and more intellectually inclined. So ultimately, it's a really fixed pattern. The more educated a couple is, as in educated meaning they might have more knowledge and perspective overall, not that they're smart or stupid. That's a whole different story. That's talking about the capacity to learn and whatnot. Most of these couples are probably no more stupid or smart in capacity than those who are ignorant. But the idea is, with that knowledge comes many, many reasons to not have children, pragmatically speaking. To be fair, in terms of demographics, it is clear Western countries are already on the decline and India and Africa are on the rise. Yeah. Yep. It's almost across the board. unanimously across the board, with some minor exceptions, you know, that are not Western countries, Japan, Korea, and China being one of them, you know, being 3 of them, right? They are also on the decline. That in itself will reshape our world. Although Korea is making a comeback. That is an interesting story, actually, in a couple years. And there is some really funny, weird, wholesome things on how they went about comebacks. But we have to, like, some people might be like saying, but we still have too many people on the planet or limited resources and stuff. I get that, right? But these things happen fast. And what I mean by fast is they're kind of silent. Like, when you have a human behavior that propagates, it propagates very, very fast now, thanks to the internet. In my opinion, I think one of the biggest contributors to how fast a opinion, a shape, a pattern in human behavior gets propagated, it's so accelerated by the internet. So if there's ounces of already seeds of saying, yeah, you shouldn't do this anymore, and then that seed grows into something, it can become to the point where, well, you know, some of us don't think it's a waste of time to try to think about the future generation, and then immediately fast 2 years or 3 years, like, the majority don't care about the future generation and they live for themselves. That's kind of how I feel about these things. And it's interesting how fast Korea did a turnaround on the whole declining situation. That in itself will reshape our world, especially as these people get wide access to the internet. Yes. So we also got to think about the sheer number of representation now. The representation is disproportionately different in matters of years, right? Like, think about how markets work now, like business markets. I will bring up one for Duolingo, I suppose. What is the market that Duolingo wants to break into? India. It's unspoken. I mean, it's a clear unspoken rule, but it's a fairly it's pragmatically an obvious thing. If you're in Japan, you want your game, you want to test your game in a consistent target, the United States, but the real true target most of the time is break into India or China. China is a targeting thing, but break into India and Africa. Or when it comes like app design and whatnot, Africa and India. Population. I know several young people who can't see themselves having children, mostly because they believe the world presents perspectives too bleak and wish not to expose. But yep, they're well informed. Gecko. Like, I feel we talked about how, like, when, right? Oftentimes we talk about when is it a proper age to do that in terms of like the bigger picture of human propagation, right? Would you expose your child, like your 13-year-old, to the world of the vastness of the universe early in order to eliminate, right? Like a natural consequence of knowledge is to eliminate the how you say, the colorfulness and the potential and the awe-inspiring nature of not knowing and discovery. So if you remove that really early in life, in my opinion, we see some of the coincidental, because, you know, correlation is not causation, but the coincidental nature of how early is too early. Well, if you give the internet, like a 13-year-old, access to the internet, by the time they're 18, again, correlation for now, for the current generation and the 2 current generations, they are unlikely to believe in human nature, to like celebrate human nature. And one of them is taking a chance on companionship and taking a chance on the messiness of having children. So if you accelerate that and say, all right, well, let's just say, let's make the age limit 18, that could kind of work, but how do you enforce that kind of thing, right? The internet is ubiquitous. So now we're talking about how early to expose this thing, because you might argue maybe adults are no different than their younger counterparts. But my thought is, man, when I was 13, I already wanted to die alone. And it was not the internet that saved me from a perspective that was far more flowery than learning more. The more I learned, the more responsibilities I have, the less and less likely that I was going to tackle that question. It was actually taking a step back, appreciating how people had children, like being exposed to people who are loving parents, despite not knowing everything, despite going through hurdles, solving mortgages and paying bills and having ups and downs with their children, overcoming that somewhat balance of ignorance and like trust, that rosiness and wholesomeness is what I expose myself to, right? Some influencers now that talk about, oh, this is what raising a child is like. It's like, that sounds fantastically chaotic. Like people who are able to be positive and wholesome, knowing that they're not calculating or trying to consider all the ramifications of having a child before having a child. So there's definitely an element of balance. I haven't crossed that threshold yet, but for pretty much all of my friends, they probably already have crossed that threshold for themselves. So it would be shocking. I would be very surprised if I get a call that suddenly one of my longtime acquaintances or friends decide to have children. In fact, I love going to weddings of my friends because it also means they took the other step to have companionship. Oftentimes, most of my friends, closest friends, it's a companionship of convenience that blossomed into something that was uncontrollable, like something that was created not because of knowledge but because of exploration, and that breathes more life into the relationship. The relationships are successful because you're not trying to calculate every step along the way, right? Kind of interesting. Hasn't Australia done something like that with special social media? I don't know how it's going. I haven't checked up on Australia yet. Yeah, Australia is another case study, right, that you can look at. I think right now South Korea has shared a bit of it to the outside world, like in terms of media. I'm not sure about Australia if some of this is available, but it's like I would say you would say this might not be a big deal if it was like a small change, like a small shift. It's a large shift, at least estimates, right? You maybe take the estimates for a grain of salt, but it's a large observable trend between, it's not even a trend, it's just a dip. It's like a quantized dip, right? I mean, you kind of see a little bit of trending down from Gen X to millennials and whatnot, but like it just thumps all the way down. So it's one of those things, like you can't even build a trend off of it because it's an outlier. That's why these awareness and these tactics are being brought to light, largely because social order or something. Oh, hey, oh, and we're about to start this. HanziHero, of course. It looks like Kevin is back. Nice. So there was an update to the curriculum. Let's look at the update to the curriculum. I haven't looked at it in real time. It's been a while. One of your favorite ideas to explore intellectually is that the world, humanity, life in both ugly and beautiful, and how to navigate this duality. Yeah, there are, I would say I'm very, very happy that with the internet also comes the advantage of having other people explore these things for me. I think, okay, I kind of lied. It is thanks to the internet indirectly that I've become a far more flowery person, a person who's willing to take chances, right? Think about how cold-hearted a knowledgeable person is. Like, as a direct comparison, it's kind of like at some point you know enough, you stop taking chances, right? For example, for human relations, I can't tell you that I've encountered kids. I've encountered far more younger people who are less intellectually curious about other people than I've ever had when I was like 20s. Like back in the day, kids would prefer to discover what that person's like, for bad or good, for better or worse, that kind of thing. Like, oh, this guy, well, I don't know enough about people right now, so let's just find out if this person's good or bad, or like, do I like this person or not? No, nowadays, by the time you get to 18 or 20, it's like, I know about humans enough now. You seem boring. Click, dislike, I'm out. That's the world of internet. Now, when you get older, this is more and more likely to occur because you have more and more experience, right? Then you become colder and colder. But before the internet, people went through a phase of experimentation to normalize human interactions. You bypass that now with the internet because the internet can tell you what people you shouldn't like and what people you should like, and that's it. So whenever someone says, oh man, I want to meet my perfect companion, my ideal companion, and they would list these things, someone asked me, did you ask me, Gecko? Someone asked me, what do I look for in a partner? Oh, you might not have been here. I think Procall asked me, what do I look for in a partner? And I wanted to give a hot take first and then a longer answer. It turned out to be a 5-hour discussion, but the hot take, the concise hot take was, if I were to look for a partner, I would not make it an ideal thing based on things I cannot control. So the one thing I really wanted is I look for a partner that's able to have open communication, because that is the risk. That is the thing that mitigates any of the attempts to mitigate any of the risk. It's like, oh, I don't like this thing yet, but if I have open communication, I can learn to like it. Or we can learn to mutually, you like it and I don't like it, but we can mutually arrange something, right? That is not a thing anymore. Everything is decided because you have the knowledge. You feel more competent, thanks to the internet. So someone can determine what is an interesting stream and what is an interesting content by looking at the thumbnail. Because they've seen so many examples of it. It's like, that is not an interesting thumbnail. This guy is probably boring as dirt because they don't have a hook, line, and sinker clickbait title. I'm not clicking on that. I'm not the one who asked, but thanks for sharing. Yeah, it was Procall. It was Procall. But you were there on the same day, but you already left. It was the discussion right after. I think it was 3 days ago. I'm surprised I didn't bump into Procall today, because oftentimes you two have this very uncanny situation of showing up at the same time or staggered. Like if he shows up like in the next 5 minutes, I feel like you guys are on like some sort of schedule that kind of follows each other, right? But anyways, it was the last time we spoke. Yeah, and then it led into 4 to 5 hours of like why it always comes back to that, right? And that is my compensation. I prefer one of the quintessential things to be able to have the courage to enter a partnership and even have the courage to have children after partnership is to ask yourself your ideal situation moving forward isn't filled with a laundry list of things you have to control. So for example, someone would say, oh, my partner has to be smart and love to study science. Like, well, they could develop a love for science. Do they have to have science? Okay, so let's say they love science. That limits the pool already, and then you want to control for that. So how much do they want? How much of science do you want them to love? What type of science? Then you're going down the rabbit hole. And then you're like, okay, that's good enough. Next topic. They have to be athletic because I like a healthy lifestyle. Now you're setting up another line of things you cannot control. Well, they could develop a love for athletics because you do. Open communication. So most of the stuff funneled back to open communication. Maybe Procol and you are actually the same person. Have you ever seen us together at the same time? Luckily I have, but you might be joking. You think you're joking about that, but that's already happened a couple times. And it's very... I have my ways of discerning whether people are running multiple accounts and on multiple platforms, but not disclosing. So it has happened before. It's happened at least 3 or 4 times where someone wanted to have a conversation with themselves, but at my expense by running multiple identifications or doing the fun like cheeky thing like, hey, I'm this is the first time here, and it really wasn't the first time here because they changed their name, like their handle and stuff. So, but I do joke about it a lot. It's like, are you sure you guys aren't the same person? You two are very different, by the way. Like it's almost the statistical differences between the two of you are so far apart that it's highly improbable that you guys are the same person. It would be absolutely sociopathic levels of the way the two of you communicate. It would be incredibly impressive. Maybe like a A-list actor and linguistic expert or something who has a bout of multiple personality disorders or something, or like a detachment multiple, because the two of you are light years different, and largely because I talked to both of you. So the more you talk, the less and less likely you are going to be alike unless you talk alike, which is not even close. Although you guys kind of live close enough to each other. Like, I mean, physically. Procol is from the UK. Close enough. I'm kidding. I'm like lumping all of Europe together. I mean, UK is still closer than me, right? So at least both of you are across the pond. Anyways, yeah. Interesting thought. I think if you can't say I'll take a chance every now and then, it will be very tough for companionship and or having children. So there's gotta be, again, moderation or a balance of wanting to take chances. Life has that beauty, right? If you think chances are not beautiful, fair enough. But it would be a strong argument for cognitive dissonance on interacting with other people. Interacting with people involves taking chances and normalizing chances. You can try to mitigate them as much as you want, and those things will likely make you less and less charismatic, right? Charisma is the extent of indiscriminate. You are able to make people feel welcome into your life, and it's a state of charisma, and people stay because of that. The higher and higher your self-selection is, the less and less you'll have opportunities. And I personally choose what my self-selections are, and then the rest is history, right? So I do both. Obviously, I'm not saying one or the other. Do both. Find your way. Anyways, let's see if any of the changes to the traditional curriculum that Kevin posted involves any of my existing vocabulary. No, it doesn't look like it. Breaking changes, inclined to restrain, no. Salary on and bridge, no. Updates. Let's see, consult. Okay got changed. Oh, alternative meaning. Okay, so check this out. So I already added okay. It was not okay. I got triggered by this so hard. I typed okay. I spelled okay out and it was marked wrong. So, okay, so here's one. So they retroactively did that. I don't have any of these yet. To seek out, to stir. Salary, no. I have income. Escape. None of these yet. I don't have any of these. Okay, author. Okay, to run. To allow. Not even to allow. To incline. To punish. To intimate? No. Reveal. No, I don't even have to read that reveal. Flatter. Jealous. Swindle. Mix sign. Hope. Accumulate. Wow, there's so many things. So many things that are changing before my eyes. Look at this list, man. Yeah, the only one that is relevant to me after the fact is go. That's it. Or sing. When it comes to making these companionships actually last, I feel like it also takes a certain mindset, which might be less prevalent nowadays when it comes to expectation. Yes, I agree. It definitely takes a certain mindset. And most of the stuff that I was talking about earlier contributes to that mindset. Like, it's part of that mindset. It's obviously not comprehensive because I'm trying not to talk for the next 6 hours about it. low-key trying to preserve some time. Largely because tomorrow is going to be peak day and I will try to bide my a reasonable amount of time. All right, so what did yesterday look like? It was okay. Yesterday was okay. Da Chong. Da Chong is since, right? So strike, to follow strike. Da Chong. From, since. From now on. That's a little bit one that's on and off. I have an on and off relationship with Da Chong. Doran. Oh, this was a jerk reflex, but to conduct oneself. I knew that. Jerk reflex. 不过 不过 was a bit. It's however and but. I have a mixed relationship with this one too at the moment. 拿到 to get. But I went with like to obtain, to achieve. It's a lot of things. So get. 知己 myself. To know oneself. Oh, that's intimate. I think know self can be a synonym here. We're gonna say know self. Or self-awareness. I think self-awareness is good. Heading off to bed? Yeah, take care. Is there a Chinese equivalent to 頑張って加油 加油 is add oil. 加油 I think this is still ad in Japanese, right? I'm not sure if this... I think this deals with oil as well in Japanese. So it's still the same. Or it loosely translates to the same thing. 加油, add oil. Thanks. Yeah. This is the oil in soy sauce. And I don't know where ad comes from in Japanese right now. Because the ad something that I have is not the ad with this character. So yeah, that's the typical one. Good night. Good night, Gecko. It was a pleasure. Thanks for hanging out. Good little side chats, right? Side chats. Always appreciate it. Keeps the momentum going. Oyasumi nasai. Buenas noches. Buenas noches. You don't have a Chinese keyboard installed, so just picture me saying it. You could type, hear me out before you go. You could type the characters for those. They're the same characters. So is your Japanese on point yet? You can type the same exact characters in Japanese. Yeah, multilingual things. Only multilingual things. Translingual opportunities here. You can type this character and this character in Japanese next to each other. I actually have no idea what this is. Yo, I'm pretty sure this is yo. Or a yo of some sort. But I don't know what this is. Ja? What could ja be? Ya? It could be a ya. But I can't think of a, yeah. But anyways, for next time. I've seen other clever things before. Maybe a discussion for another time. I love when people use kana to tell me how to pronounce Spanish words. That's kind of my thing right now, using kana to practice pronouncing Spanish words. Oh, there it is. You got it. Yeah, 加油. Oh, can you tell me before you go what are the Japanese reads for that? Oh, you copied and paste. What would be the Japanese read for those? Like, do you know? Like, say it's an onyomi. Like, say it's a classical jukuko. What would be the reads for this character? For this word? Transliteration. So cool. Okay, sorry. Alright, so we're going to... I screwed up on Qing. I don't know why. Green. Lapse of judgment. And, 可是. 可是 is also however and but. These two howevers and buts. We're all up in that but situation now. And this is Jing. How the heck did I mess up Jing? Oh, eyeball. Jerk reflex. Fine. Today is a good day. We had a wonderful conversation. I get so pumped after a wonderful conversation. Alright. I'll tell you in the future. It will be fun in the future for sure. One day I'm gonna describe all these Chinese characters by using the onyomi read. All the characters. Like, oh hey look. What is this? This is on. You know, on. Ju. I don't have this one yet. Oh, do I? No, I don't have this one yet. Or this one. Or this one. Eh? No, but there's so many I don't have. Ben? Ben? Neat. Okay.
迎接
Okay. 迎接 welcome. To invite, to greet. So to greet and welcome. Ooh. Oh, it's still to welcome or to greet. Okay. But with addition of meat. So this is to greet. This is to welcome. And together is to meet. Okay. To meet someone properly is to welcome and greet them. Alright, alright. 迎接迎接新的 challenge. No siree, I got nothing on that.
迎接新的挑战，
挑战到机场迎接一个朋友 to meet. Okay, yeah, I see. 迎接一个朋友。
迎接海运
海运 sea, to carry by sea transportation is concerned with how best to carry things to different places via the sea. Add is just ka. Oh, which I remember with sanka. To participate. Yeah, sanka. Chanja is also participate. So that's chanja, and then oil is yu. Oh, they went with you, as in soyu. Yep, and soy sauce. Yep. Take care, Gecko. Yeah. So chanja. I forgot about that. Sanka. That's right. So closest would be Hayu. Interesting. Neat. Haiyun. Haiyun. Ocean shipping. That's what I was thinking of. Ocean shipping. Sea transport. Alright. Woman. Woman. 适用. Right, because we got this yesterday. Woman 实用. Oh, yeah. 实用. Woman 实用. Was he in the bathroom or the basement? I feel like it was in the basement. So 我们使用海运运送 deliver goods. 运送 something
我们使用海运运送货物，
货物。我们使用海运运送货物 goods 货物。Okay. 海运oh man, 海运 not quite rolling off the tongue there.
晚安
晚安 Okay. 晚安明天见 Right. 晚安明天见下次见 Yeah, okay. Okay. Say goodnight. The heck? 大晚安，
道晚安。
大晚安，到 for say？ 嗯，
晚安。动画
动画 anime of course or animation since I would say animation more because 动画我很喜欢看动画。你最喜欢哪一 what is this 节哪一节动画
你最喜欢哪一部动画？
Boo it's Boo it's Boo okay 一部动画一 different Boo 的一部动画
你最喜欢哪一部动画？
Yeah 部动画Okay
动画普通话
普通话 Okay so we finally got it 普通话 Alright in China if you talk in Mandarin you are universally communicating yeah Oh, and you can just write 普通话 Yeah 普通话 is 普通话I'm not even sure if it's Mandarin. It's just 普通话 is 普通话 Largely because 普通话 means common tongue. So you could have a 普通话 kind of where like 普通话 for me is not 普通话or Mandarin, but you know, standard. It's standard Chinese. Yeah. 普通话普通话说的很漂亮普通话普通话说的很漂亮 OK 大多 I know you what are you foreman wait that's not it yes it's this is the 数 right so 大多数 the majority 大多数中国人都听得到 maybe 听得到普通话
大多数中国人都听得懂普通话。
懂 that's right 懂 like yes should have known that I was saying 到 is more like 听得到 like oh they understand it as well like it's a different way to express like you're able to hear it as opposed to I guess you hear it with understanding 懂 but I think it's still the same actually it's like a synonym thing 你听得到吗 right do you understand interesting I'll say 普通话
普通话
普通话all right off to the races and it's gone
迎接
迎接
海运
海运啊 okay I'm not sure about the 海运 versus 海运 I have to look some samples 海运 okay we'll go with it though 海运晚安
晚安
动画 wrong tone, my bad. 动画普通话
普通话
All right, off we go. Direction and orientation is still direction. Actually, it's direction plus direction equals direction. The directed direction. Okay. Orientation. I do need to remember orientation though for... Yeah, there we go. Yeah, direction, orientation is still direction. And I actually added direction for direction. More roughly the same, but direction is more commonly used. Interesting. 方向 他 something 他 asa 他 morning 学校的 morning school? No. Oh, interesting. It doesn't actually have... It's like lost. Something dealing with morning. 学校的方向走了。
他朝学校的方向走了。
他朝学校的方向走了。I do not remember you still. 主去 no. No. 北去 I don't know. Okay, so 去江 something I don't know. What is it? Correct. What could it be? 江距方向
指出正确方向。
wait.
指出正确方向。
这样去 Why does it sound weird, this part?
指出正确方向。
这样去 It sounds like 这样去 I mean, I thought it was J-U, not Q-U-E. And 只去这样去 It almost... It's written as 去 but it sounds like 去 Interesting.
指出正确方向。
Or 这样去 It sounds like 这样去 I need to check on that in the future too. 方向
方向使用
使用 something to use and truly use is still to use or to utilize. Yep. 使用你会不会使用这什么counter for machine. It looks similar to machine. Let's say die. 这台机 key so 机器 or just say 机器
你会不会使用这台机器？
yeah, 机器 and the only way I knew T is because it's key. 机器 because of Japanese. 机器 I remember writing this character for an electronics store. 你会不会使用这台 Okay, it's two. And the only way I know is it's die. Die for Japanese. 这台机器 Interesting. 你会使用这个电脑吗？ Okay, that's fine. We can read a little bit.
使用，
使用，
但是，
但是 oh no, we have our third however and but. Okay, so let's collect them. 但是 and it's gone. Boo something. And then 可是 但是 可是 boo something. 那不是 not something. I'll remember later. Yeah, we have 3 buts. Lots of buts. Literally 3 buts right now. Okay, this is 退 no. 虽日 yeah 虽日 no 虽然 虽然 oh, that makes sense now. I can read the 虽 and then make the adjustment to 让 虽然喜欢茶虽然喜欢茶但是我不常喝 oh yeah, the but is like this is provided because I like for the sake or like I like tea while I like tea but I don't drink it often, or like provide, you know, I do like tea although I like tea but I don't often drink it, but it just comes off as I like tea but I don't often drink it because it's implicit. 这个城市不大，yeah 不大，但是很漂亮。Okay, all right, got some good ones.
但是，通知，
I don't know the other 2 buts because I used 但是 instead of the other 2 buts that were already introduced. Oh, hey, there's the daily Twitch bot that's reminding me I'm also live on Twitch. Thank you for reminding me that my Twitch feed is still working. To communicate, to know, right? To communicate, which is to notify. To communicate with them so they know, to notify them or to inform them. Yes. I would also probably add to tell. Telling, told, tell. Qing 请把我们的something 定 or 定通知他
请把我们的决定通知他。
决定通知他 oh, I guess I should have known that. 决定 off the thing. 请把 oh, it's 3 not 2. 请把我们的决定通知他。我会通知他的。通知你的。对。欢迎。
通知，
You hear this a lot. 通知。
不但，
Okay, 不但 not only, of course. So this is the companion to 不但 is the companion to 而且 他不但会 yeah 他不但会different speak. I was gonna say sure, but I don't know what this is. Speak 英语 oh, so is this 欢会 no 美会还会 right 还会 can be 欢会还会 speak again 中文
他不但会讲英语，还会讲中文。
讲 oh that 讲 the chatting 讲 oh right the chatting 讲他不但会讲英语还会讲中文他不但 oh there's 而且 the 而且 and 不但他不但聪明他不但聪明而且用球
他不但聪明，而且用功。
用功 oh my god I picked the wrong one okay fine
不但
不但yeah gotta not mix them up yeah
方向
不但
不但但是通知使用不安
不安not peace I mean that's great no peace not unpeaceful unpeaceful I don't think have I ever used unpeaceful before in English? I don't think I'm not even sure if I've ever used unpeaceful. Is that a word? Hold up. Well, it most certainly is. Unpeaceful. 不安他感到 no feel 觉得他觉得 no it can't be another 觉maybe 他感到不安
他感到不安。
it is gun dang it should have went with my I should have went with my gut feeling on that one 他感到不安这是一个不安的地方 place 地方非常不安
非常不安。
all right we're gonna go with not peaceful kind of weird to say unpeaceful for me
笔直
笔直 perfectly straight okay so we got the straight recently so this is a great way to reinforce that straight which is a single component as well, meaning the same thing. And then, wait, the rope coming from the ceiling, going from the basement to the ceiling. James Bond, got it. And then B, which is pen. If something is as straight as a pen, then it's perfectly straight. Oh, that's a great way to look at it. I didn't even think of it that way. Oh, straight as a pen. I like it. 笔直的马路哦，笔直的马路，笔直走 walk straight ahead， 笔直走。There's no one in it. I kind of thought maybe like 往笔直走， like in the direction perfectly straight, or 笔直往走 no 往笔直走。 But it's already implied that you're walking ahead in a straight line. Interesting.
笔直
perfectly straight like a pen. I like it. 实力 use power to exert force. To use power. Okay, all right. I'm good. You got me. Let's go. 他实力关上了刷 no that's 卡住的门，
他使力关上了卡住的门。
卡住 what is the 卡住的门。 jammed 卡住 interesting 他实力 lift something T I mean TT glove or no that's not glove TT something heavy 重的 oh I'm supposed to know box at this point. No chance.
他使力抬起沉重的箱子。
箱 dang. What is this? Tai. Okay, so it's taking the right. 抬起长重的箱子。OK
实力故
deliberately I was thinking more like story, but okay. Goofy is in the bathroom of the house. Cleaning a headstone. Go on. That he pulled out the front yard earlier. The foreman came in and hits him, again angry that he would deliberately defile a grave. Goofy, not expecting the blow to his head, drops the headstone and then shatter across the bathroom tile. Of course, he did not drop it deliberately. Wait a minute. Oh wait, he's cleaning the headstone that he pulled from the bathroom, and foreman went thwack for him divine. Okay, deliberately. Interesting. Gui. Oh yeah. Gui. Illusion. 典故. Yeah, 故事. Story was my. So deliberate matter. Deliberate matter is a story. Interesting. Yeah, they went with deliberately, but deliberate meaning. Actually, I don't know about Yi. What is Yi supposed to be? Heart, sun, stand. Yoshi in the bathroom of the house. Did I get sun, heart, stand yet? I think I did. 故事. Alright, this is new. You interpret this as deliberately. Intended matter. Cold matter. How do I get to deliberate for story? Whoops.
故
It's fine. We'll work on it.
言
Yen. Yep. Yen. Again. Yen. And it still checks out with words, our component words. Okay, and this is gonna be tough. It would have been tough if I didn't already know yen. Yoshi is inside the pawn shop, running around trying to knock down some words that are floating around with his spotted eggs. Afraid they might bump into one of the vintage objects hanging on the wall. Okay, the vintage objects gives away the pawn shop. Okay, words, say, and word. Okay, so they have say. Okay. Yeah. Yen. Oh. Liu Yan. Proclamation. Chuan Yan. Chuan Yan. Chuan Yan. Chen Yan. Oh no. This is Shen Yan. Shen Yan. Another rumor. Lots of words. Okay.
言
Okay. Ooh,
故
my T double tapped.
笔直
One.
不安 言
Right.
实力
Right. Next one. Dao for horn. Oh no. No corners here. Oh, this is a horn. But not horns as in horns. Come on, Kevin. You need to help me out here. Imagine if the moon... I'm not sure how I feel about thinking that's a moon. Imagine if the moon had a gigantic dagger fused with a rod, okay, many miles long planted into it. It would be a horn of sorts. And most horns have a crescent moon like curve to them as well. This one's gonna of course it's horn, yeah, right. No, but I don't really know. How does
脚
help me out here? Oh no, a horn is a horn. incoming problem. Jimmy Neutron is in the cellar of the barn, sorting through piles and piles of cow. And then now he's using it as horns, so it does relate to the horns. Horns on the dirty cellar floor. He is trying to find the optimal horn for one of his experiments. None of the horns even compare to his crazy horn-like hair. Honestly, how am I gonna write horn? Okay. Yeah, it's corner as well. It works with corners. Ugh. So they chose. I see. Corner instead of horn. Oh my gosh! And there's corner. Okay, we're adding corner. Well, I might as well unify this. A corner. Yeah. Yeah, 3 corners work as 3 horns too. 三角牛角, right? Makes sense. And then there's corner of the mouth, 嘴角. And then 立角 or 鹿角.
Jiao.
What? So Jimmy Neutron is just looking for horns, cow horns, in order to experiment. None of the horns even compare to his crazy horn-like hair. I mean, true.
或
At some point I knew or. The Hulk is in the bathroom of the office building. Whereas where he is working under a psychopathic middle manager. Alright. His manager tells him he has to pick up the halberd from the ground with his mouth or he will be fired. The Hulk, in a fit of rage, ripped off his collared shirt and tie, begins to hit the middle manager who presented such an absurd either or scenario to him. Ultimatum, but okay. Okay. Well, maybe. Oh, sure. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Okay.
或他
Okay, this one I'm fine. Do I need anything from this? Not really. Tarzan is in front of the auditorium where he's playing with a dollhouse. He has no dolls, so he used little spoons to represent these people instead. It is quite a sight to see, so there are some tuxedoed guests outside watching him play with it instead of going to see the play, which is a reenactment of It, a play about a murderous clown. Okay. Amen. Bay. Cheetah. Still the other.
他
Oops.
助
Ooh. To assist. Or help. There it is. We might as well help. Okay. Ooh. What do we have for this? Asu. Askeru. Okay. George Cosenza is in the bathroom of the house trying to move a bookshelf into it so that he looks more sophisticated. A muscular arm assists him moving the bookshelf through the door. Yeah, this is going to assist him to look so sophisticated. Okay, I got you. Oh yeah, this is the jewel of Banju. Where's Banju at? Banju. Yeah, Bang. Yeah? Yeah, Bang, right? Yeah. How was Bang? Bang. Okay. Bart Simpson was in front of the chapel. I think he put some bricks into some white towels and took charge. Something about measuring. What the heck was the caliper for? Well, if I forget it, I suppose. They're both help. Or one's help, one's...
住
Oh boy. Alright.
他住
And it's gone. Someone. But who is it in the bathroom? No. Hulk.
或
The heck? These are filled with suck. There's so much suck about these. Alright, horns. It was Jimmy Neutron. Stellar of Barn. Was it Jimmy Neutron? It was Jimmy Neutron. If it was Jimmy Neutron, what would it be? Oh, yes.
脚
Y'all. Okay. Tomorrow's gonna be different. That's for sure. All right, let's lock in. Okay.
今年
我今年要学中文。
细知觉
恢复知觉。
Can't spell consciousness.
思考
他思考了许多天这个问题。
To contemplate. Yeah, I mean that is what that is. There's no way around it. It's on and off or 思考. Reason why I said try is because Kyle is in it. But you're supposed to. Yeah, that's just tough. That one's just tough in general.
子其他
有些语言比其他语言难学。
外套
他没有穿外套。
排
What is this? Hi. Patrick is in high school. With some. That took a bit.
酒
Oh no. Okay.
课又是
今天又是一个雨天。
边
Order.
因手套
这两只手套不配对。
市场
国际市场。
挺身
他挺身而出。
海水
这里的海水很浅。
Ah! Oh, tap water. Wait, what? Oh, seawater. Whoops. I mean, seawater is kind of salt water.
高贵
出身高贵。
商业
在工业、商业、财政方面。
饿科挺身而出
在危急时刻， 他挺身而出。
结改和晴天
晴天比雨天舒服。
可是
这里很美，可是太冷了。
经变福往
Oh, it's not direction, but I think I added direction. Toward, yeah. Forward.
因
See Walter. My bad. The heck? Jiaoru? That doesn't seem. A torch and foreman. Yeah. It's not this. Oh. Shoal. Oh, that's Shoal. Okay. A bakery. A Shrek. Shoru. Oh. Income. Right.
花心
花心男人。
I rushed that. I should have slowed down there. That shouldn't have been a mistake. Oh, 1-4. 1-4 typo. Okay, I really need to slow down a little.
衣服
I did
他
a
每
one.
天都穿一样的衣服。
It's been a while since I did the 1-4. 1-4 typo. Is it 2 or 3? It's clearly 2. Oh! Wait, no. Yeah, it's clearly 2. Oh, no. It's 4. How's it 4? Almost. Yeah. Look at Cha. The sheep dressed up as a okay, Charlie Brown, sure, dressed up as a sheep for the play that's going on. A real sheep comes in and realizing he differs, hits him with a crossbeam. He is mad that that one's kind of sucky, really sucky. That's not. Can you not click on the same thing? Thanks. This
西
one
南
shouldn't have
它在我
been.
们的西南方，
I should have slowed down. That shouldn't have been an error.
旁边
小学旁边是一座公园。
字 病人
他是一位病人。
屋 外号
他的外号叫
粗
Wrong tone on 4. Fine, I guess. That's kind of aggressively annoying. I wrote the wrong tone again. Alright, we need to recover here.
面试
你需要准备面试。
So, how did I screw this one up? I don't know where this is. Definitely Jimmy Neutron. It could be anywhere with the moon. It can be anywhere. Oh, because it's not Jimmy Neutron. Geez, it could be anyone too with this. Oh my goodness. Yeah, we have no words yet, right? Yeah, no words with this. Yikes. We knew that. We knew that was gonna be a problem from yesterday.
电脑
我没有电脑。
Oh, so triggered right now.
左右
8点钟左右，
玉
Be anyone in the house for this to happen. And yeah, anyone.
居
Wait, why was it Yugi though? I gotta look at that again. I don't understand why Yugi would be smart enough to wear an elbow pad. Unless I'm confusing it with a different mnemonic. That's probably what was throwing me off. I thought it was Jimmy Neutron because he was being clever to protect his elbow, but I might be using a different mnemonic. I wrote the wrong tone again. Today is filled with wrong tones.
参加
我要去参加派对。
收入、
总收入、
电影院、
我不喜欢去电影院。
I can't. What? How do you use theater?
爬上、
山太高了，我没爬上去。
课文、
这篇课文很有趣。
长生不老、
世上不可能有长生不老的人。
杯子、
杯子砸了，
呢、
I should have wrote it. I should have added more to this. I guess I'm gonna guess how about. Yeah, I'm gonna add more of this. How about you and you? Oh, question particle. Okay. Okay. Um.
认清、
认清是非。
To see clearly. Oh my goodness! Of all the things, oh my. I thought I had it all. I really did. I thought I had it all.
四斤、
那只狗有4斤重。
Yeah, today's one of those days. Definitely one of those days.
称、店面、
那个店面很脏。
少数、
少数服从多数。
冷、玩弄、
别玩弄那钢笔啦。
正在、
他正在看一本书。
前后、
前后半小时。
王位、
继承王位。
花、 校友，
我去了校友会的活动。
Oh, dang it, that's alumni. Once again, comes back. Comes back again.
"去年，
我去年这时候在台湾。
的，对，吃，目前，
我目前没有这个打算。
关，青春，
青春不在，
几千，
几千年的时间。
房间，
我的房间很暗，
That's also bedroom. Don't even at me right now.
电网，
世界上第一个电网。
9000，
它的战斗力超过9000。
难忘，
他的笑容令人难忘。
份，
This has got to be something else, right? It can't be older brother, can it? Oh, I guess it can. Save me.
"气味，
一股馨香的气味。
背后，
我去躲在门背后。
拉票，
他拉票时很热情。
The heck? Wait, hold up. Magic stick in a... I really... Oh, it's Jun. Oh my goodness, yeah. It's Jane Spot in front being upset with the thing and pointing... Picks out a gun? Oh my gosh, yeah. That's not helpful. Well, back on the pile you go. Today is that day again.
拉开
拉开窗帘，
To take out is also another one. Yep, I should have added this the last time too. So today is filled with plugging. Plugging.
粘
So much plugging.
差点
他差点哭出来。
Yeah, today was awful. Still average, but awful. Average feels awful now. I think we gotta... I don't know if I like it. Yeah, see. Synonym. Synonym, knew the meaning, but typed too quickly. 4-1 mix. Or just wrong tone. I typed so many wrong tones today. Wrong tone. Not that it's just being lazy. So many back-to-back wrong tones. 1-4 wrong tone, 1-4 wrong tone. Wrong tone. This one was tough. I 1-4 wrong toned, and then or 2-4 one tone. It's just 4 and 1s all day long. This one is tough too. I think I should just default to consider, because consider is one of them. Trying to think about different ways to say to think about is still consider. So it keeps throwing me off every time I try to think of more integrating the two. The right hand character throws you off to the left hand character. The left hand character is dominant. This one, so many things could be this one. To understand clearly, to see clearly is to like see through everything without clouded judgment, like without masking. So it's to have an understanding, to understand. And of all the things I've added, I clearly missed to understand. To take out is to pull out, to pull open. Seawater, that was a little weird. But what do I do about this one? This one's... So Yugi wears elbow pads, yeah. If he gets anything wrong, then it hits him on the elbow. So Yugi... Oh, it doesn't even say anything about being intelligent. This is the power of... That's what the link was, the education moon card. That one's kind of weak. That's from yesterday. That's fine. How many is that? 6, 13? It's on the high end. I think every time I get across like 10 errors, it feels awful. Especially when the vast majority of them, if the vast majority of them deal with interpretive synonyms. And I think some of them don't capture the meaning in the sentence. Like Fangjian. But I think today's most awful feeling is 6 of them were tone typing errors. Not tone not knowing what the tone is, but just tone typing errors. Okay. Well, maybe tomorrow will be different. I don't see a lot of reds, so that's pretty good. This one was, that's just not good. These two have the same problems, right? Yeah, same problems. It could be happening to anyone is the problem. I couldn't figure out the initial. The initial was problem. Like what initial was this? I could not think of who is interacting with this, and I couldn't figure out who was interacting with this. And this one doesn't have a final, so if I don't know the initial, I just don't know it. I don't have a prototypic word for it yet, right? Yeah, so there's no word to bounce off as well. The alternative is to have a word that's related to it, so I can be like, oh yeah, that's right. And I guess education is the closest thing I'm gonna have. This is new to me. I think one of the things is for both WaniKani and HanziHero, I do not like the idea of locking words behind the characters. So to me, introducing a prototypic word with the characters serve as an additional association mnemonic, which it makes sense that early on you're learning how to decipher the characters, right? So you're trying to decipher the characters in order to get into the vocabulary, but I don't think there's a need to be. I can change that on HanziHero. That's not the point of what I'm doing right now. That has nothing to do with the point of why I'm doing it. I wouldn't know this, and I wouldn't be able to do this and test this if I changed it. So, will I change it in the future? Not really, since errors has anything. I'm not upset about it. And I'm aware you can change it. But that's not the point that I'm making. It is the point that I'm making that there's no reason to. I just meant that it gives you the option to learn how you want to. Yeah. And again, my point is I don't want to learn how I want to. I'm making commentary on how they want you to learn. So, I get what you mean. It's not how I want to learn. But when I'm making a criticism, it's not like I'm saying I want to learn it that way. I'm saying I don't necessarily think you need to separate them. So maybe perhaps my explainer is not clear that it's irrelevant what I want. I'm saying it can be that way. I wouldn't be using a product like this if I wanted it the way I wanted it, in my opinion. Thanks for the suggestion. Alright, so let's go over our stuff for today. Back when you started using it, it was character plus word together. Didn't know they changed the default. Oh, character and word together? I see. Yeah, they changed it when they implemented. It's actually kind of ironic. They changed it because it's closer to Anki. I'm pretty sure that's when they changed it. But you can't satisfy everyone. I think that was the idea behind it. I think it's negligible, the difference between them. curious what they decide to do, but there's an option, so I guess they didn't actually change it, but yeah, they might have changed the default. But since there's an option, it's an option. And this is only, and obviously you probably came in at a very specific time, but I'm only talking about these. I'm not talking about any other characters. So like this character is different from these. The reason why this character can may use another character in relation is because this component is one thing. So it's a very specific case. The reason why these are coming up is largely because their mnemonics are not exclusive, no, but a lot of the others are fine. All the others are they stick out a lot. So now we're getting into the fine situation where it's only very particular characters. So you turn something on, you can't necessarily turn on just for a very specific one. If I were min-maxing, it's irrelevant when we get this because HanziHero has no soft gate. So regardless of what you do, you're still going forward at the pace you want. The feedback you get is a little different, right? Depending on it. So as long as I maintain a 92 to 93%, 90%, no matter how fast I go, it's still the rate that I find acceptable. WaniKani, on the other hand, has soft lock, so I approach WaniKani entirely different. That one has a 99% correction rate. So most of my accuracy from day to day is 98 to 99%. So you can adjust to this. My choice in the way I'm approaching HanziHero is for the interest of time. So this is well within the usual limit. So half of these are synonym errors most of the time. Not today though. 6 of them are tone types, which that's largely because I'm impatient today. And 2 of these, this one and this one, are actual errors that I would consider concerning errors, and that's when I made the comment about having associated thing. But these would be less cases. These are lesser cases. So changing a default for this, I would say it would be an argument for their change to default. Like, I kind of understand from my observations regarding these 2 particular cases, it would be the opposites. I would probably unlikely to change it. Yeah, if you get it wrong because of a synonym or something, you can press Ctrl Z to enter it. You likely already know this and intentionally do it. But if anyone else was watching and didn't know, oh, that's interesting. No, I didn't know you can press Ctrl Z. That's interesting. I guess that's useful. So what, does it just take back it? Huh. I didn't know you can do that. I just enter the synonym afterwards and then move along. It goes away the next day, you know what I mean? Because the thing comes back the next day. So all of these things are going to come back the next day, where I added all the synonym. Oh, okay. Yeah, the nice thing about is like a redo option. I see. The nice thing about again, like, no big deal here. Again, there's no like soft gate. So if there's anything you do in terms of synonyms, is you enter the synonym wrong or right and it comes back the next day. Oh, and if you hit Ctrl Z, does it not show up here anymore? It would probably disrupt my workflow at this point. You'll do it for situations where you wrote like father and it wants papa. Oh yeah. Yesterday, I kid you not, Jacob. Yesterday, I can't line this up better. So 2 days ago on WaniKani, right? Something came back. Out of all the days, the component this component came back, right? And I typed mama, and that was wrong because they wanted mother. All right, and on the same exact day, it's the following day after the lesson that mama was introduced in HanziHero. So this was it. I know. We'll get to that at the 100 review. The 100-day review is when I'm gonna switch up some stuff on WaniKani to like spice up the experience, but not until 100 days. I got this yesterday, so the previous day, but today is a repeat. It's a review because once you do the lesson, you get the review the very next day. And I typed mama and got it wrong, and it was mother. The same exact day on the review, and there's more. On the same exact day in Duolingo Spanish, I got mama. And Duolingo does word associations. So some of the prompts ask for madre instead of mama. And I got it wrong. Some of these days, today is a table flip day. I gotta flip a table. I really need like something that I can just chuck. You can only laugh about these kind of things. Okay, real talk though. Dan Shi. Right? Oh wait, what was the other one? Hang on. I swear. Hold on. What you call it? Is it? Yeah. So, 不过，可是，但是, like within 3 days of each other. Yikes. Like I default to 但是, but they introduce 不过 and 可是 a little bit before, like a few days before. Or actually, 不过 might be a little bit even earlier. And all three of these mean but or however. That's a lot of buts. I mean, I don't openly talk about butts too much, but like I'm not. We don't talk about butts here too much, like that type of butts. But that's a lot of butts. That's a lot of butts. They're not all even the same year. They're just cleverly staggered. Anyways, it's fine. Oh, the Control Z thing is really interesting. Oh, and I'm okay with that. I want them to appear down here. So I really like HanziHero's, like not this very particular aspect of HanziHero is great. So like no soft gates, right? So no soft gates. So sometimes any minuscule mistake that I make, I want them to show up here. And so I can, because I'm going to go through the review now, like I'm going to review at the end. WaniKani on the other hand, because of soft gating, I need to circumvent the soft gate. But again, well, what day is it today on WaniKani? It's 83, right? Yeah, in 17 days, I'm going to do my 100-day review, right? My 100-day progress report. And in WaniKani, I'm going to be talking about 8 things about WaniKani, and all 8 of those things are going to change with scripts. for the next 100 days. HanziHero, I actually have no complaints about HanziHero, really. It's interesting. I think Kevin is fairly close to how I would go about doing this. However, the comments I'm making are like telling myself like I really need to do something. Like there's no spot checking. Like default options must apply to the majority, right? Like the functions. I really like Kevin's choices. I think Kevin's choices are fantastic by default even. Largely because there are places where you reflect, and you know, this was recent. Adding ranges, hooey. I can't. The first day this was released, like this thing was released, I'm like, I'm using this. I know exactly how I'm going to use this, and that's how I'm going to use it. And I've been using it since day one. Right? That this is how I track like blitz through 2 or 3 times the volume in compared to WaniKani, and then any minuscule differences and stuff, it's not penalized to review it, so it fits my workflow very well. You like the site so much you offered to work on it for free for Kevin in need of assistance? That's really nice of you. Yeah, I was a little worried here. Like, this is a little tidbit about Kevin. I was a little worried that it's been over a month since he had an update, and today was when he updated, which he updated. The only thing, I look through his patch notes now because it could be retroactive. The only thing that's relevant to me right now is Xing. So Xing got changed, and look, I already did it. Because one time I typed okay, and it got marked wrong. It's like, dude, that is not okay. That is totally not okay. So I already added it, but he already went back and added it, so... that was the only one in the patch notes, in the curriculum update, that was actually relevant. So now I can remove this, which is really funny. No, you know what? We're gonna leave it in for posterity. Just for posterity. That's cool. I still can't believe he and Phil are the only people working on this. Because WaniKani has more than one. At first I thought it was largely Ko and maybe like Viet, but you hear a lot of comments from the others. Or swap between the two, like having 2 accounts or something. Oh yeah, you think the one thing you would request that they still don't support is the ability to do both at the same time? Yeah, I would love to do the same thing. So I checked as well. Me too. I agree. So after the 100-day review, right, I was thinking, well, what happens if I switch? So I clicked on it and it said something like, oh, be careful, it's synced to this, so you're gonna sync it to your position of stuff. It's like, oh, that's... So it's not compartmentalized like Duolingo, for example, you know, where it just tracks all the separate categories, right? So it would be cool, because I would love to blitz. I would like to get like turn it to the max and do a simplified one. They don't even have to be synchronized. They just have to, like, for me, I would love to do it all over again. Or simplified Chinese. I'm getting close to where there are most largely unfamiliar words, but so far it's still relatively there. In your opinion, you live in a society. All right, that's good. That's basically it. Okay. All right. Hello there, Curdle. How was my weekend? Wait. Today's Sunday. Oh yeah. You were here for most of my weekend, Curdle. It's fine. It's good. Lots of talk. Yesterday we talked about how to resolve a relational conflict, and then we talked about food a lot. as a social experiment. Oh there, ST. Yeah, we're about to wrap up HanziHero, so let's get our HanziHero wrapped up. Yeah, and Jacob's here. Probably have a busy life. Actually, are you still having a busy life, or has it been winding down, Jacob? Even though you're like randomly volunteering to take on more work. I do appreciate you sharing that detail though. That's very like you. And I like people like that. Very neat. Oh man, what is this? Horn? Oh boy. Actually, Jacob, are you using WaniKani right now? At the same time as you're using HanziHero? I feel like I want to have like a heart-to-heart talk with someone who's like compulsorily using both at the same time, because there's so many funny things that can only happen when you're using both. like this would be a great example right here. Today's thing was horn, right? I'm like, horn, like horn, and then you read the mnemonic is like, oh, it's the horn, but then Kevin's mnemonic incorporates horns and like tusk horns and horns, and then suddenly the example words deal with corners, and I'm like, all right, I'm just gonna type corner into there. Thank you WaniKani and HanziHero. It's corner and horns. That's it's pretty much the life of, if you're using WaniKani and HanziHero, it's been a journey at most. Like every time you pause, like, okay, so it's not these things, so it's got to be this thing, right? You definitely make use of Control-Z for that type of stuff as well. It's fine. Well, it's not fine on WaniKani, but we'll address that soon, right? After the 100 days, we'll address that. But it's fine on HanziHero. I'm okay with that. Like, if it gets bopped to the bottom, it only reminds me of what I know on WaniKani. So, good. Japanese. In your opinion, we live in a society that's basically it. Japanese. LTO, what's going on here? Random question. Do you take notes for anything? This is my notes taking. I take the same notes over and over again every single day. Right now, I speak my notes. I do take notes on the screen, so that is me taking the notes. And if I ever need to look at the notes, it's at the end and at the beginning of a stream. So you'll see the notes at the beginning, at the end of the stream. That's why I did that. It's been set deliberately for that reason. So I'm doing it at the end right now. These would be my notes for today. And then you look through all the streams, and it's at the end of every single stream. And then the remembering of the notes is at the beginning of every stream session. So a live session would have 3 or 4 things going on, but then all of the sections would be cut off and placed on the YouTube channel. And I go literally to those videos and skip to the end to see my notes on screen. So I'm writing on the screen for myself too. Yeah. So not a random question, and I do it every single day. I write notes every single day. The stories that we talk about, you know, like the dialogue about, like yesterday when we were talking about France or like immigration, political tension, that stuff I do write about, but I don't write about it in a notes situation. I write about it in like a journal and my own personal thoughts kind of notes, and I practice those things. So whenever someone asks me a question about those things, I have already rehearsed and prepared. It's what I was describing about how I'm going to learn to use my target language in the future. I learn to use my target language in the future by writing ideas down in the target language. So how do I present an idea about political tension with immigration? I write it and I speak it like how I would present it. So the stories that I tell, I'm not sure if people dislike this aspect, but most of the stories that I tell, at least I would say the majority of them are rehearsed. They are rehearsed. So I incorporate 30 to 40% of things that are happening in the moment, and it's built off of leading to the story that I have come prepared. So I sit here every day, like when someone asks me, you know, I think you might have been here for when, or someone, pro call asked me like, what do I look for in a partner, right? Like a question like that. I've prepared something for that. So speaking 4 hours mean I at least, oh, that was Curdle. Sorry, Curdle asked me. Yeah, Curdle asked me, not pro call. Curdle asked me what I look for in a partner. So I've already prepared that from practicing. I think it helps ease my mind. And earlier today, Gecko and I were reflecting on the colleagues, speaking of having insufficient representation. So earlier today, we were talking about having intellectual conversation based on information in order to have proper representation. So when you make an opinion and an observation about politics and stuff, you're kind of concerned with representation. And I drew like a box and whisker plot talking about the association between the perceived knowledge, idealism versus like ignorance, and how ignorance can be leveraged to make trust, which leads to like raising children and decision making. All of that was already written in advance. Many of those connections I think about every day, and the reason why I do this is because I find it very difficult to sleep, and like I have problems with, I usually refer to them as mania, like manic thoughts. So I keep recorded devices, maybe a notepad next to the bed, and you write them down. When you write them down, sometimes it gives you a little breather to sleep. So if you think about a lot of things, that's how I go about it. You got Obsidian a few hours ago to try and organize all your thoughts and notes and stuff, and I just want to put it to use. Oh, yeah, I see. Obsidian, huh? Oh, by the way, SD, I totally looked up the the way the French person demonstrates the is so funny. It sounds so apathetic when you're saying it. It's like, You know what it reminds me of? It reminds me of the Korean, like, uh, 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 uh. That is close to the net. I would agree with the net. I think Jacob would have a better, throwback on that. The ne everything. And then in Fujianese I would be like, let me see, let me get into character. Okay. Janea. Jane. Yeah, like or abai. So abai. Jane abai. Jane. So it's like, it's the closest thing to what we were talking about in Spanish. Like, oh, es verdad. Yes. Sí, verdad. Uh-huh. Yes. I know. That kind of thing. Like, I know, right. Got it. And that's like, Jane, abai. Abai. Okay, abai. So that was like the Anyways, let me finish this and we can switch to Duolingo Spanish first. How do you feel about my growth? One of my coworkers told me, "Yeah, I've seen you growing, so that was very nice to hear." What do you see you growing? Curdle? You? That's kind of cute. Wait, a coworker just came up to you and said like my own growth. I know, but my own growth as what? Like, how do I measure the growth? Oh, my own growth. How do I measure my own growth? That's a really excellent question. A ruler? My own growth. Well, for now, right, for this, every waking moment, every waking word that I speak is recorded for posterity, and that is growth. For me. So how do I measure? This is gonna sound so hypocritical, but every time I upload a video is growth. There's a big asterisk about the video though. These are journey videos, right? So I'm learning something. So it's proportional. It's proportional to every video that I make. Now, other people might not feel like growth because they're looking at progress. And progress is more like progress towards a goal. So I don't have a goal in mind at the moment. My goal, I guess my goal is to stream a day. Maybe exchange dialogue. And then record it. For one day, I'll look back. Now, what's another way to measure? I plan out a year in advance most of the time for immediate goals. So like there are certain goals, right? But these goals do not have a failed process of progress. So there are no fail goals, if you will. They're specifically planned in order to be experienced, right? So for example, once this month is over, I start new projects, and I think I'm going to change them too. So April is going to be different now. So starting April, we're going back to Wagotabi, and then while Wagotabi is happening, because it's been updated for 3 months now, there's a new patch every month. So we're going back to Wagotabi, and then while that's happening, March 31st this year, a game called So to Speak is being released, and it is a from zero journey game for Japanese. So before I go back to Duolingo Japanese, which was April's goal, right? April's plan, we're gonna play 2 Japanese games to grow, to put it in there, because I want to do something a little different. And that's how I measure things: how many projects I can do and how many things I can record. Like I don't want to give the misimpression that it's not about the number goes up. It is about doing things. I want to do things. I want to keep doing things. Whether they improve my outlook on life and stuff, not so much anymore. So that's how I measure it. In fact, it's gonna sound like it cheapens everything, but if I get up and I'm excited to do something, that's growth. that has the potential for growth. I think if I worked a project, like, I mean, if someone gave me a criteria to fulfill, then there might be different ways of measuring growth. I don't think people come up to me every day and say, that's true, because you could be depressed or stuck in a rut. Yeah, that could happen, right? So, I actually think the reason why I wanted to say that for sure is in case people get the wrong idea. Number goes up is actually a very dangerous way of misinterpreting your growth and misinterpreting your progress. Because when the number goes up, if it goes down, it's not negative progress to me. So I have to keep that in mind to distinguish. Number goes up here. So the more things I do, the more growth I have as a person. It's not a passive thing. It's not like, oh yeah, let me just spam videos and that makes me feel like my growth is better. No, it's always going to be one video every day with my heart on the line and investing as much as I can into every encounter. That's not going to change, right? The effort is not going to change. And that is personal growth. Now, in terms of people who tell me that I have grown a lot, that's kind of weird. And it doesn't happen too often, largely because what I do, in my opinion, it takes a very long time and you have to be very patient to see the growth happen, right? It's easier if someone didn't see someone for a very long time and they see a very long difference. So those people who do hang out with me, the growth is so slow that we basically don't see each other grow. We see each other share more and more experiences, and then suddenly one day, 2 or 3 months down the road, it's like, can you believe it's already 6 months? I know, right? That kind of growth is probably the closest type of experience I would have for someone, with someone, when it comes to that type of thing. And it gets odder and odder the older I get, right? I think the talking of growth and measuring growth is a young thing to have. It's ambitious. It creates forward momentum. It gets you moving. It provides pressure. Maybe a little too much pressure sometimes. For myself, like someone here's one thing that I'll mention the other day. So there's someone here that occasionally drops in, and I'm not sure if it's an English, a language barrier, or maybe an emotional intelligence, but when someone tells me that they're proud of me, that's weird. Like, to be proud of someone, you have to, in my opinion, you have to be part of the process. So I was like racking my head around what this person meant. It's like, it feels like there's a loss in translation somewhere, and or a lack of emotional intelligence, or maybe some underlying motive. But when someone tells me, oh, you learned a lot of something, it's a coincidence, by the way. This was like 2 days ago. You learned a lot of like kanji. I think it was kanji. I'm proud of you, right? I'm proud of you. I'm like, I don't know if you are here to know how much kanji I learned. It's difficult to take pride in someone's work if you are involved and are aware of what you're proud of. This, to me, strikes as a superficial comment is more likely to be a superficial comment, and it can be interpreted as condescending, where this person believes they are of a higher status and they just wanted to throw out a compliment in which they did not witness me grow. So it's a little weird. Yeah. So in the long run for me, I usually don't expect people to tell me that I've grown a lot because we grow together, or the person isn't here to see the growth. They might say something like, "Oh, I'm glad you're doing well," right? I can see you're still grinding and whatnot. It's like, that's nice. I know you said that, Curdle. I really appreciate that. Like, appreciate the idea that we don't have time to spend seeing each other grow, but it's always nice to catch up. I agree, it's just a thing people say though without really thinking much about it, so they might just be saying it to say they're happy or doing it. Yeah, that's pretty much what I think as well. There's a loss, but to me there's a loss in translation. Like for me, I am very proud of people who I've invested timeless effort to seeing and witnessing, and growth fills that void too. So the whole proudness and growth comes hand in hand. I absolutely love seeing people grow in front of my eyes. Like kids growing up, they grow up in such a short time frame compared to me, where like when someone says, "How do you measure growth?" A day at a time. A day at a time. If you say that to a kid, they're like, "What the flip are you talking about? Like, do you not like care about making money and stuff?" It's like, a day at a time. Like, but what about tomorrow? I'm like, today is the day. Let's focus on today. Like, but wouldn't you need to know that you're working towards something that will make you super awesome? If I try every day, it'll work out. But obviously that's being redundant. The reason why I say this to younger people, because I think when younger people who are inexperienced tries to predict everything they're going to do in the future, you get a lot of the situations that you have now where a younger person decides never to start things because they know what the end product is and they've already become completely blocked from attempting, right? Like, I love basketball. Oh, I just went online and saw this kid that's like a superstar that does all that. I can't do that. I guess I'm not gonna play basketball anymore. And hear me out, I did that as a kid. And it got me really, really far. For sure. I am the youngest I've ever been in mindset. So today, how I measure progress is by doing. If I said that to my 18-year-old self, he would probably just shake his head and walk away. Comparison is a thief of joy. Indeed, Jacob. Indeed. So nowadays, when people ask me questions, I tend to sound like someone that would hate my younger self, but not in the hate of a like a loathing, self-loathing thing, but more like hate to disagree. Like, oh yeah, it's the kind of grass is the on the greener side of things. Yeah, I do things because I do them. I love doing things. So if I find that someone's interested in something, low key, if SD keeps talking about French, I might just start French sometime down the road with discipline. But I love doing things. So progress and growth for me is how many possible memories I can capture live on stream. but that doesn't mean I'm gonna be streaming while I'm sleeping. Okay, all right. I'm telling you that I'm just making sure that's out there, or like for now, showing how I prepare my meals or something. That's a little that's getting a little too hardcore right now. But this is the most I got for everyone for now. For those who are interested. Oh there, Emily. Hello. Okay. I really we'll take this we'll take this discussion to dual Spanish in a sec. Let's do this quickly. By quickly I mean possibly not that quick. All right, so we got horn. Control Z, huh, Jacob? Control Z. I had no idea. It's that easy. Control Z. Wait, isn't that undo? Wow, that's so convenient. Wait, isn't Control Z undo? Wow. What a nice shortcut. Alright. Oh, what was this? You. Cool. No. Ooh. We'll check this as we go. Oh no, it's cool. Yen. Tasu. Taskeru. What are you taskeru? Sure. Wait a minute, yes. Oh. No. Whoa. What do you, how you guys, can I ask all of you? How you guys measure progress right now? I absolutely love recording things. Like that's how I measure growth and progress, or growth. I record, I write, I create. I don't stop creating when the stream goes off. I would be very, very deceiving if I didn't say I plan out at least 70 to 80% of the things I say on stream. That's my personal growth. Your progress is, did I learn or laugh today? Oh, I like the laugh part. Huh. Personally, the extra points if you were able to, for me personally, extra points if someone gave me a new dad joke. You heard me. You know? Honestly, if I had a collection of all the terrible mistakes I made, like what I mean is all the terrible funny mistakes that I laugh about while I'm learning language learning, that is growth right there. Because I've been working on some ways on recovering from making a mistake. Like by recovery I mean fun little stories and collages, like when Jacob talked about what was it, Papa and Father. I already prepared that. It was from the last day about Mama and Mother. Mama, Madre, right? I can, okay. What are you? The dagger? Pipe? Worn? Like, how did you do this? Oh. Wait. I guess we'll get to this. Oh no. Someone was looking for horns. And they were, oh, it's definitely Jimmy. But where? I wanted to put Jimmy in, oh. That's fine. I told myself I wouldn't be doing that until later, but that's fine. Okay. Alright, let's cover this up. So, wait. I forgot to read one of your statements. You said something about Seattle. I totally forgot that. Oh, and you... Wait. You said something about Seattle, and I didn't make a comment on it. Hold on. Still busy life. Moved up to the Seattle area. Did I already know that? From last time, or not? Had a work trip in Vegas all this week. So tired from that. That's a weird... That's an awesome flex. You should have flexed harder. You get to go to Vegas for a business trip? Huh. Hi Shay. Hi Shay. Ying. Yi. Ying something. Stand. Female Ying Jie. Ying Jie. I. Yun. Ying. Yun. I'm gonna have to hear that sample again. This is a sample that I need to hear. Yun. Wan. Dong. Donghua. Donghua. Fang. Fang. Xiang. Fang Xiang. Wu. Dan. Dan Shi. Tong zhi. Nope. Bian Yong. B. Nope. 一只 Hoang. 便利. Bien? Most of your time was in a conference room with way too many people. I miss being in a conference room with way too many people. Is that kind of weird? That sounds kind of weird. I do miss being around my around people. Although I do have to agree, at the time those conference rooms are way too packed. All the time, way too packed. Efficiency and all. All right, so let's cover these things. Right, 房间. Oh, I forgot to do the mnemonic stuff. We'll do it. 房间, so room. I know, but it can also mean bedroom. So this is fine. How do I screw this up? Ow. Oh. 1-4, 1-4 toss. 1-4 toss. No, not 1-4 toss. This is alumni. That's a gut reference. Gut whoopsie. Gut whoopsie. Chi. One messed up on chi again. My gut feeling, wrong tone. So, 去年, last year. Fine. I guess I'll just write chi. Oops. Chi. That's kind of a non-issue. So these are non-issues. Human error, you know, human error. Gotta embrace it. And this one is 1-4 tap. So I tapped 4 instead of 1. Even though I was thinking 1. How did this one work? Yeah, it's the so xi nan. That's a non-issue. And then I screwed up Ding Yin Yan as well. It's a 1-4 tap. Yeah, how do we do Ying? Ying is right. Ying and Yen. What was Yen's? This one, right? Right. Yan Ying. Yen. What do you do at a conference? Like what is this about? What do you guys chat about? Is it like a seminar setting? Alright, what do we have here? Oh, cha. Oh, cha is a little bit rough right now. Wait, is this our only cha? I think this is our only cha. Oh, you know what? I think they have a different typeset for this. Oh, they do have a different typeset for this. Dang. Swapping it up. Using this typeset. Cha dian. Oh, I think we're doing broiler, right? Whoops. Or what do you? Oh dear. Oh no, it's goggle. It's black. We're doing black. Oh, that's awful. Oh, that's off-centered. Right. Oh, the cha. What was the cha? Charlie Brown is in Charlie Brown is Charlie Brown is in the bathroom auditorium of the bathroom auditorium wearing a sheep suit, but then a real sheep came by. Is like, dude, what up? You're not a real sheep, and bonk him over the head with a like with a crossbeam because he's different. He differs. You can't say what you talk about since it was government stuff. Oh, okay. But it was talking. Oh, okay. I see. You and your confidentiality. I got you. I got you. I totally messed up show. I was what face today? Go through. And I messed it up again because I did a 1-4 tap after Ru. This one is an asterisk. This one is too. For sure. Largely because I feel like the feeling of this one is different from, but I can't quite put it in English still. So to contemplate. I have so many for this one to contemplate. How do I screw this one up? It's 认清. Oh, this one too. It's in the fillings department. 认清. To see clearly. It's fine. We put an asterisk on this one too. What happened? Oh no, this one. No. We're putting it over here. La Kai. The poll open to take out. No. This one's non-negotiable. We're patching that up. Patching that puppy up. Done. No, done. Mark that. And then the one thing I need to remember from this one is cards. I need to remember the cards. It's an education moon card. So yeah. So we mark that one. That one is a pep. I don't know why I wrote salt water. Oh, because I was thinking of the sea and water, and I was thinking of salt water, but it's seawater. I don't want to talk about it. I see. I see. I see. Alright. That's good. Oh, no. Okay. So let's make sure these are all in. So let's solidify this Yugi. Heckin' Yugi. Okay, so Yugi is in a bathroom, right? Of the house. Because where else would he be? And he's got his trusty elbow pads on for the educational moons moon that he summoned through his car that keeps whacking him in the elbow as an attempt to educate him. And this one's a little weird too. Goofy is in the bathroom of the house as well, chilling, different house. And for whatever reason, Goofy decided, hey, I'm gonna clean this headstone. And then the foreman just like, nah, you doofus, what are you doing that for? And he hit him for deliberately defiling a grave, because clearly that's where he got his headstone. And then he slips and drops the headstone. Of course, it wasn't deliberate, but there you go. Goofy be goofying. All right. Then we have Yoshi. Yoshi is in the basement of the pawn shop, right? And Yoshi in the basement of the pawn shop is doing what with words? I mean, I have no idea what he's doing with words. It could be anything. Let's go check. Yoshi is inside. Oh, it's because it's not the basement, but that still doesn't help. He is running around trying to knock down some words that are floating around with this spotted egg, afraid that they would bump the vintage item. Okay, so it's 2. That would explain why it's a little weirder if it's happening in the basement. But I guess it could technically happen in the basement. So we're going in the shop. So that could be a problem tomorrow. Although I do have a prototypic word for this, but I thought it was 3, not 2. Nevertheless. Alright, so he's preventing the words from knocking over vintage items in the pawn shop. You gonna head out? Take care. Take care, Jacob. Thanks for stopping by. Good luck on your busy life. Yeah, I will. I'll catch you on the next revolving opportunity. What does Tarzan have to do with being outside of an auditorium? He has a dollhouse. A dollhouse and some spoons. Oh, he didn't have things to use for the dollhouse, so he used spoons instead, and lots of people really like observing him doing it. And then something about the It movie was being shown, so that's fine. It's okay. It's fine. George Costanza is in the bathroom of the house with a muscular arm helping him. Oh, it could be basement now. No, I think it's the bathroom. Pushing up a bookshelf. And he doesn't want to like get the tiles. The help of muscular arm. I don't actually know how they negotiate the bathroom part. He looks more sophisticated, but there's nothing to indicate the bathroom. Yeah. Well, I could lose the tone in this one. There's a chance I can lose the tone in this one. So that's a problem. And then let's look at this again. It is quite a sight to see, so they got tuxedo guys watching him play with it and reenact. That's fine. Yeah, that's gonna be a problem for tomorrow. Well, okay. And then we have the Hulk. Ooh, this one's... Lots of these are tough. Bathroom. Office building. And he has a crazy manager who told them to use that halberd, right? Use that halberd. Lift that halberd from the ground with your mouth, or else you're fired. And then we have Jimmy Neutron in the basement or in the cellar of the barn. Doing something. He's looking for horns, right? Yeah, in the basement. He's looking for horns that rival his horn-shaped hair. And I believe this is still horn, so... I didn't ask that question was... hey, sorry, didn't ask that man. Question was folding laundry too, but you have a good night. Oh. Wait. What's happening? Alright. Alright, so that's a wrap for HanziHero today. And our our traditional Chinese portion. I found out that you can control Z to undo things. That's interesting. I might actually consider doing that for some of the stuff. Who knows? Maybe. Maybe. I'll have to take that into advisement. Enabling the settings for learning vocabulary without being blocked behind characters. Maybe. I'll have to think about it. We'll think about it for the 100 thing, right? I do want to change things up, so maybe in another 24 days we'll have a better idea. Until then, right? If you're gonna watch this later, 谢谢. For those who are only interested in Chinese, right? In HanziHero, as always, you are free to join, follow along, or talk about hot takes. I always like talking about hot takes. Well, discussing it so that it becomes less of a hot take, right? I like to simmer down, chill out hot takes, make them some cold takes, talk long enough that the hot take becomes cold or colder. So until then, right? 下次见，下次再聊吧. I'm gonna get up and take a quick bathroom break, and I'll be back for Spanish. Yep. Thank you. All right. Welcome back, everyone. Bienvenidos a todos. Hoy es el día de 19. Is day 19. And business as usual for now. Let's hop right in. Do all the Spanish memes. I don't know. Spanish or vanish, I suppose. Getting all right. Not much actually happened. Yes, not much in terms of vocabulary. So the main focus for yesterday was plural. Plural, plural, plural. Plural plus we plus they. So nosotros, nosotras, nosotras, no, han, right? Like hablan or estudian. And like somos. Just to name a few irregulars. Son. Then our only unique one. We had a few unique ones. Jugador. Jugador. Cuanta, cuanto, cuantos, cuantas. I feel like there's one more thrown in there. More. Say where people are from. No, it's not related to that. There really wasn't that many things. That's odd. Yeah, lots of gender conjugation agreements, lots and lots of them. Gotta get them down. It's time to butcher all of this all over again. Yeah, there's one more thing somewhere, but I don't remember it. As a thing for the previous day, let's go with like a veces. A veces. Siempre. Oh my gosh. Siempre. Nunca. Otra vez. Oops. Wait a minute. Yeah, otra vez. I think this might. Oh, the one like un poco. It might actually be a frequency thing. There's like fines, like ends, los fines de semana, for example. Oh, vacaciones. That's probably the one unique one. Las. Right, las vacaciones. And that's not how you spell it. That's it, really. Those are the only, I think it's jugador, vacaciones, cuánto, cuánta, cuántos, cuántas. Okay, so for our 3 podcasts, One, was I on the mark again? I feel like I have like a 30% success rate. It feels like most of the topics are pretty, dare I say, generic enough that it's whatever. The one was called Study Habit. And this was describing like this person had a friend. Oh, who was this? I think it was Lynn. The late nights with Lynn. The person was sharing how they study every day. I think they might actually use the diario for daily instead of like a todos días, a todos días, or something like that. So they studied every day, and then they study at home with their friend on Tuesdays, right? And Lynn was like, well, I usually just skip studying and go straight for the nap, because that's Lynn. Lynn sounds like a wonderful person to hang out with, right? Okay, and then we have studying in Spain. And we have Lily. So this person was basically just studying in Spain. They said that they go to a university students, and the university student had lots of women that study very, very hard, study a lot, right? And Lily, basically her catchphrase was, well, and lots of women and made lots of friends, amigas. What you call it? And then Lily said, well, that's one way to avoid making friends at home. That's one way to avoid making friends at home. Yeah, that's Lily for you. What was the last one? School hallway chat. It's another weird one here. So I feel like they deliberately make these weird for Lucy ones. So this is a Lucy one, and they were talking about specifically, it's two guys chatting. So two guys chatting, and one asks, hey, how many girl friends do you have in class? And the one guy's like, no, I don't have any girlfriends. Like friends that are girls. And then the other guy's like, don't worry, we're friends, right? So two guys, buds, bros, right? Bros. And like, oh, okay, that's nice. I'll see you tomorrow. And then Lucy's like, wait, why are they so concerned about the number of girl friends? Must be some recruiting for some secret operation. That's Lucy for you. You know, it's just casual two bros like, oh, hey, do you have, how many girl friends do you have? Not that type of girlfriend. And then the adventure was, what should I wear? Which is kind of a rehash. Although they used a different term, which took me a little bit by surprise. So they used a garro for a hat instead of sombrero, right? That was taught. So that's an interesting one. Basically, you're playing Lucy, and I don't know what Oscar's relationship is with Lucy, But for whatever reason, Oscar is in the same house. So Oscar is there along with Lynn. So Lynn is Lucy's granddaughter, but Oscar's just chilling in the kitchen, right? So you go to ask Oscar, you tell Oscar, it's like, está frío hoy, right? Está frío hoy. And Oscar is like, hey, maybe you should go grab you should ask, grab a coat or ask Lynn what you should do because I'm cooking right now. So like, what the heck? Because like, is Oscar and Lucy like a thing? I don't know. The plot thickens. Is that part of their background story? Like, does Oscar hang out? Hace. Oh yeah, hace frío hoy. Yes. Yeah, it is. Yeah. Hace. What'd you call it? So you have Oscar and just cooking, and they're like, okay, so Lynn says, why don't you go grab a coat? So you go to the closet and grab a coat. And then you go back to Oscar. And Oscar's like, it's really, really cold. You should try grabbing a hat, which he used the term garro. Which when you click on to get the hat and you click on it, it says sombrero. So I'm kind of curious, maybe they had a change before in introducing which ones, but it ended up being a hat. And then, you know, you're ready for the gorro. Gora is like a cap. I mean, gora. Oh yeah, it's gora. That's it. Yes. And it kind of looked like a cap. But then when you clicked on the icon for the cap, it's sombrero. So I'm not familiar with this term. So that was a new one. So I'm wearing, I understand what a cap is. Yeah, I get it. Yeah, so it's a little weird. It was a little weird there. I think that's the only thing that popped up. All the rest of the vocabulary was fine. So you're ready to go out, basically. Same house. So I don't know what it is with Oscar and Lucy, but I always took Oscar as more of a middle-aged man and Lucy as a grandmother, like an older person. You're making sure you were specific. Sometimes, usually, you don't really make sense. Like, you would know what I will know what I mean, but someone else won't. You obviously was lying. No cap, right? All right. Sorry, I was making light of the idea that the word cap actually means something different now. Okay. Let's look first. Señores, señoras, cuantas, right? Unas, unos. Vacaciones is the new one. Cuanto, cuantas, cuantos, cuantas. Muchas. Okay. Fines de semana. Ustedes, muchos. Jugador. Yeah, jugador is the only one. Yeah, everything else is. Alright, so we're getting back into... Oh, wait, we have to look at... Describe clothing. Hot dog. This is probably where the... Gorra comes from. Yo estoy contento con mis... zapatos. Zapatos nuevos. Tú tienes un vestido rojo. So that's a repeat. ¿Quién usa pantalones? Okay, we finally got some. We got some lower body items now. You know, we got our shoes, we got our legs. So, pantalones. Sonia, ¿tú tienes unas carteras bonitas? Recycling. But these are not technically recycling because now we're doing plurals. So, you can see that nearly most things are trying to get plurals in. So I'm guessing they didn't use pantalones and zapatos because they're plural. Like, so yesterday was the first time, vacaciones was the first time they used a noun, like an object or location or something that is inherently plural. So I'm guessing that's why they did introduce that early on. Just baby steps. And then Duo necesita muchas camisetas verdes. Yeah, camisetas is one of the earlier ones too. All right. Oh yeah, and then here's the grammar point for it. You know, zapatos verdes. Add s to both the adjectives and the nouns if you want it to be plural, but come on. I mean, yeah, true. but still, like inherently, like they're very commonly unpopular. But I'm not sure. Can you vacación? Yeah, I think vacación is a thing, right? How often do people say vacación instead of vacaciones? Like it's kind of like there are, I'm not saying they're exclusively that, but they're very commonly as pairs, like socks. Like, hey, I bought you a sock. Or, I got a shoe for you. It's like, oh man, I'm gonna put on my shoe. But anyways, I think that's where they were going for. In English, we say my shirt and my shirts, but in Spanish, if there are more than one shirt, you would add s also to words like my, your, and hers. Yeah, that's also a special thing, right? Yeah, yes. Mi, tu, su, camisa, and then mis, tus, sus, camisas. Oh boy, here we go. And so it begins. I want to butcher all my S's as well. Alright. Imagine if English had something like that. I'm trying to think about how that's gonna work. Alright. I wonder what the functional thinking behind that was. To modify your possessions too, like the possessive word as well, or like me and mis. Actually, is that dropped in Dominican Spanish? Do they drop that? That's a good question. SD, do they drop this? It is like you can S at the end of things, but like this seems a little like against the English mold, so I feel like it could be a place where it could be dropped. Like mi camisas. Yeah, that's fine. I'm gonna trigger some people now. Alright, let's get into it. I'll let you think about
La
la
camiseta.
camiseta. Right. Then we
El
el
vestido.
vestido, which is the
Ana,
review.
¿quieres esta cartera verde?
Okay, so we're starting with singulars first. Ana, ¿quieres esta cartera verde? ¿Esta? La cartera verde. Oops. Nice. That's fine.
Verde.
Verde.
Mañana quiero comprar una cartera verde. Mañana quiero comprar una.
An item?
Mañana quiero comprar una cartera verde.
Oh my gosh.
Cartera.
Cartera got like kind of
Verde.
lost there a little bit.
Mañana quiero comprar una cartera verde.
Oh, no, no. I mean, it's good.
Yo no uso carteras grandes.
And then there's the plural. Carteras grandes. Yo no uso carteras grandes.
Sofía, ¿tú tienes
Sofía, ¿tú tienes carteras grandes?
Yo tengo 2 vestidos verdes.
Vestidos verdes. Yo tengo dos vestidos verdes. Two green dresses.
Gracias. Yo no quiero carteras verdes. No. Quiero
Quiero carteras
carteras
verdes.
Gracias. Yo no quiero carteras verdes.
They're slyly avoiding possessions right now.
Ana tiene
Ana tiene muchas carteras grandes.
Miguel, ¿tú usas camisetas verdes?
¿Qué? Miguel, ¿tú usas camisetas verdes? Verdes. Oh. 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 That's an interpretive liberty right there. Wait, can I use that? That is an interpretive liberty right there.
Mamá, necesito unas camisetas, por favor.
¿Cuántas necesitas? ¿Y por qué? ¿Tú hablas inglés?
Ana siempre usa vestidos interesantes.
Okay, interesantes. So we have to modify our adjectives, right? Adjective agreement. Oh no. The where. I mean, I kind of get it, but I'm thinking of something else.
interesantes?
Interesantes. Need more context. Las carteras.
No,
No son muy interesantes aquí.
son
No son
Muy
interesantes. Oh yeah, that's right. Now we have a
aquí.
non-ending changer except for S.
Los vestidos
Vestidos verdes
verdes son
son grandes. It's funny there are actually a few different verbs for where. I know, right? How is it in French for where? In Japanese they have a different where for the type of stuff. So like there's an action for wearing above, on the hand, on the hat, on the head, on the legs, and on the foot, and also fingers and tying. So you have to get match up the correct wear to wear. I'm not sure. I think glasses as well. So accessories, hats, shoes. Sure. Yeah, porter. Porter is what I was thinking of, at least. Instead of using usar. Porter, and there's and I'm not sure about why there are multiple anymore. I don't remember. So do they drop? I don't know if you heard earlier. Do they drop in Dominican Spanish? Do they drop the S in mis, tus, and sus? Because honestly, I'm not sure if you lose very much if you said, like, instead of saying mis camisetas, you just say mi camisetas. I'm not sure if there's much functionality anymore for. Oh, they do. Okay. A plural form of words essentially doesn't exist. Oh, okay. That's fair enough. So what you're saying is, if we were really getting into it, the last 2 units are like, eh? Content tells you, yeah, basically, yeah, yep, basically, I agree. Especially when I've been learning 2 languages that throw plural to the wind. Yeah, like Japanese and Chinese throw like plurality in this way to the wind. The context will provide it. Los Vedi, yeah, who needs some? Yeah, honestly, it's fine. I mean, like, then you move to Japanese and you're like, don't forget to use the right to wear. And then you're like, wait, but don't we need context for that? It's like, what happens if you wanted to wear your scarf on your foot? What do you do then? These are the weird questions I want to ask Japanese people, but it could come up. Like, what if you really want to actually say you're wearing your shirt around, you're wearing your shirt on your legs? So do you like use the verb, the predicate for wearing a shirt, but then you use the context to specify it's on the legs? Yeah, or around the waist, and then that would involve wearing it like tying, which is a different verb as well. Like, so I'm like, what do you choose? Do you mix and match? I've had these questions for a while because Duolingo likes to use clothing as a very common topic, and my thoughts just wander. Like, what if you placed your cap, like, what if it's an act and you're trying to describe, like, oh, this person decided to put their shorts on their head? Like, is that like wearing shorts on your head? So do you take the verb to place something on your head, but pair it up with shorts? Or do you say you wear your shorts like you're wearing on your bottom, and then use a context phrase on the head? I don't have enough, like, I didn't read enough Japanese and stuff to really know these things, but it does raise some interesting questions about being specific. I think English most definitely leans on the just talk more and it'll make sense. English does that, like, oh, I don't understand you, just use more words, just throw in more words, like, let's just keep talking, go on, talk more. I remember watching maybe 2 or 3 linguist-esque people who talk about this, about English is a descriptor language, so it's required that you have more descriptors. Context is fantastic and all, but being incredibly descriptive is the name of the game. So if you want to be vague, using language like Japanese are not vague even in short terms a lot of times compared to English. Like, I'm okay. What do you mean by you're okay? Are you barely getting by? Or are you doing really well? That's boring. Are you mid? I need more details. The context doesn't help me with that. Or the lack of context. And then you start saying, well, yeah, most languages are like that. So you spend a paragraph, you describe it. It's like, well, I'm okay, as in I'm all right, which is fine, and the day is pretty mid, and then you're thinking like, well, this person just used a whole paragraph to describe something with no further context. Like, all those phrases still mean, it solidifies something, but it certainly doesn't describe any more than it already did, or negligibly. I'm not sure if I'm gonna feel the same about Spanish, but kind of an interesting thought. Los vestidos. I'm thinking about dropping all the S's. Wait. Hear me out. But is this gonna be lo, or does it get reconverted to el? So do you do like el vestido, vestido? Oh, wait. Which one is it? Sorry, no plural. You just el it, as opposed to like dropping the S from. Wait. So is this gonna be lo vestido, or oh wow, lo vestido verde son? Oh, that's cool. Interesting. Very interesting.
Grandes.
Las.
And so this would just be la camiseta. La camiseta aquí. Aquí son. What do you do with son? You just keep son because there's the end with that. So son muy interesante would be it. Yeah, man, that's crazy. That's so different. Oh, that would for someone who like speaks Dominican Spanish, this would be a trip. In my opinion, this would be such a trip. Like here we go again. Let's just like las.
Trabajos.
I'm starting to get like a feeling because when they translate English, it gets me all the time. Jeez. The hardest thing that I tripped on in English when translating in Duolingo is whom. So the people that make Duolingo, when they use English, they're using there are times they're using colloquial English. So when I try to figure out like, what are you trying to say, like, who are you giving? So it comes down to like, to whom are you giving? So whenever that comes up, which will come up in Spanish, because you're gonna have to be giving something to someone, and you're gonna be asking, to whom are you giving it, or are you giving, right, the thing. But oftentimes they prefer to run it around to who, or the things that I trip up on a lot are things like get up, go up, get like down, drive off, right? Like take off. Like I don't, these things, like I'm like, oh boy, ending with verb phrases ending with prepositions. Yeah, you've seen another reason why even native speakers struggle with it sometimes. It's pretty context heavy given pronunciations change so much. Exactly. Yeah. And then this is, you know, the main reason why a lot of natives, like native colloquial speakers, like people who are adapted to colloquial speak and native speaking, when they look at these things without paragraphs and without more context, this stuff is like, yeah, it's very jarring, and I totally understand. I mean, I find the English very funny, funny but still jarring. Like the jarring, even the English is very, very jarring. You've seen that sometimes. You have a Spanish person from Spain I watch, and the sentences she had to translate for English are casual and are not one-to-one with Spanish. Yeah. Oh, there's a one-to-one translation for the words, and she gets confused. Yeah, yeah. Yep. Totally understanding. I don't know how often people use verb phrases that end in prepositions. For me, I typically avoid them. I usually end with a direct object or some sort of object. So, what's a good example? There's a really funny one that many uses often enough. It might come to me at some time. Like, oh, it might come. Like, oh, like come to me? Like to you? Usually, like you wouldn't say that. You would say, or I would say something like, "Oh, I'll get it eventually," right? But sometimes, you get like, "Oh, heck off," or like, yeah, it's so hard for me to think about examples. I can only hear the examples, and then I think to myself, "Oh, that's a good one." But since I don't do it very often, it's so difficult for me to pick out the examples. It'll come to me. We'll think about it. Las
Camisetas.
camisetas. ¿Ne? Aquí.
Aquí son
Muy interesante. Does this
interesantes.
go 1-to-1? Honestly, I kind of want to put aquí at the end, but that's fine.
Los zapatos.
Los zapatos.
Unos vestidos nuevos.
Unos vestidos nuevos. More stuff. More plural stuff. Oh, here's also a really funny thing now. Currently, I don't. In my head, I don't care where you put your adjectives. Like, what I mean is, if someone decided to speak in English and they just place their adjectives at the end, right? Like afterwards, like in the same order, I'm more used to, I have more languages that place it after than place it before. So like growing up with my parents, and we're speaking, it doesn't really matter. Modifying words just go everywhere. Like, in fact, it kind of was a little detrimental to my writing, to my English writing for a while, where I would place like, in Chinese, there are things that are in very specific order. So, but the English language, you can do that. You can place it that way, but they're not like natural, so to speak. They're not like native sounding. So when you're writing them, it's like don't do that. I'm like, oh, okay. So nowadays, like, yeah, some new dresses, but if you say some dresses new, it's fine. Like I would totally get you. It wouldn't be any different or any shorter or any weird feeling than saying some new dresses. Or even saying dresses some new. Right, dresses some new. Or some of dresses new. Some of dresses new. Or maybe something like this. Some knew that dress. Some knew that dresses. Because that is being used as a direction. So you're referring to like what type of dress sometimes. Some knew that dresses. oftentimes some, instead of some, you can say that. That new like dress, for example. Or you could say some new that dress.
Jorge tiene muchos zapatos.
Jorge tiene muchos zapatos. Okay. Of course he has a lot of shoes. Of course it's Jorge. What's another great example here? A lot of, lots. Right? Jorge has lots of shoes. That's a funny one. Claudia quiere comprar unos zapatos y vestidos nuevos en esta tienda de ropa. De ropa, I said le.
Yo no tengo carteras bonitas.
Yo no tengo carteras bonitas. Las camisetas. Sorry. Just Walter, for you in English, it's words that sound quite similar that gets me most often. The they, new and new. Yeah, the homonym stuff. That's understandable. I still I feel like all the other languages that I learn are the same feeling all the time. Oh, what's a Spanish one? The earliest one I got was this one for Spanish. Más cosas. Right? These are two separate words. Más cosa. Like more things, or más cosas. More things. And then we have mascotas. I had this error in the beginning. I was like, wait, what do you mean you want more things? It's like, no, you have pets. And I'm like, oh. It's not this. I know it's not the same, but I wanted to relate immediately. This happened recently. I'm like, oh, okay. Well, I mean, this was despite that they didn't introduce the word cosas yet, or cosa for things yet. But my first thought is like, why do you keep saying you want more things? It's like, oh, you want more pets. I'm like, oh. Or you were talking about pets. Yes. By the way, Walter, are you learning any languages right now? What are you up to? Yo quiero la clase. No, clase, camiseta. We're not in class.
José y yo nunca usamos vestidos.
So on the Italian journey? Oh man. Italiano. Oh, I was just talking about ST about Italiano. It's like, why not Italiano? ST decided to go with Frances instead. Now we formed the trifecta. Spanish, French, and Italiano. I don't know why I said in that way. But you'll do a dabble a bit in Italian? Oh, okay. Fair enough. Not much though. How can you call yourself a New Yorker without acquiring your occasional pizzeria Italiano? I'm kidding. I'm sure like when you step into a pizza place, like you can't help but pick up a couple phrases, right? And it's the same with running a restaurant. Like my parents, they picked up Spanish words because fine tell. The worst pizza you've ever had was in Italy? Okay, is this a trick question? Did you only have pizza in Italy? Do you happen to be Italian? No, I'm kidding. Like, I feel like this. I need some clarification. What are your pizzeria experiences? No, you eating pizza all over the world. Okay, that's fair. American pizza is better. Cancel me. Oh, no. Listen, guys. Listen. You're talking to. Hold up. I don't want to add fuel to this fire, but you are talking to an ABC, and I don't wanna go there, but my parents often order pineapple on their pizza. Not that we don't have pizza very often, but that's already happened. So let's not go there. But I'm a New York, like I'm technically a New Yorker, so I like my New York style pizza for sure. I did go when I was down in Maryland. I did go out of my way to find one place that did Chicago deep dish in Maryland. It was pretty good. You know what I haven't had a chance to have yet? A New Haven pizza. I feel like going on a road trip and driving to Connecticut. Is it Connecticut? Oh no. This is gonna be so embarrassing if New Haven's not in Connecticut. Okay. I'm fine. I'm safe, y'all. I know my cities. New Haven is in Connecticut. Okay, we're fine. But I haven't had the new buzz of New Haven pizza. Like they're like trending hard. You know, I still haven't gotten my hands on some New Haven pizza from Connecticut. But to be fair, your sister ordered the pizza and thought the word meant something different, and we got a fish pizza, and you just couldn't handle. Ooh, anchovies? Hear me out though. I'm also an anchovy kind of person too. I totally do be slapping on some anchovies on the pizza. I'm not sure if I could have sworn there is some form of Italian pizza that use anchovies. But don't crucify me. I'm not a pizza connoisseur, so I eat pizza when it's offered. As in, like, lots of my peers back in the day eat a lot of pizza. So heck yeah, social eating. That's my pizza enthusiasm. Now if you're talking about milk tea, we're gonna have, oh, it was anchovy pizza. That's fair. It's very pungent, so not for everyone. Yeah, anchovy goes in a way of like a massive like it's a leap. Yeah, I figured the first thing I can think about is anchovies. Yeah, it's not everyone. Definitely not for everyone. And of course, pineapple, not for everyone. And cilantro. Earlier we were talking about cilantro. What is the... You thought fish pizza would be illegal in Italy? Some parts umami, like the umami in anchovy is well known, I would say, but man, it's not for everyone. It's like durian. Durian's not for everyone. Or natto is not for everyone. Kimchi is not for everyone. Mala, like anything mala, like from Chinese cooking, like the numbing mala can really put people off. Or like tripe, right? Tripe. I could list so many because I think a culinary exploration is fantastic for better or for worse. So it's cool that you found out that fish pizza is not for you, or anchovy pizza is not for you. You know, I like the bravery. The bravery was like, perhaps even if it's accidental. One thing you never had is sushi other than some store-bought sushi, and I would love to go to a place. Do you not have one accessible? Try different ones. Mondongo is a very common Dominican tripe stew. Oh, that sounds delightful. You know what I usually have when tripe is in there? A bowl of pho. Tripe and tendons. Oh, so good. Sorry for making weird noises. Tripe, tendons, any like collagen stuff. Oh, jeez, sign me up. It's 3 hours away for the next sushi place. Are you landlocked? It's like, tell me you're not from Montana or something without telling me you're not from Montana or South Dakota or something. Not that I'm assuming you're American, but I'm trying to pick a place that is like so isolated and remote that you have to drive 3 hours to get some sushi. Food makes you make weird noises too. You get it? Ah, okay. I've become far more expressive in my later life. You're actually next to the ocean? Oh, that's a crime. Well, hear me out though. If you don't have sushi, you've got to have like, I don't know, lobster rolls, steamed crabs, right? Like oysters, raw oysters. You got to have some pubs nearby with like your fish and chips. I know I'm saying fish and chips, but you know what I mean. Like you got to have others like, right? Shrimp scampi, like some other type of seafood location, right? I'm sorry. I'm like, for the record, guys, I don't eat until after I stream, so I am salivating a liter right now. You live in a town with 700 people. You have a grocery store and a kiosk that does burgers. Oh, remote. Nice. Very remote. The great outdoors must be fantastic then, I would imagine, right? Hiking or oh no, please don't tell me you live in the middle of a desert. I can think of a few places where like if you have a small town, it could just be next to a desert or something. Deserts are pretty, but I don't know. You've seen one of your outdoor videos in Discord. I think I sent one where you touch some grass. Oh, right. Oh, right. I didn't realize you live in such a small town. Yeah. Now I know who you are. Got it. Was your name always just Walter? Huh. Was it always yellow? Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, the moment you said you show a video, that's the like an image. I was thinking of the image, the one that was of the mountain, and then you had like some tree foliage, and then there was a big draw distance. That was the picture I was thinking of. Immediately when you said you saw something and you're like, hey, here's my backyard. That's right. Right next to an ocean and do not have sushi, huh? Interesting. We'll see. Checks out now. The Italian checks out too. Jose y yo nunca Nunca usamos vestidos. Vestidos, What word am I looking for? Oh.
Roberto y yo nunca usamos camisetas. Roberto, yo, tú. Y nunca usamos camiseta. Roberto y yo nunca usamos camisetas.
Honestly, I don't wear that many t-shirts.
¿Por qué no usamos?
¿Por qué no usamos las camisetas verdes?
El niño necesita camisetas nuevas.
All of the restaurants here have gone out of business since people keep moving away. Oh, I see. So you're in a shrinking town. El niño necesita camisetas nuevas.
Las carteras son nuevas y bonitas.
Las carteras nuevas son
bonitas.
¿Qué?
Las carteras son nuevas y bonitas. Son.
Oh, yes, compound adjectives. Yes, compound adjectives, right.
Los vestidos verdes son muy bonitos.
You'll be lurking, eating some food, and heading to bed shortly? Yeah, no worries. Good night, thanks for stopping by. Thanks for stopping by. Anchovy pizza. Los vestidos verdes son muy bonitos.
Yo necesito
unos vestidos bonitos para la fiesta. Okay.
¿Necesitas ropa nueva para el trabajo?
New clothes for work? Can't relate. Sí, quiero comprar unos vestidos bonitos. Buy some pretty dress, sure. There's the nosotros. Nosotros necesitamos vestidos y camisetas para la fiesta.
Y camisetas para la fiesta.
Oh, you know what I'm really addicted to when it comes to Duolingo stuff? On the mobile side, like you can just do I like the exercise where you're just speaking into the mic. So it gets so addicting, like, oh, how fast can you read? Like boink, boink, boink. So you just keep like hitting the mic as fast as possible. Because you don't have to type. Honestly, man. Does it sound like am I a boomer in this? Like, is that a boomer comment? Like, sometimes I feel like typing is just overrated. Kidding. Sorry, that might have been a very hot take. But boy, howdy, I might use the text, speech to text function more often on my phone because of Duolingo. I should test out how accurate it is, honestly. Maybe I'll do a few things in the future. I need to get a new phone, and we'll use that phone as the vehicle for capturing. This year, it has been 4 years. Dang. We're going into the 4th year. I don't even miss it. I used to get like a new phone every 2 years ish, and 4. Okay.
nosotras.
All right, sure. Nosotras
No.
necesitamos carteras
carteras nuevas.
Amanda y yo.
Amanda y yo.
Necesitamos
camisetas,
carteras y vestidos. That's a lot of things. Oh, it's after midnight? Oh. It's after midnight. Rojo. Los pantalones.
¿Necesitas estos zapatos?
Oh. These. Estos. Oh, now we have estos and estas. Oh, wait. Oh, that's interesting. I forgot about it being estos instead of estes. Or
Estos. Estos.
Oh, estos. Yeah, estos. Estos.
Mi perro no usa pantalones.
Stress. I was stressing the wrong syllable there. Mi perro no usa pantalones. What the Okay, thanks. Thanks for the share, my man.
Los zapatos rojos son nuevos.
Los zapatos rojos son nuevos. Estos zapatos rojos son muy bonitos.
Necesito unos pantalones rojos para el trabajo.
Okay. ¿Quieres usar estos pantalones?
A veces ellos usan camisetas.
Usan camisetas. A veces ellos usan camisetas.
Los hombres usan camisetas verdes en el concierto. Los
hombres. Los hombres
usan
camisetas. I heard. ¿Ne? Tener camisetas.
En
el concierto.
Los hombres usan camisetas verdes en el concierto. Los hombres usan camisetas verdes en el concierto. Verdes. Los hombres usan camisetas verdes en el concierto.
Okay.
Las carteras rojas son nuevas.
Las carteras rojas son nuevas. Okay.
Yo quiero las
camisetas rojas, por favor.
Estas camisetas son muy bonitas.
Estas camisetas son muy bonitas. Do we do it?
¿Quieres comprar estas carteras rojas?
No, yo quiero estas carteras verdes. Okay.
Ellos
no usan
estas
camisetas verdes.
Verdes.
La
La camiseta roja es mi es para mi abuela.
Tú
quieres. Oh, no, tú tienes
un vestido
rojo. I'm not seeing a lot of new vocabulary, just lots of agreements, right? Oh, except for los pantalones and los zapatos.
Las camisas.
Las camisas.
Tengo unos vestidos pequeños.
Right. Pequeños. 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 Tengo unos vestidos pequeños.
Estos vestidos.
Estos vestidos son muy pequeños. Oh no, I said it like a question. I'm like,
Estas
okay.
camisetas son pequeñas.
Estas camisetas son pequeñas. Gentleman. Like, señor? Is that what they wrote? Gentleman? Señor, tiene una camiseta grande. Estas camisetas son muy pequeñas. What are you calling me, fat?
Camisetas.
Just kidding.
Sí, estos zapatos.
Sí, estos zapatos son un poco pequeños. Keep saying pa. Pequeños.
Las camisas nuevas son pequeñas. Mamá, ¿por qué usas mis zapatos?
Mamá, ¿por qué usas mis zapatos? mis zapatos. I think I might have
¿Por
said
qué no usas tus vestidos nuevos?
yeah, mis, tus, and sus. ¿Por qué no usas tus vestidos nuevos? How is this being phrased? Why don't you wear your new dresses? Jeez.
Tus.
Sonia quiere sus carteras verdes ahora.
Sonia quiere sus carteras verdes ahora. Oh. What? Oh. Oh,
¿Ustedes
jeez.
necesitan zapatos nuevos otra vez?
¿Ustedes necesitan zapatos nuevos otra vez? ¿Otra vez? Do ya? Do ya need again? Oh, new shoes. Los hombres necesitan comprar unos zapatos nuevos.
Mis amigas siempre necesitan muchos zapatos. Mis amigas siempre necesitan muchos zapatos.
Okay. Why don't you wear your new dress? How does it work? ¿Por qué no usas
tus vestidos nuevos?
Okay.
Sonia.
Sonia
Quiere.
quiere
Sus
carteras verdes
ahora.
Okay. It was easier the other way around. Interesting, Una.
Señor
Señor
Herrera.
Herrera. Señor Herrera. 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 Are these your estas? Estas
Son.
sus
Camisas.
camisas. Okay. All right. We're off.
Ellos no usan estas camisetas verdes.
Carteras.
Those are a lot of bags.
Tengo unos vestidos pequeños.
Juan quiere comprar una
Cartera.
cartera para su mamá y una cartera para su novia. Él necesita dos carteras nuevas.
2.
Nice.
Papá, tú no tienes zapatos rojos.
Of course not. Why would you want red shoes?
Mi jefa siempre usa vestidos bonitos.
Mi jefa.
Mi jefa.
Mi jefa usa
Estos.
vestidos. ¿Bonitos?
Mi jefa siempre usa vestidos bonitos.
Okay. ¡Ah! That startled me. Siempre. Oh.
¿Por qué no usamos las camisetas verdes?
Yo necesito unos vestidos bonitos para la fiesta. Yo necesito unos vestidos bonitos para la fiesta.
Unos vestidos bonitos para la fiesta.
Camila y
Ana. ¿Qué zapatos usan ustedes hoy?
Yo quiero comprar muchos vestidos bonitos. Yo. Quiere. Usar. Muchos vestidos. Bonitos. Yo quiero comprar muchos vestidos bonitos.
Oh, okay.
Usar. Yo quiero comprar muchos vestidos bonitos.
Ah! Jeez! Oh, yeah. Wrong.
Juan y
Okay.
Alberto.
Juan y Alberto, ¿ustedes usan los zapatos verdes? Dude.
¿Por qué no usas tus vestidos nuevos? No. Usas tus vestidos nuevos. ¿Por qué no usas tus vestidos nuevos?
Mi jefa siempre usa vestidos bonitos. Usa. Siempre. Vestidos bonitos.
¿Por qué no usamos las camisetas verdes?
Yo quiero comprar muchos vestidos bonitos. Comprar. Muchos vestidos bonitos.
All right. Feeling a little lethargic today. Very lethargic. Juan y yo nunca usamos zapatos rojos.
Ana quiere un vestido verde. Verde.
Sus camisas son muy pequeñas.
María tiene 3 carteras bonitas. Bonitas.
Necesitas ropa nueva para el trabajo.
Camiseta.
Estos zapatos no son interesantes.
Zapatos.
Lo siento, yo no tengo tus camisetas nuevas. Lo siento, yo no tengo. Lo siento, yo no tengo tus camisetas nuevas. Camisetas nuevas.
Buenos días, señor. Quiero comprar 3 camisetas verdes, 5 vestidos y... ¿Tiene carteras grandes aquí?
¿Dónde está? Oh.
Los señores siempre usan camisas en el trabajo. Los señores sí usan camisas. Los señores siempre usan camisas en el trabajo. Los señores siempre usan camisas en el trabajo. En el trabajo.
Interesting. No article there.
Yo no quiero estas camisetas pequeñas.
Juan. Tú. Necesito. Tú. Necesito. Tú. Camiseta roja.
No. Oh.
Yo.
Sure. Un pantalón. Now I've seen it.
Nueva.
I've seen everything. I've seen the light.
Mis camisetas rojas. Son bonitas.
I've seen the light. Alright, hit me up with this story. I need some story time.
La persona perfecta.
Oh boy, that's an Eddie.
Bea va a un restaurante con su amigo Eddie.
Okay.
Hola, Bea.
¿Cómo estás, Eddie?
Tengo una cita con una chica esta noche.
Okay.
¡Qué bien!
He has a date?
Sí, pero estoy muy enfermo.
Ah, lo siento.
I'm pretty sure these are curated. The story ones are definitely curated.
Estoy muy cansado.
Because of how emoty they are.
Y tengo frío.
Tienes que ver a un médico.
No, estoy bien. Tengo una cita esta noche.
No tienes que ir a tu cita. Yo conozco a la persona perfecta para ti.
Conozco. Yeah, conozco. Forget his date's name, meet someone else instead of his date. Wait, what? Yeah, I guess.
¿De verdad?
Sí, ella es alta, inteligente.
¿Y es divertida?
Sí, ella es muy divertida.
Ella es perfecta.
Where are you going? Dog. Pedro.
¿Cómo se llama?
Doctora Hernández.
Oh, well played. Well played, Bea. Doctora Hernández.
Tienes que ir a su oficina ahora, porque estás muy enfermo.
Wow. Well played, Bea. Well played. Well played. Perfecta. Es verdad. Esta noche tengo frío. Cansado. Alta. That's a good one. I was thinking they were gonna pivot to like a dog or something.
La persona perfecta. Bea va a un restaurante con su amigo Eddie.
Hola, Bea.
¿Cómo estás, Eddie?
Tengo una cita con una chica esta noche.
He sounds a little bit like he's holding his
¡Qué
nose
bien!
too.
Sí, pero estoy muy enfermo.
Ah, lo siento.
Estoy muy cansado y tengo frío.
Tienes que ver a un médico.
No, estoy bien. Tengo una cita esta noche.
No tienes que ir a tu cita. Yo conozco a la persona perfecta para ti.
¿De verdad?
Sí, ella es alta, inteligente.
¿Y es divertida?
Sí, ella es muy divertida.
Ella es perfecta.
We're just talking about like
¿Cómo se
looking
llama?
for partnership.
Doctora Hernández, tienes que ir a su oficina ahora porque estás muy enfermo.
De verdad. De verdad. Really? Yeah. Persona. Tengo frío. Esta noche. Chica. Alright. Alright, let's get to typing. Time to blunder everything.
Negocio.
Negocio.
Mamá.
Mamá.
Correo electrónico.
Correo electrónico.
Verde.
Verde.
Sofía,
Sofía, ¿tú tienes carteras grandes?
Grandes.
Grandes.
¿Cuánto?
¿Cuánto
Somos.
somos?
Mucho.
Mucho, ok.
tú tienes
Tú tienes muchos vestidos interesantes.
Ana, ¿quieres esta cartera verde? Bebe, verde. Yo no uso carteras grandes.
I don't wear Oh.
El vestido verde es muy bebe, verde. Esta mujer
Esta mujer tiene unos
un
vestidos interesantes.
Papá, tú necesitas una camiseta verde.
Buenos días, señor. Quiero comprar 3 camisetas verdes, 5 vestidos y... ¿Tiene carteras grandes aquí?
¿De dónde es tu eso? No, es ropa. Las carteras verdes en
verdes.
vestido verde. Papá. Oops. I need to Hello? Okay. Papá, necesitas una camiseta verde, verde. Okay.
Las carteras no son muy interesantes aquí.
Tengo muchos vestidos. Vestidos interesantes. It's you, not me, but you. I do that every once, like on a daily basis, at least once a day. Okay. ¿Cuántas camisetas verdes o necesitas? Esta camiseta es muy bonita. Okay. Tienes muchos. Okay. Para
Zapato. Unos.
What?
Siempre.
Las camisetas.
Las camisetas verdes no son bonitas.
José y yo nunca usamos vestidos.
Hijo,
¿necesitas zapatos nuevos?
Roberto y yo nunca usamos camisetas.
Camila y yo necesitamos vestidos nuevos.
Nuevos.
Nuevo.
Las carteras son nuevas y bonitas.
María tiene tres carteras bonitas.
Hola, papá. Soy Bruno. Luis y yo necesitamos camisetas nuevas. ¿Tienes camisetas verdes en tu tienda?
¿Quién necesita ropa nueva? Bruno y el padre, Luis y yo.
El niño quiere zapatos nuevos.
Yo
necesito unos vestidos bonitos para la fiesta. Okay.
para la fiesta. Bonitos.
Unos vestidos. Tienda favorita.
Bonitos.
Okay. Necesitamos comprar camisetas. Camisetas para Roberto. These sentences are so weird. They're okay. Yes, hi again. ¿Por qué usamos? ¿Por qué usamos camisetas verdes? ¿Verdes? Oh, whoops, don't. The omission of the no, the negation. El niño. Oops. El niño necesita camisetas nuevas. Mi novia tiene tres carteras nuevas. I mean, they're okay, they just feel so unnatural. Explain. I don't necessarily like the buzzword about natural, but explain. I think maybe you're taking things out of context for how when someone is when they're trying to introduce words, they're trying to prevent from using other words. So if you're going to explain by saying, well, this is what we would say, and they're not introduced yet, then that's probably because it is natural to be unnatural when you have a limited vocabulary. It's probably one of the things I usually say. But I'm kind of curious how it feels unnatural to you. ¿Por qué? No usamos. Yes.
Mamá.
Mamá.
Escribir.
Escribir.
Triste.
Triste.
Pantalones.
Estas camisetas
son muy bonitas.
Mensaje.
Mensaje.
¿Cuál?
¿Cuál?
Pantalón.
Pantalón. Cinco pan.
Bebé.
Sonia, estos vestidos son muy grandes.
Rojo.
Rojo.
Mucho.
¿Mucho?
Mucho.
Oh.
Unos.
Siempre.
Mamá, ¿por qué no usas estas camisetas? Estas.
Mi novio siempre usa camisetas rojas.
Ellos no usan estas camisetas verdes. Estas. Yo quiero estos zapatos rojos.
It's in spoken Spanish, the sentences are not made the same way that in English. It feels that Duolingo tries to force the grammar a bit to make it more similar to English grammar. They still are fine, but still weird. Sounds like super formal in spoken Spanish. I disagree, but understandable that you would think that. I don't think they're forcing the sentences to fit the same way as English. I think it's the vocabulary. So if you want to force a different vocabulary structure, you would need those words. Actually, you could see it as forcing though. I agree with you that it could seem like it's forcing, but it's not unnatural because they want it to be unnatural. For example, the verb to be, you don't need to say "yo." You don't. That's exactly what I mean. I knew exactly what you were going to say. You don't need it. But it's not taught that you would drop it yet. So they're not forcing anything. They're starting somewhere. If you don't know how to say "yo," and you choose not to say "yo" from the beginning, then you wouldn't know what "yo" is. So it's not unnatural. You can actually omit it. I actually omit it every time I don't have to say it. So that's not true. And you're probably going to find out later that they're like, oh, hey, you don't really need that. You can drop it. Actually, if you were actually looking, in my opinion, you probably see me every time I dropped the pronoun most of the time. I do as well. And sometimes I even drop eos and eos. Even though the unit is trying to make sense for a foreigner? Okay. I think it makes sense for learning, not make sense for a foreigner. So, like, for example, I could tell you shouldn't use... because I could tell you shouldn't use certain words and you never learn them. That's perfectly fine. That to me is why that's why to me I would push back on anyone who constantly says unnatural and natural, largely because it's unnatural to learn something that you naturally have decided not to use or forget to use anymore. And me and SD talked about a lot of this stuff. Like, for example, my favorite things that he would or SD have shared is the dropping of all plurals in Dominican Spanish. So you could say, oh, hey, yeah, you know, this doesn't sound right because in Dominican Spanish you wouldn't use zapato, or like zapatos for zapato. So then you wouldn't ever learn that ever. So you could also say, oh, you don't need to say Joe here because you don't ever need to learn that, and then later on introduces some other way, right? And to me, that's kind of one of the whole native English, like native speaker fallacies to me. Yeah, if you listen to a lot of English speakers online to learn English, you're going to have holes when it comes to writing. So when you're saying in spoken Spanish, I totally agree. In spoken Spanish, the sentences are not made the same way that English is. And this is not my first rodeo around Spanish. But is it natural or unnatural for learning it is probably more my concern here. I think it's very unnatural. I agree. But it's incredibly natural to be learning it. Agreed. Yeah. But you can drop it. So if you're giving an example of dropping yo, there's other examples. Like ustedes being placed in a question format when you already address the person. Like, for example, Juan, ¿de dónde usted? Right? So, Juan, ¿de dónde usted? Or just say, ¿de dónde usted? Or drop the Juan. Like, because you're addressing someone. You wouldn't say you twice. Or, hey, you, your name, and then you again in the question. For example. Yeah, I agree. Definitely agree with that. I often wonder if people who are speaking English do the same thing. So for example, say hello, my name is this, instead of saying hello, I am this. So they would never say my name is anymore. They would say I am instead. Right? As an English learning lesson. So then they wouldn't have to ever learn my name is. You can just say, oh, it's natural to say I am this. I think it's definitely a warranted position to be considered when learning a language. I'm not sure about the whole like I thought about it for a while. It's to say the least. But I can demonstrate to you if you can drop. Is there anything else that you have an example that's not natural? Because we did go over a couple of these. I think the Joel one is the one that I save time just by not including it whenever I can. It does, for example, if you drop ellos and ellas or tú, you end up losing the lesson point of making gender agreements and plurality sometimes. So the lesson itself then would be lost when you're omitting things for colloquial speak. And also, I'm not entirely sure if one should be looking at these sentences as speech or writing. So they're kind of like in between a lot of times. Eos or tu are used differently? They are. They are. But there's a natural speech for them too. Or natural speech for them. I'm asking if there is like other things that you are saying that are unnatural. The Joe one is really, yeah, that's the first one. Like for instance, you're like when I see English being typed on like Twitch, I don't think that's natural English from a foreigner. A lot of times too. For now, you don't see anything more. Oh, so it's just a Joe. Interesting. Okay, I was expecting more by that comment.
Hoy Rafael tiene un sombrero rojo, pantalones rojos y una camiseta roja. Su ropa siempre es roja.
Sombrero, pantalones y camiseta. Oh, right.
Rojas.
A veces.
A veces. A veces.
Usan.
Son.
Ellos.
For example, hoy is not absolutely necessary. Depends on the context, actually. So you're stating that it depends on context. So since there isn't context, then it's neither natural or unnatural. That wouldn't be an example of it feeling unnatural, though. I feel like that would be a double standard.
Las rojas.
Oops.
Carteras rojas. Son nuevas.
Pantalones. Los pantalones rojos. No son bonitos. Necesitas. Necesitas estos zapatos. También quiero estos zapatos verdes.
Aburrido.
Aburrido.
Correo electrónico. Tus.
Aquí.
Estos pantalones.
Estos pantalones son muy pequeños para Rafael.
Dormir.
Dormir.
Camisa.
Camisa.
Enfermo.
Enfermo.
Somos.
Somos.
Pedro,
Pedro, ¿tú quieres usar mis pantalones nuevos? For example, if you are talking to your coworker, you can say, Juan trajo donuts. It's implicit that Juan brought donuts today. You will need to put a verb tense to change that context. That's fair, but they didn't teach that yet, and nor do they have an example that allows that sentence to be possible. So you're giving an example that doesn't exist with the curriculum yet. You can do that if you want, and then keep telling people, like, so my example here is that yeah, go and do some immersion and have someone tell you, and skip fundamentals, and don't be more explicit and be more implicit, right? Like that's perfectly fine. That's perfectly fine if you want to do it that way. Also, if, say, like for example, if someone came up to you and they would speak and implicitly place oi and then change the context to be redundant, I think a person that is a native speaker wouldn't immediately say, oh, that's unnatural. Let me tell you how to actually say it. At least in my opinion. So for myself, I think for someone who is constantly hyper-focused on those things, I would, in my opinion, be less likely to talk to them in the future. So that's kind of another thing. Like, it's a give or take, right? It's a two-way street. So it's excellent to know what is unnatural and what is natural. But I also think that it becomes a barrier to knowing what is natural and what is unnatural for a person who's either learning or not learning, right? So it's like I get that point. That point makes sense. I think it's much more evident in like Japanese and Chinese because they're implicit languages. Many implicit languages. In fact, it's like the stuff that we're talking about don't even actually exist. There's no analog in Japanese or Chinese.
Los estudiantes necesitan camisetas y pantalones.
Los estudiantes. It's a fair point. It would be lovely if I knew any examples like that exist for the current example. I'm not sure if I have an example of the current units at the moment. There's here's a good one that I can show you. English, they interpret a double meaning in English for gerunds. They didn't teach gerunds yet. So like we for using like estar, right? Estar plus gerund, right? Plus gerund. But in English, it's double interpreted that way because in English, naturally, that's how it would be phrased, even though it would not be an equivalent. So for example, I am eating a sandwich. So you could be explicit and teach at some point, like I don't know, comiendo, right? Estoy comiendo un sándwich. But you can also say como un sándwich. Now, you would argue, oh yeah, but that's not a literal translation. It's like, but to a native English speaker, when you say como un sándwich, it can come out as interpreted as I'm eating a sandwich. No tense shifts, no tense explicitness. It's implicit. The other way around. So lots of times, I go around, people speak Spanish in the city settings and stuff. When they say something, they're currently doing the thing because it's implicit, but the tense does not do that. Natural and non-natural, mostly with immersion. I totally disagree with you. I would say natural and unnatural things can be taught with immersion. It doesn't have to be. And I'll still agree with you because you said mostly and not like always or all of it is taught that way. Actually, I disagree that it's taught with immersion. What you're doing right now is trying to do that without immersion. You keep implying immersion, and that's why I'm having an issue or I'm pushing back on your natural and unnatural thing. That is the immersion argument. But you can't immerse the same way a foreigner immerses in things. So if you're trying to explain certain things, then immersion fails to convey that. Unless you're telling me whatever you're saying doesn't matter because it's only when I go and immerse is when I can appreciate the differences between how to interpret my English language, right? The English that I have with the interpretation of the Spanish that I hear. And the example that I gave was an immersion example. So, and then because it's an immersion example, it depends. And it depends is a terminating comment. That means that you're right. It all depends. It's almost as though you're saying the same thing as saying, oh, it's taught through immersion. It's like, so then we have nothing to talk about, right? So not only did you, in my opinion, when you say it's only taught through immersion, then you have no critical dependency on criticizing this being unnatural or natural because it's irrelevant. At least in my opinion. It's irrelevant whether this is natural or unnatural. Because you believe that it's only taught through immersion. Or you're mostly taught through immersion. I mean, that's perfectly fair too. Yeah. I personally think that this is a little bit of a hot take. I personally think that the Spanish that I've learned was not the product of immersion. But at the same time, it could qualify as immersion because I was interacting with someone who represented that. But oftentimes when people think of immersion, they qualify it as whatever that person says is natural. I mean, you're not close to anything. You just like to just talk about topic. I agree with points you say. Well, I mean, it's kind of hard to talk. I'm sorry, I'm pressing a little bit. It's kind of hard to talk about a product, about a topic, or you're saying you like to talk about a topic when comments you make it so that you don't want to talk about the topic, if you know what I mean. So I would say it's kind of a little, I would get mixed messages, right? Like I'm getting a mixed message. So it's like if you enjoy talking about a topic, but then you make a statement that, well, there's really no point to be talking about that topic in the first place. It's kind of a little, for lack of a better word, unnatural to me. So it's a little weird. But it's fun to point these things out. So I'm all about that. So you can definitely point these out all the time. Like if you feel like something's unnatural, I would like to hear it. But for the example that you gave me one example. And that example is true, and I agree with you. And then you gave me a second example that doesn't exist in Duolingo. So I don't, and then like I can't make a comment about that, right? And then you made a comment that it's about immersion. Well, we're not doing immersion right now. So there's nothing to say other than, yeah, I guess. On the topic of immersion though, like not that we're doing immersion, on the topic of immersion, immersion can also teach you unnatural things just as much as natural things. Like, I know your comment was natural and unnatural things are taught mostly with immersion. And I think if I'm bold, I'm being presumptuous here. You're leaning on the idea that you can differentiate between being natural and unnatural in immersion, right? So immersion, I agree, the flat statement. However, I would disagree that without discipline and structure, you can easily become unnatural, just as likely to become unnatural in immersion by immersion than natural. For example, in Japanese, you get all of your immersion through dialogue in anime shows targeted towards shonen. That would make your Japanese overall unnatural in settings, but it would be natural when you're talking to other people who speak in, you know, watch a lot of anime or something like that. For this case, I guess I will, I want to clarify that it is very difficult to talk about things that aren't happening at the moment. So oftentimes I tend to ask for examples that exist in the current thing that we're doing. Otherwise, yeah, I really can't relate to you. Like, in fact, I'm not even sure if I go out and do immersion, we would come back with the same natural or unnatural things. What's your background on Spanish? Like where, because SD has been sharing a lot of things from their perspective. So especially the Dominican Spanish thing, which I'm very interested in, right? Like you are more than welcome to share what you think or what your background is. I think that's far more interesting and would have lots of things to talk about, because I don't think Duolingo is considering the things you're considering. I would think a lot of times, like their use of "yo" in the sentences, I'm not sure if you have the same perspective on that. And for me, since I'm not in English, you're a native, that's not what I'm asking. That's not what I'm asking. Like, what is your Spanish background in? I mean, we're talking about products of immersion and dependency. So what is your Spanish background? Like, I don't typically, here's another native thing, I suppose. I don't say that I'm an English speaker. I'm a native English speaker. I would usually say, since we're talking about language, I speak Northeastern regional American English. So when you go around and say certain things and you're pointing out natural and unnatural things, I would say that one of the more common things to respond to is, what is your regional Spanish speaking? Like, you know, if you're like, it's pretty clear that you know Spanish, right? Yeah, it depends on the variety for sure, what's considered natural or not. You're Mexican? Oh, okay. You and SD would have a lot of fun conversations, I would say. SD was sharing with me Dominican Spanish that's localized in New York City. And some of the stuff I kind of like. So, like, lo siente. Like, lo siente, necesitan camiseta y pantalone? Oh, there's no way. Wait, do they drop the S on pantalone as well? Ain't no way. Pantalones just sounds weird without the S. Oh, they do? Okay. Yeah, so that stuff, I think immersion is fantastic. That's the neat stuff about immersion that we can talk about. Probably not this stuff. This stuff's probably really mechanical. Here's another question. Los estudiantes necesitan camiseta y pantalone. Yeah. Here's another question that might be interesting to you. Maybe we can get on the same page here. Are you a person that would like to only learn natural ways to do things? So, like, what I mean is, if you were learning a language, would you choose to learn one way and the correct way, or like your favorite way? To be honest, you think that apart from some very specific parts of Mexico, our Spanish is quite average. You feel that where Spanish is distorted too much with slang and abbreviation is in South America? Okay, that's fair. I mean, I wouldn't know. However, this is not about a what. This makes it sound like a whataboutism, right? So, maybe, yeah. I guess it's true that it's distorted too much with slang and abbreviation in South America, but I live in North America. And so does SD, so we can talk about the things that separate Mexico and North America, as opposed to talking about something that we don't, like, a lot of us don't. It depends on perspective, because I think lots of things Mexicans generally say or do, you would find unnatural as a speaker of Caribbean Spanish. Yeah, so we could talk about the contrast between, yeah. That's so now SD is doing the comparison between Mexicano and Caribbean Spanish. Like, not worrying about other places. Perhaps. You said it more than anything because of what you said about the other person? What, that they were sharing things about the Caribbean speakers? But what does that have to do with South American? Like, I imagine you guys would be able to talk about Spanish, the differences between Mexican Spanish and Caribbean Spanish. About slang and those stuff? Why does it have to be about slang and stuff in South America? I mean, that's fair. I mean, it's a good observation. I'm not entirely sure where we're going with this, other than suddenly now we're talking about South America, which neither of you are. Or unless you're telling me you're also South American. I'm not sure where this is going. It feels like that sounds like an excuse to not talk about things. You're just saying exactly. Yeah, that's what I mean. So, okay, a good observation. Like, okay.
María, yo necesito tus vestidos, por favor. Tú. Tus. Tus.
Estos zapatos son muy pequeños para mis hijos. Necesito comprar unos zapatos grandes.
Like, I'm not sure. Am I being misunderstood? Because I could try again. Like, what are the... Like, may I give an example? So, maybe this is more of the example I'm thinking of. You went to get food. Okay. Maybe this is the impression I'm getting, at least from the English. Perhaps there's a loss in translation. I got the impression that, and you told me explicitly that you want to talk about these things, right? You want to talk about the topics regarding like this stuff. Right? And typically I would make comments, I would talk about them if I knew something about them. So oftentimes then you can introduce something, you can tell me something that I don't know, which you have. Right? Like, for example, the slang in South America and the distortion of Spanish in South America. Right? The distortion. And then I have nothing to say about it. Right? Because that's a neat fact. Right? It's a neat observation. How you're saying this stuff and you're telling me it's related to what I talked about when SD mentioned like Dominican Spanish. However, SD is telling me what Dominican Spanish is like, right? And that's what I'm sharing. However, when you're making a comment about South America, well, you told me you were Mexican. And SD is Dominican. So it's a neat idea, or like it's a neat observation, but I'm not entirely sure how that relates to my comment about the two of you speaking about Mexican Spanish and Dominican Spanish, and then like sharing that with me, because I'm neither. And I'm not South American. I'm North American. And most of my immersion is Mexican, because being North American, and Mexican, and apparently not Dominican. So I learned quite a lot from SD, because yesterday I didn't realize I didn't notice these things from Dominican. I think the most of my experience with people from Mexico. If I had a good example of this, is kind of like someone wants to talk about language learning. right? Someone wants to talk about language learning, and then they come to me and say, let's talk about Portuguese. Like, okay, can we talk about Portuguese from the perspective of Spanish? Or from the perspective of English, right? And that would make it so that I can actually talk about it. Because there's no way I can make a comment about Portuguese. I have no idea. Maybe she thought DR was in South America. Oh, that's fair. That's fair, SD. I did not consider that. That might be a thing I just... That's a very good point. And was saying that lots of differences are found in South America. That's a fair point. I did not consider that at all. So if that's the confusion here, I'm like, that's my bad. My bad. I didn't realize that is a good... You got me. Yeah, I don't know anything. Yeah, I don't know. Necesito, ¿ne? ¿Qué necesitan sus hijos? What do they need? Bigger shoes.
¿Por qué no usas tus vestidos nuevos?
¿Por qué no usas... What you say? Tus?
Tus.
Yeah, and I don't know any slang, so I'm not even sure what qualifies as Spanish slang. Oh, I want to say I understand what qualifies as English slang, but I'm not gonna go there either because I'm not sure either. But even then, I wouldn't really say Spanish is distorted anywhere. You don't say this to be competitive, of course. I just mean each country has a specific variety that differs from. Yeah, a distortion. Using the word distortion means that there's a standardized Spanish, right? And that's a great thing to think about. I suppose I speak American English, right? So if you speak to a particular brand of English speakers, so those passionate people might think that I speak a distortion of English. Like something you might think is average or normal isn't for someone else, and it's all... I mean, I know that... You mean you know that DR is in Central America? That brought to my mind the spoken Spanish. Oh, I see. But hear me out here. SD's got an interesting point about distorted. I'm just saying I'm not one of those people. Like I love that Spanish actually changes quite a lot, much like I'm a speaker of American English. So, but I do have to admit that I probably don't... I'm not on the same page with others who might say like there's a standardized language of a specific parental breed, and then they have this like constant talk about what the standard is, and that happens a lot. Especially Mandarin happens a little bit more. Japanese happens less because it's confined to Japan, but even Japan has regional things. In Spanish, I think is like English. it's a lot more similar to English, where it's they're competing macro languages, right? And I think it's beautiful. That's why I like talking about Spanish, right? Quite a lot. Largely because there's a lot of camaraderie and parallel feelings about English as well. So you can draw quite a bit of parallelisms between how English is portrayed and how Spanish is portrayed, especially regionally. And also, I hope I'm not making it feel like this is some sort of like someone's wrong and someone's right. This is not the case. I'm trying my best to understand and not be like, oh no, if you feel like there's a national standardized Spanish, I want to tell you that I might sound a little confrontational, so want to be careful. I've met a couple Spanish speakers, right? Spanish speakers that it can be a little confrontational at times when they talk about standardized Spanish. Like, I think there was a moment, this was before I started learning or going back to reviewing Spanish, and someone said like, oh, you're learning that Spanish. And I'm like, what do you mean that Spanish? Do you mean like because I disclosed that my Spanish teacher 20 years ago were Hispanic? It's like, yeah, so you're learning that Spanish, not the Spanish. And I'm like, okay. That's kind of the stuff that I think about when I hear words like distortion or like a differentiation. And it does happen. It's a real thing. It happens very often, especially with large macro languages. And I speak American English, so there's no shortage of other speakers of English to criticize American English for the real things. Right. Fun fact, there is no standard Latin American Spanish. Interesting. There's one for Spain though. Oh. Huh. There's an institution called La Real Academia Española, which oversees the Spanish language and its norms and standards as they are in Spain. Oh, okay. I'm not sure if the UK has a standardization for English. They probably do. I'm not even sure what the American if there's an American organization that tries to standardize English. I know Chinese does though. Mandarin has a standardization. And of course Japan doesn't require standardization. Because almost nearly is exclusive and I'm still guessing like Tokyo, probably like the Kanto region gets to standardize, but I have no idea like what kind of organization would standardize English. I don't think American English. I actually don't know. Maybe the APA, the American Psychology Association or something. I have no idea.
Estas.
As far as I know, according to the internet, I sound like a natural American English speaker, I think. Whatever that means. When you refer to distortion, you meant changes in words that are not officially recognized as part of the language, but rather as regional modifications. I see. And that's with context to Spain? Or is it with context to something that is not standardized in the Central Americas? Unless maybe Mexico has some sort of standardization for the Spanish. The RAE, oh, that one. Real Academia. Oh, there is an institution. Oh, okay. Oh, like something similar to Spain's one. I see. Well, that clarifies a lot of things, actually. From that perspective. Yeah, I have no idea about English. Like, for example, is fire cap, right? Fire cap, like the jargon that we have online right now. I don't know who decides at some point that that becomes standard or something. Or not standard. Estas camisetas. You just looked up, it's not enforced in American standard, but Merriam-Webster and Chicago Manual of Style. Ah, okay. I don't know what that is. The Chicago Manual of Style. Have you learned how to write bibliographies? There's a Chicago Manual for writing bibliographies, but the APA also releases a bibliography thing. That's probably the closest thing I can think of for someone who grows up in the United States and learning something. You probably might have heard when you first learned how to write bibliographies, there was a Chicago style and an APA style. And I like the APA style more, but Chicago is the other one. Yeah, that would be the same manual because they determine how to like write formal bibliographies and stuff. Yeah, so that's the only time I can think of when it comes to American education where you would come across Chicago Manual. Yeah, and then the Merriam-Webster, huh? Interesting. And my guess for UK is probably Oxford or Cambridge. Something to do with Oxford or Cambridge determines their standardization for British English, probably, if I had to guess. If Merriam-Webster and Chicago Manual of Style is also for American. Oh, is exactly those two? Okay. Interesting. And apparently Emily says, is that the Mexican one? The RAE? Now we're getting somewhere. That's kind of funny. Do you guys think that standard language is natural language? I often wondered that. Like, what is standard English on the internet? No, the RAE is just a dictionary. It's like the Spanish police that says what's valid or not valid in the language. Oh, okay. What you call it, Emily? In terms of Merriam-Webster and Chicago Manual of Style, Merriam-Webster is a dictionary, and Oxford and Cambridge are responsible for dictionaries too. And if it is not valid, then it becomes slang or distortion. Okay. Intriguing. Huh. I have a question that I need to Google something for. The difference between colloquialism, vernacular, slang, and distortion. What does Gemini say? Alright, here comes some AI powered stuff. Colloquialism, vernacular, slang, and distortion all relate to language, but with distinct meanings. Colloquialism is informal language. Vernacular is the everyday language of a region. Slang is informal language used by a specific group. Oh, so a combination of colloquialism and vernacular. And distortion is the change or misrepresentation of something. Oh no, that's kind of weird. It's a little So that's a little off here. All right, Gemini, you tried. You tried. Some slang became to be valid, actually. Yeah, they get adopted in. Yeah, because that I do believe standard language can be natural language, since natural informal language can be absorbed into standard. Oh yeah, that's a fair point. Yeah, that's a fair point. I was gonna argue the complete opposite as a perspective shift. What is vernacular is often considered natural, and what is standard is often not considered natural to a person who focuses on natural language. So for example, standardized language would be, say, like grammatically correct. And when people use the word natural, they're actually referring to non-standard language most of the time. They're referring to colloquialisms and vernacular, not standard distortion or slang. They're often referring to colloquialism, or apparently vernacular, because vernacular is the speaking of people in a particular region. So when we're talking about what is natural, wait, you have a great thing to add on to that? Okay. Yeah, I think oftentimes when people say, oh, that doesn't sound natural, they're using it in the form of, that is not my vernacular. So if someone spent a lot of time on online or something, it's like, dude, you don't say that, we say this. And that often has very a little bit less emphasis on standardization. For example, until the RAE adopted it, we made that word to refer to the behavior act called content floss. Okay. Yeah, see, I don't see that as a distortion or a slang. It's a vernacular. Because it's rooted in something, like it's in addition to it. I'm trying to think of an English example. I don't. English is too tough for me. For English, maybe like fish. Fishes. Fish and fishes. That might be one. MSA, Modern Standard Arabic, is seen as the standard, but it isn't the native language of anyone. It was created as a lingua. Oh yeah, that's right. That's right. Standard Arabic. That's a good one. I also learned it purely in school. While each country has a dialect of Arabic spoken in everyday situations, work and sometimes school. Yeah, that's Arabic. I think Hideyoshi or someone else mentioned that the standardized language is not the native language. Yeah. Most of these dialects are not mutually intelligible, yeah, but they all claim to speak the same language. Exactly. That's a good one. Now we're talking about case studies too, so like, how often does this happen? I'm not entirely sure, honestly. That's a good one. It's a big one though. I'm not trying to brush it off. It's arguably an entire branch, right? Because like the East, West, Middle East kind of grouping. I'm using broad strokes because I don't understand any of the granularity. All these to say the standard isn't natural for anyone since they learned it purely in school and it's only used in news and highly formal situations. Yeah, I agree. If I may be so bold, for the most part, I spend more of my life writing and speaking in standardized English than I do in whatever internet English is. So, more people would say nowadays online that I sound unnatural when I type and write then they would say that I sound natural. So I am often a quote-unquote native English speaker, American English speaker, that often is misunderstood due to natural language. So you mean it could be natural for some people? It could be. Or on a spectrum of natural stuff. So like you write a whole paragraph, there are going to be things that you write naturally, right, to yourself that can be misunderstood by other people because what I mean by not misunderstood, they could feel different. It can feel off. As opposed to being misunderstood. Like there's no misunderstanding. What I mean is they would understand all the words that I use, but it wouldn't be natural for them to understand the meaning. Like kind of you and I, what we're doing here when we're talking about the words and whatnot. Like a good example would be the use of distortion. The word distortion, right? We talked about it just now. Like that would be a great example. What is the standard use of distortion? I actually have no idea. I don't use this word very often. Oh, I got some good examples. Almost. Always. Actually, let's remove this. Always. Never. Are good examples. I use always and never in standard. I do not use it in natural. Online, and I would say most individuals nowadays have normalized what always and never means, and the word just. Literal. These are probably your garden variety low-hanging fruits examples. Every. Most of these words are non-standard now, especially how a substantial number of people use them. They are no longer standard. Every means every is equated to almost. Always, most of the time as well. Or often. Never is almost. right? And seldom. Just is approximate. Or loosely. Literal is figurative as well. And these modifiers come up far, far more substantially in natural English. Standardized English always does not mean most of the time or often. Every does not mean almost. Never doesn't mean almost never. It means never. And it doesn't mean seldom at all. Or rarely, right? Rarely is different from never, but never is used as rarely. Just, like just saying, is not an approximate or loose or general. Just is precise. Like, I am precisely saying. I'm just saying. Right? Right? When you say you're just saying, you're not expressing, oh, you know, I'm just saying, like, loosely. The standardization is that when you say just saying, you're exactly for that purpose. It is precisely for saying, not because it's no big deal. I'm just saying. It's like you're literally just saying. That is the purpose of it. And then literal, right? Literally, precisely that. Instead, most people are referring figuratively. So those are good examples. I think there are about 30 words, I would say, in English that comes up maybe like every 3 sentences. 3 sentences online that would include some of these 30 words that are not in standard English. Hello there, Hooks. And I think Spanish has the same thing going on, honestly. Who's speaking MSA? I think Spanish has the same thing going on. Let me know if you guys have an example for Spanish. I think the plural thing is hilarious. The plural thing is like every other word, in my opinion, SD. Like, actually, we have the exact same words. Oh. Wait, do you? So when you say siempre, right? When you say siempre, are you meaning like not always? Like kind of always? Has that happened to the Spanish as well? Because I'm genuinely curious. In Japanese, I'm not sure either. Oh, it does. Oh. So you don't mean always when you say siempre. Okay. Yeah, so that's kind of... And in the dictionary, would it also say it's almost always? Wait, hold up. Always, Merriam-Webster. What's the definition of always in the Merriam-Webster dictionary? At all times, invariably, forever, at any rate, in any event. Yeah. So, rarely, in my opinion, do people use the word always to mean always, is an example. Exactly. They are over exaggerating. Yep. That's non-standard. They just say most of the time. Exactly. That's probably... Yeah, so for me, I'm very pedantic. So when someone tells me, oh yeah, Duolingo is always unnatural, my first comment would be, to bring it back to Duolingo, is that, that's a bold statement. I would probably find that to be false. And they would say something like, oh, no. I mean, it's almost always wrong. And my first thought is, well, then are you trying to say it's almost always, or do you say always? And you might be thinking I just made up this example, but I'm not making up this example. These are anecdotes of English language. So I usually don't stand, like, I actually are far more formal in my English than I am with online English. So it's a good example of what is natural and what isn't natural versus standardized and unstandardized. And I can imagine when I start reading Spanish again online, actually I can already tell because of the Spanish being typed in video games versus Spanish being on the screen. Excellent topic though, really excellent topic. I need some good examples. That is some shade? Not really. It's real. You can help in Spanish. Huh. Give me an example of a natural Spanish phrase that is not standardized. You just got back. Example what? Spanish differences when written? No. An example of Spanish phrases that are natural but non-standard. That people use all the time, you know. All the time. You know, like that kind of like if I say siempre, it could actually mean multiple things. That's kind of the whole like natural thing. You don't know, depends on the country what's considered natural. Yeah, but I'm not talking about the countries you're not aware of. I'm talking about you. Yeah, exactly. That's what I mean. We're not worried about things we don't know. We're exchanging information about things we do know. Yeah, not like, again, the whole South American thing. Like, I'm okay. I'm totally okay with knowing that we do not know a lot of other things. I mean, I don't know any of this stuff, so it's okay. Daijoubu desu. Right. Estas camisetas. And I'm gonna try to complete. Hello. Wait. Surprised. Anyways, son pequeñas.
Señora Castro, ¿usted necesita sus vestidos ahora?
Excuse me?
Señora Castro, ¿usted necesita sus vestidos ahora?
Yo tengo camisetas pequeñas y grandes.
Just making sure, like any phrase, there is a natural one to say, but isn't standard, right? Yeah. I don't think that way about Duolingo. I don't think it's always unnatural. Alright. That's funny that you heard that before you said hi. Intriguing, isn't it? What the heck does that mean? Emily. Oh no, you got me there. I don't even know if I've seen the you were lurking? Oh, okay. Sure. What the heck? How do you even BSJAR? How do you BSJAR? I mean, I'm gonna take your word for it. Am I enjoying the no kanji? Honestly. Oh, Bahar. Okay, Bahar. I was like, how do you? That is some intense thing. Okay, Bahar la. What did I just say? These are clean phrases, right? We're talking about clean phrases here, right? Not like some sketch sus. We're not sussing it up right now. Speaking of unstandardized English, sus. Okay. I would love to type a message to both you, Emily, and SD right now, but I feel like I'm gonna give you guys the benefit of the doubt of gleaming something. Maybe we'll talk about it a little later. Hideyoshi, no kanji. I miss kanji already. I miss kanji already. We could try. Yo. Let's see. We could do like something like yo tan go. Oh, I don't know where you would get go. Kami se ta he. I could replace these with some pinyin characters that we have. I think we have most of these except for like the stuff
Grandes.
like gran and like the S's. We would have to drop the S, but we can totally do the Dominican Spanish ending drops in order to make it closer to Mandarin. Oh, by the way, what did that phrase? Oh, okay, I thought of a phrase. This took you a while. Okay. So why am I speaking English? Because I speak English. Esto está heavy. When something is cool or nice, that's cool. Yeah, that's pretty natural to say. That does hit different. I feel like it's kind of a hit different thing, man. Eso está heavy. Eso está heavy. That sounds pretty. That's pretty. I can think of one for Fujianese. Not that Fujianese has a standardization, but one would be like nie busy. Ni I don't even know. Maybe ni busy ma nie busy ma. I doubt this is standardized. Nie busy ma. Which reminds me of the eso está heavy. Because everyone's... It's standard to say busy. Quote unquote standard to say busy. It's natural to say busy. And not standard. But there's no standardization, so it's not like the greatest example since Fujianese is not standardized. There's something wrong with gravity in the future? What do you mean, is there something wrong with gravity in the future? Oh, is that something similar to... This is heavy. Hideyoshi, interesting. You seem to be speaking in an interesting way today. Bahad means going down, okay, or putting something down. And Bahada is a road that's going down. Saying Bahad la Bahada is something is saying everything just isn't said every day but isn't standard. Oh, I see. Okay. Going down the road going. It's like to keep going along with something. Well, Bahad la Bahada would be a very fantastic wink wink nudge nudge to the side conversations. Here. Which I kinda want. Well, maybe for another time. Or to roll with something. It's Spanish, you'll pipe up when something has a weird spelling or is of Arabic origin. Alright, Hideyoshi. Okay. Asukad. EOT from Arabic. Oh, got from Arabic. Oh yeah, Asukad. Ojalá. Yeah, true. What about lastima? What about lastima? Like in que lastima? Nah? Oh. Okay. In Japanese. That's a good example. Yeah, folks, that's a good example. What about Okairi? I mean, no, not Okairi. Yeah. No. What about Tadaima? Because those are common phrases, but that doesn't mean they're standardized. They might not be standardized. Like phrases, common shortened phrases. I mean, there are quite a lot in Japanese. A common pattern is most of not every word starting with al in Spanish comes from Arabic. Oh. Let's see. Alright, it sounds like you guys have your own thing going. Okay, I'm gonna write something. Hang on. Give me a sec. What was the phrase? Bahar la Bahara? proceed with your exchange. Proceed. Yo tengo camisetas pequeñas y grandes, actually. Alright. Where am I going to write? I was making a comment in DMs. Something that I have to consider in the future. Just writing a note to myself. Let's see. I have mis carteras son pequeñas. And then we have vestidos
Pequeños.
pequeños.
Miguel no necesita sus camisas para el martes.
What?
Miguel no necesita sus camisas para el martes.
Sometimes it just sounds like tooth. Mis amigos siempre necesitan muchos zapatos. Okay, that's fine. You also remember seeing all of these peeps before? Interesting. I suppose. Oh wait. Thought of the Spanish word characteristic of the day? The Spanish characters. Oh, you're making this into a daily thing. I like it. What is the Spanish characteristic of the day? El estudiante necesitan. Oh, los estudiantes necesitan camisetas. Camisetas y pantalones. Whoops. Panta. Whoops. In Argentina and Uruguay, Y and LL makes the sh. Oh. Te llamo. Yo me llamo. Oh my. Oh yeah, that's right. Someone mentioned that. Argentina Nico mentioned the show. I say Joe. I say Joe. But yeah, Nico, which I don't think that person's gonna be around anymore because I probably did the whole like pedantic English thing again, which I described before. I tend to view English in standard English as opposed to natural English, where people acquire their English. So when someone said something was exactly like something, I was like, I don't think it's exactly, but that's besides the point. But that person also mentions show. I say Joe. But this person said my pronunciation was good, right? This person said my pronunciation is good, but pronounce yo more like a show. I'm like, okay. But I just want to be clear that pronunciations vary, but for me it's more like a joe versus a show, right? But now it makes sense because that person also made a bunch of comments about Argentinian Spanish before. So now it checks out. It kind of gives me an idea of where they were going with. Yeah. It wouldn't be the first time. I'm not sure if that person's around anymore. Largely because of the English side of things. Yeah, that's the most common way to say it. And then there's some slight regional pronunciation differences. Nothing too major though. I see. Yeah. But the L, the ya, como se llamas? Jeez. Llamas. It's starting to blow my mind at this point. It's a little bit outrageous. Oops, I accidentally hit enter instead of my tilde. Enye. It sounds so outrageous to the point where I'm like, are you just making this stuff up now? SD, are you making this stuff up? Are you setting me up for disaster? Because if you are, I'll take full responsibility. For when I break this stuff out. Oh, I see why it's not happening. It's my Spanish keyboard. Spanish IME, sorry. You forgot what the term is for it's a hiss with a lateral tongue. Think in between Welsh LL and solid Y, I see. Fun fact as well, they also aspirate their S. Oh, it's not like where they are just drop complete. Oh, okay, but make a breathy S. Oh. Shamo. I see. Oh, okay. With a lateral tongue position. So, etal, so, está, or estás. Cuban too? Okay. The more you know. The more you know. I don't have a great example of like proper regional things. The only thing I can think of oftentimes is applying a tone that doesn't exist in standardized Mandarin, but still do it because of Fujianese dialect. They also don't say tu. That's exactly what Nico said. Everything checks out. Everything's starting to check out, actually. Now I might have enough external knowledge to like, oh, you're talking about, oh yeah. Okay, you gotta save some of these though. You gotta save some of these. If we get a fun fact, like for over the duration of a year, I might be able to have enough converging evidence to be like, oh yeah, you're right, like in for this and this, but I'm just gonna pretend like I'm gonna botch the Spanish language just because it triggers a lot of people. I'm kidding. You've got enough for a year, trust you? Oh, okay. I'm glad to see that you're incredibly enthusiastic about this, because I do enjoy these exchanges. Do I want to open that wound again? Okay, for lack of a better word, I find far more joy and memorable and natural. I naturally more remember things when it comes from another person, as opposed to like reading it from some impersonal database. Like it's a special privilege. So I get to know and learn about someone else in the process of exchanging information. Zapatos is apparently of unknown origin, but it's everywhere. It's also a Pokemon. I'm just kidding. But if you like tweak it a little, you know, like with a drop and just call it like a regional difference, you can get Pokemon. Dutch about sabotage. I see. You could spend a few months on just Dominican Republic and Puerto Rico. Probably. Okay. I'll try to come up with my own stuff if I can think of stuff. One I could think of that can be relatable to people is Baba, right? Baba, right? Or like Papa, right? Baba in standard Mandarin. Sometimes I just say Baba, and Baba is different from Baba, but it's not exactly a great analog, but you will still know what I mean when I say Baba instead of Baba in like pretty much any language. But sometimes I would mix up the tones for like I have to think about what the tone is for standard Mandarin. It's Baba, right? And I say Baba, which might even be closer to Papa, like Papa, as opposed to the other way around. I kind of like Papa. Wait, random Georgian fact? Because you're talking about that? Deda is mom and mama is dad. Oh my goodness. Oh boy. Jeez. Why do you need the alpha language? Do you watch this guy SD? Do you watch I don't remember his name. I'm just gonna call him Olaf, okay? It's probably not his name. But do you watch a guy who like does Scandinavian things? Like he talks specifically about like Nordic stuff. The thing you just said about alpha language makes me think of the Nordic contrast. And this guy does the skit most of the time, like, oh hey, all right guys, he does the thing where you represent a skit by the flag, and he would do something like, okay guys, now we know we must all agree, or we try to agree that we will say pretty much the same thing for one term, right? And then there's always that one guy, right? The one of the countries in that region that decide, nah, we're just gonna do it differently. And that's kind of how I feel about that alpha language when you brought up Georgian, because I was talking about baba and papa and mama kind of thing. You've seen something similar? I don't know, we're talking about the same guy. He's kind of a hefty, he has a more rounder face, but he's clearly Icelandic, or like he is Icelandic. He already mentioned that, but it's one of those skits where you're just comparing countries, and there's a specific country that's clustered together, like a communal language origin that's close together, but they couldn't be any more like trying to be different from each other from time to time. One of the ones that I enjoy quite a lot is when they're trying to translate English movies into those languages. Like, oh, that makes sense. Like, oh, that's a good name for that. And then there's be one of the countries in that group like, nah, it is he is Olaf. Yeah, it is. That is it. Yeah, that is. I'm like, I'm just gonna wait, hold up. Let me Yep, that's him. I'm like, I'm just gonna assume his name is Olaf. I kid you not, I didn't know it's Olaf. I'm like, for whatever, I just picked the most common name that I think of when I was stereotyping off statistics. It's like kind of saying, oh yeah, do you recognize that Korean, the Korean content creator? I think his name is Kim. Like that's kind of what I did. So apologies to anyone who's like Norwegian. Where's Sub-Zero when you need him? This is where Sub-Zero needs to pop up and talk about Norway or something, but Georgian is still M to T though. I don't know what the heck M to T. All right, anyways, continue. Feel free. It's getting late, so man, some of these Spanish things we're gonna have to figure out how to negotiate time. I honestly would sit here and be able to talk about this for days. Like, just shower me with stuff you guys enjoy sharing. Necesitas zapatos nuevos. A vez, otra vez. Ustedes. All right, well, we don't need ustedes. Check that. Señor Herrera. Herrera. Estas son I guess I could use both. Do this. Camisetas. Oh, I misspelled camisetas. That's fine. ¿Por qué? No usamos las camisetas verdes. Estas son camisetas. Tiene muchos vestidos. Vestidos interesantes.
Ellos no usan estas camisetas verdes. ¿Cuántas?
¿Cuántas necesitas?
Necesitas
Camiseta
camisetas
verdes.
verdes.
Papá, tú no tienes zapatos rojos.
Okay.
Las carteras.
Las carteras no son muy interesantes aquí.
Son interesantes. Muy. Aquí.
Señora Castro. Citas tus vestidos aquí. Ahora.
¿Cuántos vestidos nuevos tienes?
Oh, whoops. Okay. Yes, not in that order. Whoops. That must have been what I did on the other one too. ¿Quieres usar? Mis pantalones. The gentleman. Oh, the gentlemen. Men.
Los señores.
Wow. That's one way to say that.
Siempre. Usan.
Usan camisas
Trabajo.
Okay.
¿Cuántas?
¿Cuántas necesitas?
Necesitas.
Pantalones verdes? Oh no,
Camiseta
camiseta
verde.
verdes. Oh, I keep doing the opposite. Yeah, I need to stop doing that. That's pretty much what I did the other one too, right?
¿Cuántos
Yes.
vestidos
Vestidos nuevos.
nuevos tienes?
¿Cuántas? Verde tiene.
Did I click on the wrong thing? Wait. ¿Cuántas? Oh.
Camisetas verdes. Necesitas.
I clicked on the wrong verb. Okay.
María tiene 3 carteras bonitas.
Carteras. Rojo.
Las camisetas aquí son muy interesantes.
Verde.
Camila y Ana, ¿qué zapatos usan ustedes hoy?
Pequeños.
Okay. Sonia, what? Sonia quiere sus carteras verdes ahora. Camisa
Pequeña.
Blanca, ¿estas camisas rojas son nuevas? Tu ropa siempre es interesante y bonita.
Estos zapatos
zapatos
verdes
verdes son nuevos. Quiero comprar muchos vestidos bonitos.
Camila y yo necesitamos vestidos nuevos.
Wait, what?
Camila y yo necesitamos vestidos nuevos.
Y yo.
Camila y yo necesitamos vestidos nuevos.
Uy, what? Okay, wait, hold up.
Camila y yo necesitamos vestidos nuevos.
I heard Amos, so it's yo. Camila y yo necesitamos vestidos something.
Camila y yo necesitamos vestidos nuevos.
Nuevos.
Pedro.
Pedro. Tus
Pantalones
pantalones son muy grandes. I don't know why I find that so funny. I feel like there needs to be like exclamation marks right and left.
Los estudiantes necesitan camisetas y pantalones.
Los estudiantes necesitan comprar camisetas y pantalones.
Los estudiantes necesitan camisetas y pantalones.
Oh, just need. Oh, okay. Tú, nunca usas zapatos rojos. Roberto, Roberto y yo nunca usamos camisetas. Yo tengo dos vestidos verdes. Verdes. Okay. All right, we're gonna listen to another unhinged story. Nice. Let's go. Oh, aw, it's one of the repeat ones where you get to listen to it.
Necesito un videojuego
Okay, that's
nuevo. Junior y Eddie están en una tienda.
¡Papá! ¡Necesito un videojuego nuevo!
No, Junior. No necesitas un videojuego nuevo.
Wait. Oh, he went with no first.
Por favor, este videojuego de robots es muy divertido.
Junior, tú quieres este videojuego, pero no necesitas este videojuego.
That's me. That's usually me. That's me. That's me when I talk to English people. But this is what happens. This is the type of thing that drives people away a lot of times. The differentiation between like sufficient, necessary, and want and need. Now in most cases it's maybe it's also a timeless thing, but when people say they need to do something, generally they mean want. So same deal. Fun times. ¿Tú quieres este? Oh, wait. Oh, now. Oh, yeah, now it makes like ¿tú quieres este? This was introduced well a long time ago, but now I can see why they're putting it back in here.
Está bien, yo lo quiero. ¿Lo compramos?
No, tienes muchos videojuegos en casa.
Oops. He said no first.
Sí, está bien. ¿Vamos a casa?
No, vamos a casa de Vikram.
There's a twist.
¿Por qué? Su casa es muy aburrida.
Pero su televisión es grande y yo necesito ver el partido de fútbol.
Naturally.
Papá,
Claro.
tú quieres ver el partido, pero no necesitas ver el partido.
And it ends there. I kind of wanted to see it go on, but you know. The voices have come a long way. It's pretty crazy. Well, so here's the thing, SD. It's only for the stories, and I actually think they're curated. So they had stories well back, right? I actually don't think these are the synthesis, like, so these, if you hear the emoting in these, it's very different from the most recent features, like the adventures and the podcasts. They still have the lack of emoting. So I actually think these are curated differently. But they're fantastic. Like, it sounds great. They're so like vibrant. I'm not sure what happened, right? Well, we have some conjectures, but these are great. Yeah, these are fantastic. I think these are fantastic. But the other examples, like the podcasts and stuff, they still sound like, so yeah. I didn't want to burst your bubble, but yeah. Doesn't always sound like this, unfortunately. The latest features are functional. They're functional. It gets the point across. I can't show you here because it's on the mobile. So if you're on the mobile app and you do it like an adventure, there isn't any emotion to the performance. Still similar. Tienda Viet. Compramos casa nuevo. I like listening to these things. It's pretty good. And then now I get to legend it by listening it to them.
Necesito un videojuego nuevo. Junior y Eddie están en una tienda.
¡Papá! ¡Necesito un videojuego nuevo!
No, Junior.
No necesita un videojuego nuevo.
Por favor, este videojuego de robots es muy divertido.
Junior, tú quieres este videojuego, pero no necesitas este videojuego.
Está bien, yo lo quiero. ¿Lo compramos?
No, tienes muchos videojuegos en casa.
Sí, está bien. ¿Vamos a casa?
No, vamos a casa de Vikram.
Yeah, so like for example, why do I think I lean towards this? Hunyar voice is not this. The synthetic voice is not this guy. So
Sí, está bien.
this is a different voice. I think that's actually a voice actor. Like I'm actually thinking these are voice actors. But some of the synthetic voices, they did model after this.
No, vamos a casa de Vikram.
Like Eddie's synthetic voice has a very similar tone to this, but Hunyar's voice is very different. It's like pitched way further up. So I'm guessing these are actually like people who read scripts.
¿Por qué? Su casa...
What could be, what could have been. Oh, did you know the Klingon course gives you infinite hearts? I would imagine. That's interesting. I didn't realize that. Is there a reason behind it other than like it's Klingon?
Pero su televisión es grande y yo necesito ver el partido de fútbol.
Oh, it's a conlang, right? It's a conlang.
Papá, tú quieres ver el partido, pero no necesitas ver el partido.
That's an interesting way to phrase it. Nuevo, grande, compramos, ver, muchos. Well, it's a real, like, I don't believe the Klingon word for scientist is one syllable, though. Don't believe the Klingon word for scientist. Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, when you said, like, it's not real, well, the Klingon, it's a conlang, right? Because the Klingon language is real. It exists. But I guess you mean, like, it's not a natural language. La película es el domingo.
El partido
de béisbol es el martes.
El partido no es el sábado.
Oh, it's not on Saturday. No, David no trabaja el sábado.
Mi fiesta de cumpleaños es el sábado.
Oh, wait till I get to a Unier one, and then it sounds really different. Yeah, it's just what could be, basically what could be.
Mi.
Which makes me think if the Japanese one was or not. Because they retroactively brought in the Japanese at a later time. Mi cumpleaños.
Cumpleaños.
Mi cumpleaños.
Es
el viernes.
Viernes.
El.
Oh, yeah. Baile. Baile es el viernes.
Tú.
Klingon Jr. is a thing, by the way. So the Star Trek side of me wants to do Klingon. Maybe we'll do Klingon for fun sometime down the road.
Trabajas.
Now I want to know. ¿Tú trabajas el domingo? Jeez. No quiero trabajar el domingo.
Disfruta el sábado, Antonio.
Disfruta el sábado, Antonio.
¿Quién trabaja el domingo? ¿Quién?
Trabaja el domingo. El partido es el viernes.
Viernes.
Okay. Señor, ¿trabajas el viernes? Disfruta tu martes. I mean, no. Tu viernes. El. Oh, we could do el here too. Oh, okay.
El partido no es el sábado.
Sábado. All right, 1 out of 3. We're making it. It's fine.
Disculpes.
Disculpe, señor. ¿Está usted ocupado?
Carmen está muy ocupada.
No.
No, la señorita no está ocupada.
Bruno trabaja en 2 bibliotecas.
I always kind of want to work in a library. Is that a thing still?
Ella trabaja en esta universidad.
I wonder what it takes to work at a library. La universidad.
Ella.
Ella trabaja
en
esta
universidad.
Luis trabaja en la biblioteca y es estudiante de medicina en la universidad. Él está muy ocupado.
José ocupado. Es ocupado. Or está. Like, I paused because I'm like, I can kind of say both.
Sara trabaja en esta biblioteca el fin de semana. El lunes y el viernes, ella aprende francés en la universidad.
Este libro es divertido.
Este libro es divertido. ¿Cómo estás, señor? No, ¿cómo está usted? That's probably what they want. Señor.
Mucho gusto, soy Ana. Estoy bien, gracias. ¿Y usted, señor Rivera?
It's good.
¿Usas este bolígrafo?
¿Usas sus bolígrafo? Oh, este bolígrafo. My bad. Okay. ¿Cómo está usted, señora Pérez?
La universidad necesita comprar computadoras.
¿Cómo estás usted? ¿Está usted? Señora
Señor
Pérez.
¿Estás cansada, Julia?
Julia. Oops. Oh, jeez, that was weird. Julia, ¿cómo estás? Oh, ¿cómo estás? Oh, I missed the...
Ella trabaja en esta universidad.
Sara trabaja en esta biblioteca el fin de semana. El lunes y el viernes, ella aprende francés en la universidad.
It's just work and study all the
Ella
time.
quiere 7 bolígrafos.
Why does she want 7?
6 bolígrafos y 7 libros.
Her days, bolígrafos y 7. 7 libros. Okay.
La
universidad necesita comprar computadoras. La universidad no tiene computadoras.
Él no está cansado.
Él no... Something cansado. Él no está cansado.
Patricia no está cansada.
Patricia no está cansada.
Este estudiante es americano.
Este estudiante es cansado. Oh, americano. Oh. I'm not listening properly. Eduardo. Necesitas este libro. That's a rough patch. Very rough. Okay. La universidad necesita comprar computadoras.
José, tú estás cansado.
You should rest. Y dormir. Necesitas dormir. ¿Cómo está usted? Señora Pérez. José isn't okay. José no está bien. Juan. ¿Estás ocupado? Ella es... está cansada. Señor Alberto. ¿Cómo está usted? Ella... ella está aprendiendo español. Español en... Ooh. I'm gonna go with... I feel like there's an accent mark. No, there isn't. Okay. Carmen. ¿Estás bien? Él tiene 5 clases. Clases el lunes. Hola. Hola. ¿Cómo te llamas? Oops. Hasta luego. Oh, okay. Señorita Rivera. La biblioteca necesita comprar 4 libros. Necesitas mi libro, José. Buenas tardes, señor. Oh, good evening. Just kidding. Wait, that's fine. La clase tiene 8 estudiantes. No aprendes, Juan. Okay, let's get to that podcast. Okay, so this is a good example of the podcast. No emote. Oh, I guess it's Lily.
Welcome back to Lily and Strangers, where I'm forced to talk to people I don't know. In case you care, here are some keywords you should know.
Zapatos.
Zapatos.
Color.
Morado. Morado.
Vestidos.
I'm Lily, and today we have another guest who wants to talk to me. Great.
Hola, soy Carmen. Yo siempre quiero comprar ropa.
What's with the sound effects?
No quiero pantalones o vestidos rojos o verdes. Mi color favorito es el morado y quiero ropa morada. Mi color favorito es el morado. Mis zapatos y mi cartera son muy bonitos y también son morados.
Jeez, they really like purple.
You seem to have a passion for purple apparel. I guess that makes you tolerable.
Dang. Vicious.
See you next time, or not.
That's the best compliment Lily has so far. Best compliment. All right, let's complete these.
Zapato.
Escritorio.
Escritorio.
O.
O. Yeah. Nosotros.
Nosotros.
Okay.
El vestido.
El vestido verde es muy bonito.
Unos.
Unos.
Mañana.
Mañana.
Zapato.
Zapato. Para.
Unos vestidos nuevos.
Unos vestidos nuevos.
Trabajo.
Trabajo.
Bebé.
Bebé.
Nosotros.
Nosotros. Vestidos. Sonia. Oh, yeah.
Sonia.
You have some pretty purses. Tienes unas carteras bonitas. So tienes.
Tiene tus
Oops.
carteras, unas bonitas.
Oh, because they want to.
El niño quiere zapatos nuevos.
Mi jefa. They want jefa. Mi jefa siempre. Usa vestidos bonitos.
Mi jefa usa. Siempre.
Siempre usa
Vestido bonito.
Amanda y yo necesitamos camisetas, carteras y vestidos.
Esta mujer tiene unos vestidos interesantes. Esta mujer tiene unos vestidos interesantes.
Papá, tú necesitas una camiseta verde.
Oh. Wrong. Too many. One too many. Necesitamos comprar camisetas para Roberto.
Roberto.
Juan también quiere camisetas nuevas.
No uso carteras grandes.
¿Por qué no usamos las camisetas verdes?
¿Ne?
¿Por qué no usamos las camisetas verdes? ¿Por qué no usamos las camisetas?
Like, what is going on with my brain?
Yo tengo
camisetas pequeñas y grandes. Pantalón elegante.
La
camiseta roja es para mi abuela.
Hoy Rafael tiene un sombrero rojo, pantalones rojos y una camiseta roja. Su ropa siempre es roja.
Yeah, Rafael hoy no tiene ropa verde. Quiere roja, right? Ropa roja. Miguel no necesita sus camisas para martes. I don't know if that's martes. Oh no, I'm gonna get bopped here. Okay. Optional.
Estos zapatos
no son interesantes. Sí, estos zapatos son un poco pequeños. ¿Quién? ¿Quién usa pantalones verdes? Okay. Mamá, ¿por qué usas mis zapatos?
Las señoras necesitan los vestidos nuevos para el sábado.
Oh, whoops. I missed the end. Los señores siempre usan camisas en el trabajo. Or en trabajo. I'm gonna put trabajo. En el trabajo.
Mamá, ¿por qué no usas estas camisetas? Mamá, ¿por qué no usas estas camisetas?
I keep not hearing this.
Mamá, ¿por qué no usas estas camisetas?
I think I'm hearing it, but... Oh, okay.
Juan,
Juan, what are you? Are you happy with your new pants? Juan, está contento. Feliz. Alright, está feliz con tus pantalones nuevos. Okay.
estás
feliz con tus pantalones nuevos. Okay.
El señor Castro nunca usa camisas rojas en la oficina.
Sure. Los pantalones rojos no son bonitos.
Las señoras necesitan los vestidos nuevos para el sábado.
You gosh darn, I'm gonna be doing that.
Mamá,
yo quiero pantalones nuevos.
Ana siempre usa vestidos interesantes.
Ana usa vestidos. Oh, maybe Ana, I miss. Siempre usa vestidos bonitos.
Ana siempre usa vestidos interesantes.
Oh, interesantes.
Yo quiero estos zapatos rojos.
Yo quiero estos zapatos rojos.
Señor Herrera, estas son sus camisas.
Señora Barrera. Herrera. está su camisa?
Señor Herrera, estas son sus camisas.
Oh, sus camisas.
Señor Herrera, estas son sus camisas.
Estas son. Oh, right. Yeah. They're. She's saying these. Oh, jeez. Tú tienes. Tú tienes. Carteras grandes.
Mi novia tiene 3 carteras nuevas.
Novia tiene 3 carteras nuevas. Okay. Estos vestidos son muy pequeños. Amanda y yo necesitamos camisetas, carteras y vestidos.
Señor Herrera, estas son sus camisas.
Okay. Herrera. Estas son sus camisas.
Carla.
Carla tiene zapatos muy bonitos.
Tiene zapatos bonitos.
María, yo necesito sus camisas, vestidos, por favor.
Ellos no usan estas camisetas verdes.
Ellos no usan esta. Oh, jeez, come on. Okay. The extra words.
Las.
I know. Gotta be more vigilant here. Las mujeres necesitan vestido, los vestidos nuevos para sábado. Las mujeres. Ladies, oh, señorita, oh, señoritas, or señoras.
Señoras.
Ladies, las señoras
Necesitan
vestidos
nuevos.
para el sábado.
El sábado.
New? No. Oh. Los vestidos.
Mamá, ¿por qué usas mis zapatos?
¿Por qué? ¿Tus zapatos? Hey, no way.
Mamá, ¿por qué usas mis zapatos?
Oh, mis. That makes a little bit sightly, I guess.
Mis
Mis camisetas rojas. Mis camisetas rojas no son bonitas.
Camiseta. Son bonitas.
Oh, rojas.
Rojas.
Totally skipped a word. Roberto y yo nunca usamos camisetas. Carolina tiene un vestido bonito. Los zapatos.
Ellos no usan estas camisetas verdes.
Ellos no usan estas camisetas verdes. Okay. Alright, finally in our trophy. Marked a long day. There's a roller coaster rides up and down. I gotta start thinking about some other things as
Hoy
well.
Rafael tiene un sombrero rojo, pantalones rojos y...
Camila y yo necesitamos vestidos nuevos. Camila y yo necesitamos vestidos nuevos.
¿Cuántas carteras rojas quieres comprar?
Los pantalones rojos no son bonitos.
Los pantalones rojos
no
son bonitos.
Tengo unos vestidos pequeños.
¿Qué?
¿Por qué?
¿Por qué? ¿Por qué usas tus vestidos nuevos?
Nuevos.
No.
No.
Okay.
Roberto y yo nunca usamos camisetas.
Roberto y yo no usamos. Ay, no sé.
Roberto y yo nunca usamos camisetas.
Oh, nunca. Usamos.
Roberto y yo nunca usamos camisetas.
Yeah, just camisetas. Jeez. También quiero estos zapatos verdes. La niña necesita una camiseta camisetas pequeñas. Las carteras no son muy interesantes aquí.
¿Quién usa pantalones verdes?
¿Quién Usa pantalones verdes?
¿Quién usa pantalones verdes?
Okay. Amanda y yo necesitamos camisetas. Camisetas. Estas carreteras y vestidos. María tiene tres carteras bonitas. Okay. That help?
Estoy
contento.
contento con
Con
mis zapatos nuevos.
Okay. Mi novia tiene tres carreteras nuevas. All right, that's a wrap. Not a long day, you know. Go with some tangents, some very, very challenging communicative situations. 23. So let's look. Plural. Mis, tus, and sus are the key of this unit, right? Mis, tus, sus. And then we have estos, estas. And the rest is plural. Oh, there's pantalones, or pantalon, I suppose. And zapato and zapatos, but usually zapatos and pantalones. Interesting seeing them like that. And everything else is pluraling everything. Yeah, everything else is plural. So whole unit dedicated to plural, and then we have the pluralization of the possessive, the possession as well. And pantalones and zapatos are the newest words to this. Dang, that is drilling right there. And then let's see if anything changed here. I think we've come to gather that most of these are normalized now at this rate. All right, standard 3 positions. Pod 1, pod 2, pod 3. Oh wait, pod 3, and an event. Oh, right, and an adventure. So what do we have? Anything interesting? Just a green dress. This is Osgood. Because he does antiquities. So it's just a green dress, but for sure this is his trademark. Osgood. He does antiquities, but it's just a normal green dress. That's the punchline. Debating shirt colors. I need a Falstaff. Come on. There hasn't been a Falstaff one in a while. We're gonna say this is Falstaff. Yes, he's gonna say something like bears are colorblind or something. I'm not sure. Okay, bears have a high tendency. Family stories. Possibly Lucy or Lily. Or, oh man, these two are mixed. Fine. And then we have Zadi's shopping spree. That kind of checks out. Just highlight a bunch of clothing that we already have. So what do we have now? Sombrero, camisa, camiseta, gloves? No gloves yet. Pantalones, zapatos, chaqueta. Nothing else comes to mind right away. Not quite a lot. It's definitely slow going. Was it always this slow going? No. Yeah. That's about it. Alright, folks. That's a wrap for today. Interesting discussions here and there. Clarify stuff. Probably be back again with some random Spanish trivia. What do we got now? We got quite a lot of extra information coming along. So let's try to normalize that, right? Got some interesting tips in HanziHero as well. We're at 11, so I think we're gonna change up the schedule a little bit for April. I'm kind of yearning for some alternative activity. So that'll be good enough. All right. Thanks for hanging out, folks. If you're gonna watch this later, muchas gracias. Right. You're always welcome to follow along, send your hot takes, but as always, I welcome hot takes, sharing, but I think I'm most receptive for enthusiasm, and of course, enthusiasm meets with enthusiasm. Be ready to discuss, right? If not, thank you for hanging out anyways. Until next time, stay safe, stay healthy. Hasta luego.